a restaurant that doesn't have a bar, but I don't know. I like to think that my food's better than that. If you know what I mean? Maybe I have really good chili fries. I could live with that. Valor Nash, hello! Not only did you catch a live stream, but you caught, like, the beginning of the live stream. All praise to Meltrock. The Heatstone, I think, is the canonical term based on the lyrics of Drink and Industry. Well, hell yeah, dude. I haven't done the say hi YouTube thing yet, but yeah, no, we used to call it Stonewater is what we used to call it. Stonewater was always our term for it. Freehold Boreas has gifted a sub to Valor Nash. All right, chat. I guess it's time to do this because I'm just going to start blabbing about what I want to build anyway, and we might as well start a world generating. All right, you can say hi YouTube now, chat, if you like. It's time to create a new world. So I'm thinking just medium-sized world. Let's do 2. Let's set it to generate for 500 years. Why not? Let's leave number of civs at normal. Let's increase the number of sites. We'll leave beasts and savagery at normal. And I'm thinking we're going to go with frequent on mineral occurrence. And the reason we're going to go with frequent instead of sparse like I normally do, because I want to set the difficulty up to hard. I want to go hard economy, hard combat. So that's what I'm thinking. Because I've done hard combat and I've done hard economy. I haven't done both. Thanks for the $50, Golem. Cheers, man. That's a non-trivial amount of money. Appreciate you. Hot damn. Starting the day off hot. So I'm going to update the goal now. This is a work in progress update goal for the goal command. But it's going to be hard economy, like real life, and hard combat. Volcano fort, question mark. And we will work on that. But obviously we need a world to generate. I still can't get over how quickly worlds generate in this game now. Just doesn't feel real. All right, well, there's one volcano right there completely surrounded by elves. Big dwarven civ up here. That's not a bad spot. I like this mirthful lake. That's cool. Look at that. Any other volcanoes, or is it just the one? There's kind of like human continent down here. It's just goblins over there and humans over there. It's kind of funny. What else do we have? This is big ol' sinister desert woodlands thing. That's the only volcano I'm noticing. I wonder if I could even settle on that. It's a light aquifer. It's got iron, gold, silver, copper, lead, and zinc and lead. Fluxstone layer. Yeah, no, it's such a vibrant, bright blue. Hope you're feeling all right, Dragon Man. Iron's a good sign. That is a doable one, I think. But let's continue generating. The Plains of Prophecy. The Kingdom of Hailing has defeated the Prime something. The Sect of Twigs. That sounds very elfy. Doomgut. The Curious Sludge the Curses of Sludge constructed Doomgut. It's 1000% a black metal band. Dogs went up. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Your eyes got sore, no, and you can't wear contact lenses and you can't see anything? Oh, God. Do you have backup glasses? The principles of economy was created in Borsieged by an elf. Well, no wonder economy is broken. It's because elves created it. Or at the very least wrote a book about it. So there's humans and elves right here. This is going to be a busy zone. Busy, busy. Nothing? Oh, no. Well, I would... I don't know how long you've had contacts for, but I would... I don't know. Go rest. Rest your eyes. Close your eyes for a bit. Goblins, too. I mean, yeah, there's goblins spattered about. A little bit of everything. Whole bunch of dwarven stuff going on in here, too. I don't know. How we feeling about this, chat? Because it looks like that's our only volcano option. Should we keep generating this world, or should we generate a new one? What do you think? Y or N? Yes or no? What is world size and age? New. Reroll? Okay. And also, in regards to world size and age question, I won't know until we're done. I mean, 500 years in medium, but... More evil volcano? I don't know if I necessarily want to be an evil volcano. I'm still close enough to water lungs that I don't really feel like doing anything hunted, guys. Because I don't like building on haunted forts. I know they're popular and people seem to like them, but I don't like haunted forts. I'm not even seeing a volcano on this one. No volcano. Rip. I'm not going to promise anything, Baron de Bus. There was one on an island by itself. It doesn't exist then. It's on an island by itself. And you pause, please? Thank you. Oh, there's one. Gold, silver, copper, and lead. Doable. But just gold, silver. No iron. Temperate wilderness. Temperate grassland. Close to some humans. Seeing some forest dwarves. Why? Because I'm generating worlds and I'm not going to specifically look for something. Because that's not how I play this video game. Bucket glass. No. Will not promise that, MMO junkie. No fun allowed in this fort. What is a forest dwarf? Dwarves that happen to be living in a forest. There's nothing super specific or fancy to that. See how well this area develops. Some human settlements up there. No fun allowed. It's like NFTs, but worse. It's an NFA. So the fort will survive forever, yet no one's allowed to die. I don't know. I kind of want us to have iron. I would take iron over gold and silver, so I'm going to jump back to main menu. Create new world. Yep. Dunk. And yes, I'm aware I could do this in advanced world gen and be way more specific, but this is kind of how I like to do it, so. I spent way too long going through worlds for the hot potato to try and find a perfect Embark site. And you know what? I found a really cool one. So now that I've done that, for my own streams, it's like, I ain't gonna do that. That's too much effort. All right, well, that one's on an island. Okay, do. Go again. Well, I mean, it still does take several minutes. It used to take... Okay, so, like, if you go watch my older interviews with Zach and Tarn, I always have a world generating in the background. 550 years on a large world used to legit take 4 hours on this computer. 1,000 years on a large world takes maybe an hour now. Oh, absolutely. Am I going to do that, Golem? No. Absolutely, I could do that. But no, I'm not going to do that. It's a pretty cool spot, actually. That actually looks like it might be a ocean volcano. What else is going on up here? What else is going on up here? You know, I'm going to let this one generate, because that looks promising. It doesn't have sand, though. Come on. Although, there is this side spot right there. That's got sand. It's wilderness, and there's a tiny little sand bit that's Untamed Wilds. Oh. Rather, no, that's the ocean. Wait, is the ocean Untamed Wilds? That's weird. Why is that tiny little bay there Untamed Wilds? Is it an island? I don't think so. I mean, I can't zoom in on this screen. Let's generate this one up to 500 years and see what it... Or like 250 at least and see what it looks like. Untamed Bay. Yeah, like that tiny little bit right there at the very end is untamed for some reason. Land sharks? It's coarse and it gets everywhere is the proper quote, Gaius. I hate sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Hi, Fly Kick. Yeah, only 2,077 years. Or only 2,077 years in the last interview. And that took just over an hour and a half. New day, new fort. Same memes. It's all good that you're not cultured enough. It's a terrible meme. Let it die. You're gonna go on a little walk? Well, you have a good time on that little walk. What changes as we generate more years? The older a world gets, the more necromancer experiments, the more zombies, the more vampires, the more were creatures and cursed entities you're gonna have in the world. The younger the world, the more pre-creation creatures will still be alive. So like epic beasts, titans, demons, dragons, that sort of thing. It really depends. Do you want Clash of the Titans? Or do you want, you know, necromancy and zombies? It's an interesting trade-off. You've never heard that before? I mean, it's just logic, because there's a limited number of forgotten beasts and a limited number of dragons and hydras and those bigger creatures. Like, there's a limited number of them, right? Like, at the start of World Gen, the world populates with those, and then they slowly die off as the world goes, right? So if you're playing in, like, an 800-year-old world, there probably isn't a Bronze Colossus left, right? I mean, there might be, and if there is, he's got 800 kills. But generally, like, you're not going to see, you know, that sort of thing. But if it's a really young world, there probably isn't a vampire. Like, if you start a fort at year 5, I'd be willing to bet there probably isn't a single were creature or necromancer in that entire world. Or vampire. Yeah, that too. Also, younger worlds, it's less likely people will show up to steal your artifacts because there's no villainous organizations that have formed yet. How do you store cups and goblets in dining halls? Am able to get them in taverns, but not dining halls? Well, there's no manual way for them to store them in dining halls. I just let them grab them from the nearest finished goods bin or stockpile and carry them over to the dining halls. I just don't worry about it, usually. Like, generally, that's what I do. Just ignore it. Let them figure it out. But you can just make goblet stockpiles. They're under finished goods, so just, you know, do that. That sounds really time-consuming amongst junk. But Necromancer, once you've paused World Gen, like once World Gen is done, certain things can't, like, form anymore. So new sites and locations can form, but villainous plots can't begin, right? So if you just start a fortress and you're just sitting there domesticating dragons or whatever you're doing at year 20, and you make it to, let's just say, year 250, there won't be, and you're still playing in the same fort, there won't be any Necromancer towers that have spawned. There won't be any people getting cursed, because that can only happen during World Gen while the game's doing its thing in behind the scenes. So if you retire that fortress and then go make a new fortress, a bunch of that'll roll forward and a bunch of new sites will pop up. But I mean, it doesn't really work that way. Like, Dwarf Fortress is like a awesome dream game, but while you're actually in game, certain things are limited. So unfortunately, I don't think it quite works the way that you'd want it to there. Could it be rest? Is that why I'm so sleepy all the time? Is the name of a book that flew by. There's a place called Cusp Pulleys. Never underestimate maps in the economy as a book. Yeah, fair. Star charts, a quandary. Well, I mean, if you want, 250 years is a good amount. 100 to 250 years is a good amount because you get a good variety, right? I tend to skew young worlds because Forgotten Beasts are fun. But, you know, at the end of the day, just kind of pick your end date and go hamsters, right? Well, you'd need necromancy to make necro dragons, wouldn't you? Also, you can't domesticate undead things, and all undead animals are aggro to the player. So, if you're talking about domesticating dragons, and if you're talking about necromancy, these are two different things. Well, I mean, you didn't make a mistake, 10C, but you'll get a very different kind of world if you let it run longer. Also, I was going to let this go to like 300, but apparently I said it's 250. I wish there was a keep going button. The Torches of Impunity. Well, I'm quite okay with the Cyclopean domain and the Forest of Beauty on the continent of Relics in this tropical coniferous forest. Let's go see what it looks like. But first it saves the world. I didn't look at the region number. I just want to know what that location looks like. So I'm going to do a quick embark and then I'm going to quit without saving. And if we like the way it looks, then we'll roll with it. Intelligent undead animals? Having dealt with the war training systems before, I'm glad they're not, because that would be obnoxious to deal with. It's almost time to play my cable bill again. It's hard to believe it's been 5 months. Almost time to play my cable bill again. My cable bill? What? You pay your cable bill every 5 months? I don't know how paying cable bills work. Undead Opossum? Well, mod your video game then. You can mod all zombies to be friendly. Speaking of necromancy, what's up, a shady necromancer? How's 2023 treating me? Treating me? All right. So far. What's the elevation of this? Okay, that's pretty steep. The problem is getting some sand. And this ocean is way too far away. Oh, okay. So this is the area that's Untamed Wilds, is this temperate savanna. and that tiny little piece of the ocean in the middle. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that Untamed Wilds in there. It's too far away. But could get some of this in there. Well, thank you, Nuzzle. Yeah, I think it's too far away from the ocean, so we can't get the ocean into this. Unless I make a really weird, tall shape, which I don't really want to do. Well, let's just see what it looks like. And you too, Raphael. Oh, wow, it's one of these. Nice wagon parking spot, guys. All right. Yeah, there's plenty we could do with this. What do you think, chat? Do we do a careful embark here? Seeing day sight? What's a day sight around the edge of the mountain? Mountain go all the way up to there? We found the lava. All right. Wanderlust. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Oh, that should have been a resub message. Oh. Makes a lot more sense now. Was it always in the middle? Yep. Yeah, no, carts have always been like middle-ish of the map. Or as close to the middle of the map as they can get. Although, at some point in the future, you'll be able to drive your map to your starting location. Or you'll be able to drive the wagon at the starting location. How about next time not embarking on the volcano rim? I mean, I could go a little further up towards the peak or down towards the base. There's so many planned features for this game, I could probably just sit here and rattle off planned features that sound amazing for a while, but how many of them will actually make it into the game, Rotten Roadkill? That's the better question. Hello, Arrow, though. It was bedtime for you? You can stick around? VOD's up on YouTube if you want to go watch it. But it's not yesterday anymore. It's now today. That's our volcano down there. It is hot, so we won't get any snow. So let's see. Who's our civilizations? Well, there's the Symmetric Tours. There's the Snarling Channel. They're too far away. That's the last fork that we built, the Snarling Channel. There's these guys. Wait, the Arch of War. Okay, that's a really good name. And then there's this one over here, the Quakes of Artifice. I think the Symmetric Tours is probably the best. King Oz Yawn Clasps. Flesh is a prison and you can't get back to sleep. You don't want to hear my actual response to that, so I won't say it. But good day, Al. How are you? The saddest change to date was the mass extinction of wagons. Yeah, no, it's so sad that wagons just can't continue to prosper like they have previously. So, I'm noticing a problem with this area, chat. There's nothing else happening. There's just dwarves here. There's humans over here. It appears that the goblins are hostile, and there is a terrifying tower down here. There is hostile goblins up here, so that's okay. The problem is this actual location, there's just nothing going on. You're sure the caves will keep me busy? It's a volcano. I don't need to dig to the caves. New map? Yeah, I might be agreeing with you on that one. No, I'm good, Darius. I don't really feel like doing that. God, I haven't thought about World Box in a minute. It is a cool spot, but let's generate another world. Well, I mean, it's not a that it wouldn't be fun. There would be fun. Fun isn't really a concern. It's just I want some neighbors. I want fun on a strict timeline, not fun on a when I decide to pop it, because then you guys know me, I will wait 5 streams before I attack anybody. Yeah, the lack of sand kind of blows. Oh, well, that's no good. Is there another volcano? 2 split up. I don't need iron or sand, but one or the other would be nice. I don't need both. $3 AM too warm. You got the beginning-ish of line stream, so that's cool. Well, 3 AM, oh boy. And there's another volcano in the middle of the ocean. Stop doing that. Stupid game. Yeah, I don't know. I like volcanoes to be a weird, rare anomaly on maps, and so it's kind of like rolling a nat 20 when you get a perfect volcano site, so. Just looking at the world map and seeing it being like 98% volcanoes is like, come on. I don't really want to turn up the volcano generation unless I need to. It's also awesome how infrequently Dwarf Fortress crashes during this process now. It used to crash all the time during this process. What kind of volcano is that, game? The fuck, man? Very icy volcano. Actually, that is a really cool spot, though. But it's inaccessible to, like, everything. No, there was multiple cool volcano sites on the last map, yeah. Yep, just going through the redo process. Mice nerd, but yeah, we're getting there. You want to watch a launch that's at 1:24 AM and the day after you're free because Dutch King's birthday day stuff? Oh, well, that's good. Shoutouts to Blind having more mods around. Ooh. Heavy aquifer, though. Ooh. Ooh. Exclamation point goal. Command's been updated. That's promising. Because it's a heavy aquifer. Here's the thing, right? Heavy aquifer is totally fine in this instance. Totally fine. And the reason it's totally fine is I can seal it with lava. I can dig around it because I have a volcano. Oh no, I'm not super concerned about trees. You can... Chat, you guys do know that you can dig entirely around aquifers via a volcano, right? You just dig right next to the volcano and you go right past the aquifer, right? Like, if you settle on a volcano, there's effectively no aquifer on the map. You know that, right? You can't tell if it's on the Badlands or the Shrubland, and we won't know until we get there. The actual concern is, are there dwarves on this island? Hold on. Pause. Pause! Okay, so there are. They're just a little further south. This is gonna be like Mount Frickin' Doom. The Ash of Skins. Mm-mm. 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 Let's continue generating. Dwarf integer. What's up, Dr. Rick? You're fighting with a heavy aquifer right now and you're wishing that you had a volcano? What's your preferred strat for getting through it, Doctor? The ambiguous entrancing. The immoral lies of the reclusive ghoul destroyed something. Oh, we got a dragon. And I missed it. But there is a dragon. Something the sizzling. Oh, it's your first time dealing with one. Oh, does your map freeze every winter? Because if you're in a cold biome, just wait for it to freeze. Otherwise, start building pumps. Or you could build a cork. Their current strat is throwing bodies at it. Well, those won't fill the holes. Well, I guess they kind of do. They fill the holes with depression. They don't fill the holes with anything productive. This is such a strange notification I just got from Twitch. So Twitch is running a webinar on a Tuesday at 10 a.m., which I will never be able to go to. They do these all the time, and they're always on Tuesdays at 10 a.m., which is like right now. So I will literally never be able to go to any of these ever. And they have this one, which literally is titled, Learn How to Monetize or Block Pirated Content. What? I'm so confused about this entire sentence. What do you mean by that exactly, Twitch? Covering all of the things related to content ID on YouTube and Twitch. What? Maybe that's just weird wording, but the hell? I think it's just weird wording. I think they're trying to, like, explain how to get around getting content ID strikes on Twitch, which is very simple. Don't play pirated music and don't watch movies. Simple. But it's a trap. This is an official Twitch webinar, so I think it's just weird wording. Yeah, maybe, but there's a hyphen and a ... in this notification on Twitch from 2 minutes ago, so I don't know. Oh, okay, yeah, that actually would make sense. You person whose username looks Polish and I can't pronounce, but yes, that does sound correct. It's probably for when people are stealing your content. Also, I think I found Dwarf Fortress's edition of Australia. Have a look at this. Treasure Egg. That's a good name. This is Australia. Yeah, I found Dwarf Forts Australia. Also, there is a lot of goblins right here. That was a very short walk. That's it. That is a lot of... This is an evil island. There's got to be, like, a demon on this island somewhere who's just, like, going on murder sprees all the time. So this is where we're going to be living. I'm a little scared to keep this world generating. Is there any necro towers? I haven't seen any. There's a dark goblin. Hold on. What's the name of that? Chat... The Dark Goblin Fortress of Toe Thief. This world is perfect. Not the Toe Thief. They're here to steal your toes. That's a very funny name. Okay, what else do we have around here? Ecru Demon. You see, that's much more normal. Profane Dredged. Sinful Bloat. Doomed Echoes. Yep. Weaver Menace. Seduced Brim. These are all very Goblin Pits names. But man, Toe Thief, that's peak. That's pretty good. Considering there's like Wicked Fastens down there, but Toe Thief, man. Yeah, they'll only be able to count to 9 if we take their big one. Fact, Fog. You would not want someone to be able to steal your toe. No, same. Dabbling Slosh? Wait, really? Is the name of it? Yeah, oh, yeah, it is Dabbling Slosh. They're dabbling in slosh. All right, well, I'm going to let this generate maybe another 30 years. Choose Social Animals was created in Glowing Basin by an elf. I think that Toe Thief might have just sold this world. Here comes an invasion force from Toe Thief. Get your boots on. But Stone, our uniforms are set so that we can't replace our clothing, meaning we can't equip our high boots. Whatever shall we do? Choose social animals or hardcore carnivores? Oh, true, yeah. Carnivorous propaganda, they would say. Something to that extent. Death to Toe Thief. We must stop them. You know, honestly, if I set the fortress goal to defeat the Toe Thief, knowing my luck when we get into this map, we're going to find out that Toe Thief has, like, 20,000 population. New Light of Day. Of course, it was Discourse on the City. I love the names of books in Dwarf. The Brown Adventure constructed Umber Irons. Whoop. The dwarf Olon Weaken Basins became the king of the distant trade in the late, what year was that? In 225. That's exciting. I'm kind of waiting for a Necromancer Tower to pop up around here. You already did a brown adventure today. Yeah, that was my part of my morning routine. That's the part they never tell you on those, like, preppy broy channels where they're just like, yeah, part of my morning routine is sitting on the toilet for 5 minutes. Sending the Browns to the Super Bowl. Somebody pillaged Ape's Mist? I wonder if they missed. This island feels ripe for a Necromancer Tower. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that there isn't one yet. At least not in the upper half. There might be one in the lower half. Start your day with meeting. That's just a work from home book. Explorations of maps and the economy. I'm gonna pause again and peek around, see if there's... Okay, so there is necromancy. There's ore strokes. That's a double entendre. With a very long stream name. What? Is that clip animal? Okay, I love this tiny little sinister island. It's a rocky wasteland. It's called the Fated Desert, the Island of Scenarios. It's just kind of haunted. So yeah, no, there is necromancy down here. There's one down here. And there's a very big dwarven civ down here. They're just all down here. You know, this area is called the Land of Severing. And I would just like to point out that the biggest goblin fortress in the Land of Severing is Toe Thief. I'm just going to remind everybody of the existence of Toe Thief once again. That's our plot here. What? the land of Severing against Toe Thief. Oh no. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer for another necromancer tower that's a little closer. I'm also kind of worried that they're gonna put a goblin fort right on the volcano. It is prime real estate after all. The humans are building roads, which is fun. And crash, no? Okay. Hello, Porcelet. We've discovered a goblin fortress called Toe Thief. And a volcano in the middle of it with a heavy aquifer, which we're probably going to settle on. So I'm going to let this run till just under year 300, I think. Because I want there to be some necromancer experiments in this world. Also, the Momentous Universe is a really good world name, too. Well, I mean, the whole... Well, so here's the thing. I've stated this twice. And I will state it a third time. Volcanoes completely negate aquifers. If you dig right next to the volcano, there's no aquifer. It doesn't touch the edge of the aquifer. Unless they've changed that, which I don't think they have. So, I should be able to just dig right next to the volcano and be fine. New necromancer place founded? Where? I don't see it. I'm sure it's here somewhere. Where? I no see it. Unless you're talking about just this, which is rare, but I don't see one around here. Faith, fact or fiction? An introduction to the moon. I would like to be introduced to the moon. Yeah, so getting through the aquifer is going to be trivial. Let's take a peek. It's pretty busy down here. Still just the one necromancer tower, though. Not seeing another one. The Age of Legends? Oh, we're in the second Age of Legends. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Let me double check the wiki. That's actually not super common. I think Legends... I think it's under calendars. All right. Age of Legends. Number of living powers and mega beasts is 1/3 of what it was when the world began. There's just a necromancer housing complex. I feel like that's most of the necromancer towers. No, it means the other creatures died back a bit. And beasts caught up. Yeah, I think, how's the year 281 sound to you guys? Does that ring nicely in your heads? Thinking we use the world as it is now? Oh, did I continue generating? Ah, there we go. Play now. I'm going to do a quick embark. We're going to take a look. And if we like the location, then I will quit without saving, and we'll jump back to the main menu and then dive in properly and take a look. $281? You mean 182? Also, wouldn't it be Nelik? Blink backwards doesn't work very well. Is there a place called Just Three Knives? Unlikely, because the numbers don't exist really in that format in location names. Called the Absolute Tools. Must have been a bunch of Tool fans. They were big enough Tool fans, they go to Pussifer concerts. Yeah, pretty much. It's like someone tried to spell knife and like had a seizure halfway through. Hell. Tool is pretty cool, but I mock Tool fans constantly because it's easy and they get mad. Also, holy balls. Well, I found the Necromancy Glut. Necromancer Tower, 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 Necro 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 Tower. They're all just slightly north and on a different continent. Which means I don't think they can get to us. So comparatively, we're in the good side. The fenced cloister is kind of a mess up there. The tuft urns looks like where we're going to be.
Towers have started a franchise?
Oh, absolutely. Also, can I just say the tuft urns, my dwarven faction that I want to settle as, with King as Flang Snarls, that's definitely a goblin. This faction has 14,000 people in it. It's a big faction. No, I'm not going to build a bridge. This is going to be fun enough here. How would a goblin become king? Read the lore and find out. Okay, let's just go take a look at this volcano. I don't like doing long, skinny maps, unless I need to, and I generally don't. Well, that's a pretty cool spot. It's actually got snow. And there are some cacti down at the bottom. A little stream. This is doable. Was there no heavy aquifer? I didn't actually look. I just wanted to look at the Embark itself. Yeah, no, this is 100% doable. I don't even need the river there. We don't even need to worry about that. I could just go a little further south, and we could just make it a more normal size map. But yeah, this is a good volcano. We can do that. What a quaint little volcano. I know, right? All right, so start a new game. The Momentous Universe Region 2. So steep, damn right. Cute Fire Mountain. Yeah, it's a spicy rock tip. What's up, Knot? Ba-da-bum-bum. Actually, something I'm gonna do real quick. Jump over to the save file. doing a thing real quick. For those of you up on the Discord. If you jump over to save sharing, I'm uploading this world save. If anybody wants to go dig into it, it's up on Discord now. All right. Skip tutorial, naturally. You want me to read the word story? Now? Okay. We demand potatoes. Internet troubles elephants as they don't know how to facilitate fruitful exchanges amongst other chatters or comrades. Stray dogs dream of home. Aww. Scandalous coffee slurpers ruin the morning. They disrespect the way of... All caught up. All right. So we are going to be the the tufted urns down here. And we're going to be settling here. I wonder if this is reachable. Probably. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it doesn't have the heavy aquifer. So then where is the heavy aquifer? Oh, I see. The heavy aquifer is on the creek up here. On the stream. So this actually is not heavy aquifer. But it is still gold, iron, silver, copper, zinc, lead. Trees are scarce and vegetables are scarce. I don't need the river. No, I don't. I do not need the river. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to settle on the river. Also, the river is where the sand is. So I don't need the river, but I do need the edge of the river. So we should go 5x5 at the very least and go up to there. Do you guys want me to have the stream? Or, because I'm kind of thinking maybe we should center the volcano a little bit more. And just have like one tile up there. Yeah, well, we can have the edge of the river biome, like this top bit here. These top tiles, sand, 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 sand right there. So I could do this. This would give us a spot. That, or I could just make it 6x6. We could just do that. Although the question, like, do I want a laggy fort? I don't know. Like, I've done enough laggy fort. Although there is that that SDL2 stuff is supposed to give us a 80% frame rate increase, 5x6. I like doing perfect squares. Kind of bothers me when they're not. It's just a me thing. So, like, yeah, we could do this, which is basically the biome that we had previously. I think I like that. We'll go with this. And we'll settle down around... Do we need water? No, but I need sand, which is close to the water. We going big? When do I not? When do I not? I'm going to go take a real quick toilet break, chat. And then we're going to start building this. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
Who has a sword? Careful, that's a deadly weapon. I hope that they have a license for that. All right. Anyway. But, Polly, it's good to see you. Hopefully the ads weren't obnoxious. All right, so now that we're back, I think I'm just gonna go with my favorite 7 peasants, where I don't give anybody any skills. Like, that's fine. What could possibly go wrong? I didn't actually look. Were the goblins hostile? I'm assuming they are. Let's just bring like 6 picks. I'm gonna type in wood. We're gonna go find wood. And we're just gonna bring some almond wood logs. The reason I'm doing almond wood logs is I want some beds, and I don't feel like chopping down a ton of trees. Let's bring some squawkers, some pigs, 2 sows, and a boar. And, time to delve. Let me know if you find anything cool. Let's bring geese. Goose and gander. Avagander. I've never had a challenge command. I have, however, had a goal command. I would recommend trying the goal command instead of the challenge command, because challenge won't do anything. Goal will. Sure. Just all of the extra booze, so I don't need to worry about booze. Is generally the way I like to do this. And we'll just leave everything else just at default, I think. The geesening, yes. We're gonna geesen the competition. Let's put the rest into logs. Then, I don't know, 2 extra plump helmet spawn. Should be plenty. So, we need a fortress name. Boat guy. This is not a boat. Pulley granite, tooth golds, dwelling lenses, bulbous inked. Shouldn't you use steel anvil and not iron? That would just cost me an extra 200 points. So, no. Why would I need steel? Both are lava safe. Iron boots. I mean, yeah. I mean, we are the adversary to toe thief. How about diamond? I'm not calling it diamond toes. Diamond foot. Nah, people are going to think that this is a foot fetish stream. Diamond boots. I don't think heel is a word. Yeah, no, it's not. Better we could call it diamond fire. Or we could just call it like Heatstone. Magma steps? The reason I say Heatstone is that is actually a line from Drinking Industry. It's a very in-lore line. Diamond hammer? Hot boot? I'm a big fan of Heatstone right now. Basic, but it works. I also like chat room. Have I done a volcano fort since the very beginning of this version of the game. Because I don't think I've done a volcano fort since December. Send it. It's like we've done forts with plenty of lava shenanigans, but I don't. So yeah, I think we should just go with something simple. Heatstone. Show. Group name. The Vessel of Harmonies. Boot. Oh. The Fire, First, Bloody, Blue, Black, Blind, Bad, Bald, Annual, Art. The Armored Boots. Heatstone is a vibe? Yeah, snakes love it. Warm rock. Most crafts are artificial. Find me in a natural craft. I kind of like the idea of the armored boots. So we are the armored boots. And it can be an image of... Okay, fine. An image of dwarves. And... I need to go to object. Let's do high boot. The dwarves are praying to the high boot? I you know, armadillos, Nerev, and the movie El Dorado are like completely locked in my brain. Crushing a goblin? How about a little bit more dramatic? This is an image of dwarves, a high boot, and a dragon. The dwarves are praying to the high boot. The high boot is devouring the dragon. It's like a giant mouth on the end of it. It's like, bleh. I think that works. The Mirror of Blades is not the name of this thing. Crystalline Fury. The Helmed Alliance. Nope. 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 The Mechanical Virtue. Sure. Naturally. Oh, the dwarves are laughing. Of course. The boot is screaming. The dragon is dead. So this is an image of dwarves, a high boot, and a dragon. The dwarves are praying to the high boot. The high boot is devouring the dragon. The dwarves are laughing. The boot is screaming. Yes, the high boot is screaming and the dragon is dead. The dragon is smeared out. Is it smeared out into a spiral? All right, well, that's our symbol. So now the question is, do I... you know what? Screw it. We'll be a bunch of miners. It's a calm biome, though, so I'm not super worried about having to have combat on these dudes. Let's just do miners and 2 masons. You dream of mastering a skill. You dream of raising a family. You dream of mastering a skill. So you here can get fighter. And you two can also get fighter. And I'm going to take you off of minor. I'm going to give you something else. Because I don't want conflicts. Let's go. I don't know. Stonecutter. Give you mining points. All right, that'll be fine. So that's our fort, I think. Once we get in, we can turn on the naming of dwarves and all that jazz. We have Unal, Besmer, Id, Doran, Yushat, Locum, and Besmer. Also, chat, do you guys notice anything funky about these dwarves? Maybe not funky, but anything kind of curious about these dwarves. Only one of them's a male. The rest of them are all ladies. Normally it's like 3 and 4 or something. One lucky dwarf or very unlucky dwarf. Maybe he's gay. He exhibits a profound politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of decorum when possible. All right, well. Dwarf harem comedy? Highly doubtful. All right. Round of beers for ladies' night, I suppose. Booty Fort go? Oh, wow. I didn't realize that would keep that menu there. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kes Benhavakur. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the jaguars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Vashlam. Heatstone. Striketh the earth. You had an Embark with 7 lady dwarves. So I once had an... okay, I was going to say, how do I make that menu disappear?
Strike the earth.
I once had a Embark with 7 lady dwarves. My wagon is dead. With 7 lady dwarves, and then every single one of the gods was like, it's the god of pregnancy, represented by a male dwarf, and this is the god of like love and marriage, represented by a male dwarf. And it was like all of these gods that were just like representing male dwarves, and all were represented by male dwarves, and all of the migrants we got were female. It ended up being like, we had this weird headcanon that it was like, okay, only ladies can go into the military. The god of war was a lady god. It was a fun fort. Also, I really like this Embark. The fact that it's like half covered in snow like this is super neat. We got all this diorite walls. Got sandy loam, sandy clay, dense pebble clay. I also really like this. Look at this. So I have a problem that I'm going to run into at this fort really quick. Apparently, we are at peace with the goblins. That's not going to last. Also, chat, I got bad news about Toe Thief. Also, good win, Lucky Soft. Jeez. That's a lot of goblins. Like, that's a lot of goblins. Also, Seduced Brim has 10,000. The cruelty of Twilight. I agree. The existence of that series is very cruel. What else do we have? Okay, so Wicked Fastens only has 10,000. Only has 1,000. And they have Secret Goblin. I expect that Secret Goblin is just like a Secret Garden fan fiction novel. Leads to tons of breeding. I mean, maybe. We're also allied with the humans, which is interesting. Obviously, it's an unstable piece that will soon fall over. All right, well. So something I need to do here is we need to go over to difficulty. Boom, boom. Although, actually, hold on. I'm going to go custom settings, and I'm still going to nerf the cavern critters because I don't want to deal with them. Where is it? Forgotten beasts, mega beasts, were creatures, invasion cap, soldiers attack, blah 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 blah. Why am I not seeing you now? What does hard economy do? It makes everything value like basically if you're going to make a guild hall instead of it costing I think it's what 5,000 value to make or 10,000 value, it's 10,000 value and 30,000 value. Cavern Dweller, that's what I'm looking for. 5. And 5. Okay, so there's still Cavern Dwellers. They're just very infrequent. So I need to do 2 things right now. One of them is this. Snail, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or rather, which one would you like? There's only 7, so... Cheers, animal. Enjoy your lurkiness. We will see you when we see you. Also, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in for, fancy new fort today. Appreciate all of you. Large number of people here today. It's more than we've had in a couple weeks. Thanks since we started the last fort. Funny how that works, right? All female dragons have been killed. I mean, we did have an image of us. The image of this fort does include the murder of a dragon. Rev,
New
thanks for the
fort
dog.
hype. Cheers.
Just that you want to be the one dude. you would like to be the one dude in the fort? Okay. The one with the beard. The dwarf with the beard. Thank you very much for the bits, Darius. The 9 pennies. No, don't stop giving me pennies. I know my German is very convincing. All right. So Snail is going to be my militia commander, I think. Snail exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette. Thank you very much for gifting a subscription, Freehold Boreas, to 10 TC. And he has no ambition whatsoever. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to trust others, and he likes to take it easy. He is quick to anger, and he tends to not hold on to grievances. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He scratches his head when he's nervous, and he tends to stare unwaveringly when he's speaking to somebody. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and grumbles only, and he likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at cruddy weather. Why did the wagon break? Because the map is too steep. We was supposed to be a 3-hour tour, and unfortunately our wagon got beached because the map was so steep they got stuck. Thanks for the 18 pennies, Blood Odin, and thanks for gifting another sub to a shady necromancer, Freehold Boreas. Appreciate you, dude. He dreams of mastering a skill, and he likes ash glaze, copper, black zircon, jaguar bone, the color rose, crossbows, and display cases and sheep for their tendency to flock. The words of the saber of sieging and the sound of the wonder of lilacs and the sight of the poetic glosses of impossible for us to consume bat ray and leeks and carrot wine and can't stand hamsters. He has a very long beard, which is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is braided, and his round brass eyes are very wide set. His teeth are tangled. His ears are splayed out. His hair is charcoal, and his skin is Shinimon. And he worships coal. Loudnish. That. All right, so now once again, we have a camel, apparently. Actually, what animals are on the map? Are there animals? I'm sure there's animals on the map. There's got to be animals. Ah. Well, it's a good thing it's not 2011 because there's carp on the map. Tangled teeth? Ugh. I'd be hunted for it. I love that carp are still, like, completely unreadable. Carp stands up? No, it doesn't. Ooh, tetrahedrite. You once had a volcano tube extend 5 layers above the terrain, and the dwarves and their supplies started precariously balanced on their own. Oh, while we were exploring for other spots to start, that happened, yeah. Native gold. More native gold. Lights. So I'm thinking we start somewhere in this trench. Because this is awesome. Well, you know, lungfish don't care about your private space and will just inhabit wherever, right? Because 2011 carp had no cap on the amount of strength that they could gain from, you know, existing and swimming, and they would just like exponentially gain strength. Although I don't know exactly what year it was, but the whole thing with carp was they would just exponentially gain strength, and it was kind of like, you know, the Gandhi bug in Civilization. Well, the Gandhi bug was Gandhi was so peaceful that eventually he would hit -1 peacefulness and would loop back around to 99 anger. And then would just start nuking everybody mid-late game in Civ. In this game, it was the carp would just eventually get so strong that they would stand up and run across the dirt and eat your dwarves. And they're about the same size as a dwarf, which means like a fully strengthened up carp back in the day was like a unstoppable killing force. That's not actually real, the Gandhi bug is? Yeah, it is. It's from Civ 1. Or, sorry, Civ 2. Not Civ 1. I played against it. Absolutely is real. How does it feel using the dig tool again? Liberating. And if you want to experience Nightmare Carp, just simply go install the mod that puts them back into the video game. Elephants back in the... Elephants are still angry murder machines. I'm not using DF hack. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm using DF hack. It's a bug that they turned into a feature. Yep. No, they acknowledged it. They nerfed it and then acknowledged it as a feature. Boozehammer, who or what am I giving a dwarf to? Prue, welcome back for a second month. If you mark several bedrooms as a bedroom, will your dwarves claim individual rooms? Your dwarves will, every dwarf except for, I say except for, pretty much every dwarf with the exception of, I'm completely blanking on the word that I'm looking for here. With the exception of hunters will automatically claim bedrooms because hunters sleep outside. So hunters are too cool. A shady necromancer gets a dwarf. All right, well, I will just simply take whoever pops up on the happiest list. I love how Snail is the most upset. Also, Snail's the one with fishing. We should probably remove such a terrible labor from Snail. All right. So you say a shady necromancer. Happiest dwarf goes to a shady necromancer who is Besmer, who is also not a necromancer. Sling knowledge, Besmer. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is extremely confident in herself in situations regarding her skills. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she tends to avoid any crowds, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has an active sense of humor. She has little time, she likes a little excitement now and again. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she becomes very focused during conversations. And when she's angry, she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Dreams of raising a family. Personally finds maintaining decorum to be a silly and fumbling waste of time. And she sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Besmere likes mica, sterling silver, resin opal, the wild boar bone, bags and cavies Wow, I lost my spot. Bags and cavies for their 3 toes. There we go. And the words of the amethyst of deserts, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume turkey, and prickleberries, and longland beer, and donkey's milk, and quinoa flour, and rope reed seeds. And absolutely hates bark scorpions. Her ears are very splayed out, and her lips are very thick. Her hair is somewhat greasy. Her short hair is neatly combed. Her amethyst eyes are round, and her head is somewhat short. Her ecru skin is wrinkled, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her eyelashes are short, her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her hair is charcoal with a touch of gray. You know that cavies only have 3 toes, right? Like that's just how their bodies work. Okay, so I'm going to get rock blocks going right here. I'm actually going to make 2 of these workshops right next to each other. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to dig a diagonal hallway down to here, and I'm going to start basically channeling out this area. I'm thinking we're just going to build on layer 45. Layer 45 is going to be our fort layer. I'm going to make this a 2-tile tall entryway. I'm going to make this a 2-tile tall entryway. So I'll have to destroy these workshops shortly. I'm going to build a drawbridge across here. I think is what we're going to do there. So I will build a ramp out here. You're allowed to have the toe thief joke. Damn it, as you said. But yeah, I think that we're going to build this all on 1 layer. I've kind of got some dumb ideas that I'm not going to blab about too loudly right now because I'm not entirely sure how hard this map is going to be. So I don't know how many of them will be necessarily achievable. But I have some dumb ideas for defenses for this fort that could be fun. Like, what if there was a room with a bunch of pressure plates on it, right? And different pressure plates were connected to different spots in the ceiling that would dump globs of lava into the room. Like, they're walking into the room, and the room has... Now, a room directed by Tommy Wiseau, any button to start. So it's like... Kind of like you step on the different spots, and then it just dumps lava on your head. So the further they get in, the more lava they get dumped on them, until eventually I just pull a lever and flood the whole thing. That could be fun. I'm also, I don't know, kind of in a mood for minecarts again. And it's been a while since we've done shotguns, so maybe something shotgun-esque could happen. We did not hit her. Well, that's good that you didn't hit her. That would be bad. I think you shouldn't hit ladies. So, yeah, I'm kind of, I like the Indiana Jones kind of traps, you know? Also, I found hematite. Fucking, I'm so used to having sparse stuff. It's weird to have non-sparse stuff. To go to war with the goblins while his ludicrous traps take care of invading armies. Yeah, the problem is getting your dwarves back into your fort when the invading armies happen to be there at the same time. But that's the only real issue there. What color is rhyolite? Need 21. Well, let them do a few more. We found more marble. Does it build up when it cools? Only if it touches water. So that's only an issue if it's like, you know, being dumped on water. Also, yeah, I'll just leave the title as New Fort. I was thinking about maybe updating it, but and some red zircons. Indiana Jones is your favorite art film. I've never heard Indiana Jones described as an art film before, but you know what? I'm here for it. Okay, so what I think I'm going to have to do is shush you. You know what's funny? This was a bad idea up until just now, but what if I just made a all stockpile? And then, like, I don't know, removed stone and wood. I can actually make an all stockpile now for starters. Let's also make a mechanics workshop down there. And right next to it here, I'm going to make a wood stockpile. And let's curve this. Is there a way to set an infinite work order? Set the number of items that they're going to make on the work order to 0, and then it sets it as infinite. So if you're in the manager screen, literally just go into that screen and set it to 0. That'll give you a no questions asked infinite work order that will cancel a bunch, but if you don't mind seeing these pop up here, then you're good. Does magma naturally cool? Not really. Only if it's a shot like 2 of 7 or 1 of 7 deep? 1 of 7 deep. Question. Guys, how to deal with enemies caught in traps? Crush them with a drawbridge. Like, if you mean like cage traps, like crush them. Like, realistically, that unfortunately is kind of the only thing you can do with them. Weird room layouts? You have weird room layouts. If you think mine are weird, you should see yours. Sheesh. Speak for yourself. Yeah, if you release the prisoners in your if you build the cages that the prisoners are in your barracks where your military is training, attach them to a lever and then pull the lever, it'll release them from the cage, so you can use them for training. Is there a command for mods? I'm using 0 mods, so no. And DF hack isn't a mod, so. This is vanilla. You watched me generate the world, so I didn't load any mods when I generated the world. Right now, the dwarves are just bringing stuff down. I think I'm actually a little bit worried about is I don't... Okay, there is actually some stuff growing down here. There's barley, prickleberries. Okay, there is stuff growing. That's good. A little bit concerned for a moment there, but we got black sand as well. Yeah, I mean, when and if the total overhaul mods I enjoy come back, I will play those, but I don't expect Mushroom Kingdom to be out for anytime soon, really. That thing is still a ways off. Does bladeweed grow here? I didn't see any. You used caged creatures to train your bronze colossus caged inside your count's bedroom wall. Man, it's gotta be a loud wall. It's gonna be a fun embark, I think. Boreas, it's gonna be a fun embark. Most of these dwarves are just hauling stuff, so we'll follow them. You can always rely on your family when everything else falls away. Satisfied remembering work. Satisfied at work. Satisfied talking with a friend. Satisfied at work. Who's your friend? Locum. And Snail. Snail's your close friend. Kosuoluthi Nemin is the god that this person worships. And is now hauling and nomming a cave lobster. Clubster, as we call them. Likes chickens. Ah, naturally. Much of a gobbler. All right, well, I'm going to make a generic meeting zone right here. At the very least, we have something. I will say the same thing I always say when people ask this question, karaoke. Exclamation point goal. Specific gimmicks? No. We're just playing with hard stuff on. We're just playing on mean difficulty. Like Moogie killing an angel? I mean, we're not going to see any angels anytime soon. Geese, on the other hand, significantly more terrifying. According to some people. So an ad's about to hit. I'm not really going to be doing much during that ad, so you're not going to miss much. But yeah, hopefully we get to see some wacky and wild things happening. That would definitely be cool. Definitely would be cool. Would be a big fan of that. There may be drakes in this world. Be careful out there. There might be male ducks. Whatever shall we do? They do have terrifying corkscrew penises, so we have to be careful about that. We're going to plop down a carpenter shop, and I'm going to make some beds. Wacky and wild are just a given in DF? Yeah. Watertight buttholes. Run! They'll take your toes, you fools. Looks like they finally finished hauling. Did I not assign all of the animals to go down here? Pretty sure I did. Oh, I see. They just brought the yak and the, the camel down here. You know, it's funny. When I first started streaming Dwarf like super actively, there was a few people who were like, "Embark with a drake, it's a dragon." I was like, "Drakes are not dragons, you doofuses." And they were like, "Damn it, he knows." Although, unfortunately, it's way less exciting in this version of the game because instead of it just being like a lowercase d and thinking that you have dragons in your fort for like the first few hours until suddenly realizing, oh no, that's a duck, because they're just like a lowercase d. Like, the number of people that actually played old school DF, embarked with dragons, or embarked with drakes thinking they were dragons, not realizing they were ducks, probably never figured out that they were just ducks and not, in fact, dragons. What a sad reality that would be. Realizing suddenly after hours of gameplay that the drakes that you embarked with were actually just a bunch of mallards. That guy right here. How long did you play before you realized that? You have a goblin snatcher who just came to visit your fortress, not in business? Oh, really? Well, I mean, he's on vacation. You must have a nice tavern. That must be worth visiting. You can embark with elephants now? I mean, you've always been able to embark with elephants. You just need a faction that has tamed elephants. Ooh, we've got magnetite, too. Got hematite, magnetite, gold. The Darth mod tile set. So, like, you installed a tile set to then suddenly come to the realization. Oh my god, that must have been awful. I'm so sorry. Like, my knee-jerk response is to laugh at you, but I feel bad. Okay, so we're going to do blocks all the way along here and all the way along here. I'm trying to decide if I like this color, though. We're going to have better colors shortly. Mica's a much nicer color. Yeah, but there's lots of other things that don't make sense in Dwarf Fortress numbers-wise. Like, you know, it's like, if drakes are 6 points, sure, totally. But there's plenty of other points-based things in Dwarf Fort that make absolutely no sense. That should be significantly cheaper / more expensive. But yeah, no, you are correct there. In ASCII, you just got the game. Hit escape, hit settings, click this bottom button. See? Use classic ASCII glyphs. Yes. The only problem is right now you can't zoom in and out. So you will get a frame rate bump, but you can't zoom in and out currently, which makes it virtually unplayable as far as I'm concerned. But yes, this is how you do it. All gold fort possible? I'm not going to do that, but it's not impossible. But there will be plenty of gold in this fort. But yeah, no, there's nothing making it inherently impossible. Considering there's gold, like, right there, but... I like the color of mica way more than this stuff. You always need to consult pictures? Practice. Practice makes references less useful. Okay, so you... Bed, 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 bed. It is now summer! Look at that. Summertime. Rough red zircons. Probably should just start cutting gems. That'll be an easy early trade. plop a trade depot down here. Just got to think about trading before we do much else. Jeweler. Their circles always end up like rhomboids? Rhomboids. I don't know what that is. Also, do I have mechanisms that are lava safe? I do. I can make obsidian mechanisms. Start making obsidian mechanisms. Let's also go bridge, raising. Let's go this way. Put those down first. Gronzi, are you telling chat in general or are you telling me? Because if you're telling me, that's adorable. If you're lazy, 10 TC. Well, thank you. I better be on my own. The thing is, like, I'm pretty allergic to backseating, and I've been playing this game on and off since 09. So when people tell me things like that, it's like, ah, yes, that's adorable. DF Hack works with Steam release? It's on Steam. Yeah, but yes, there's been versions of DF Hack for a couple of months now. But it's literally on Steam. So... All right, we've got our little entryway in. I can throw this in. There's a hole in the ceiling there, so let's do like right there. Let's do it this way. Yep, that too. Rex, what Panda said. I was more towards the question, you can make a fort out of gold. Ah, gotcha. That's what I was asking. Like, is that like intended for me or? Because really, like, I know how the economy in this game works. The modding community would be quick. They had a beta build of DF Hack out within like by mid-December, I want to say. Like there's been versions of current DF Hack for a while now. So my plan is to make this 2 levels high, so I kind of want to wrap it with blocks. I know that there's gold here, so I can always come back. Also, I'm not worried about gold because this is a pretty generous Embark for materials, so we're just going to throw these into the walls, and I should set this to repeating. I'm going to go around here, do that. Also, for anybody who maybe missed the announcement, on Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, being an hour and 15 minutes from now on Thursday, Bay 12 Games is going to be hanging out with me on stream, which means probably Tarn and maybe Zach while we talk about Dwarf Fortress things. Exclamation point Bay 12 Talks or Bay 12 Games, or is it Bay 12 Games Talks? I think it's Bay 12 Talks is the command I set up in chat. If you would like to send in a question to be asked. We will not be taking questions from chat, probably. We've only done that once before. So if you would like to get a question in, exclamation point Bay 12 Talks. You're a cheapskate? Twitch pays my bills. YouTube pays my internet bill. I don't know. I mean, I honestly, it's about the same. It all goes to the same place, right? It's like whatever you prefer. Whatever you're watching more, really. Support there. Because, like, you get perks for supporting on platforms, right? Do you want the little badge on YouTube? Do you already have YouTube Premium? Then just go with YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch a lot, there's ads every 30 minutes on Twitch. So, you know, pick where you want to get rid of the ad or get rid of ads or how you want to run your thing, and you do it. I mean, I get the most money from Patreon, but what does DF Hack do? This. It basically gives you a command line access in Dwarf Fort. I don't use any of this stuff, and I have all of it disabled. But if you want to just, like, completely disable stress, you can do that very easily. Also, I need to do something because I'm in a new world now. Seasonal. Sup, my petty? Thanks for the year. God damn, dude, that's a lot of time. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 1 year. It's been a long time. 12 months. How's things? To see what temperature tiles are? Yeah, I mean, I use it for cleaning stuff occasionally, but I don't like the way that it automates the game. Like, I've never liked using DFHack. I like that I can completely disable it with one command now, though. So it's running in case I need it, but it's just there. It allows a lot of automation things as well as basically just command line access. So it's good for cheating if you want to cheat, and it's also just useful for figuring out why something isn't working. Well, good to have you around the world of Twitch. Swedish EOD, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. And Boreas, thanks for gifting a sub to White Dog. Enjoy the subs, guys. Boreas is still just sitting here with a rifle. He's just got a squirt gun. Squirting people with that sweet, sweet subscription. Okay, so I don't want to do too much planning, but I'm thinking this area here approximately is going to be Fort Center. So if you happen to have a resub, now's a good time to pop it, because you'll start a hype train. Some migrants have arrived. Why? There's no fort yet. Don't go away. Why would you come here? What kind of migrants are we getting? Let's see. We've gotten a child. Excellent. A legendary jeweler. What, a legendary gem cutter? Would you look at that? Jumping Shark Walrus. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, as well as Mugwi. Thank you very much for gifting out 5 as well. That's 10 subscriptions. Raz, welcome back for 36th month. Why is this suspended? Although I do have a legendary gem cutter now, so a legendary jeweler. Look at that. Cool. You had a Dwarf go mad from a missed artifact because you forgot the burrow was stolen? God, that's the worst, isn't it? All right. I need to figure out where I'm going to put town center, essentially. I kind of want to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I kind of want to change direction of this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. So I want this to be 2 Z levels tall. What if we did a loop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What if we did a loop underneath this, and this area was the fort, but 2 Z levels tall, so we could see it? So 4 Z levels tall, I guess? This is going to take a little bit of building still. But I'm thinking we do this. I'm thinking we do this. Do volcanoes like that ever run out of lava? Nope. Bubbles up from the bottom. Oh, yeah, no. That's not a bad idea, actually. Just doing it with that dwarf specifically. Can I not do... yeah, I can. You... Cutter, gem cutter, gem cutter. Oh, there you are. I see. Automatically sorted to the top, of course. There you go. Done. Where's your Elfie Bean, Soul Stars? Elfie Bean, where are you? You're being summoned. Apparently. I've actually got a really neat idea. So I'm thinking this keeps going in a straight line and then loops back up and over, and that can be where the combat happens. And then we drop down this way and go underneath, and that'll be the way into the actual fort. We could put gem windows up there, looking down into the fort. It's going to be one of those forts where it's going to be, it's year 50, and I haven't started building the fortress yet because I'm still laying out the front lawn. All right, we're going to continue this out to here on this side. Also, hello, Casual. How's things? But thank you very much for the hype train and the 1,069 subscriptions.
This fort got more curves than BB Rexa.
I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is? But thank you very much for the $1, Boreas. So chat, there's a lot of names in chat I haven't seen in a minute. What you guys been up to? What have you been playing? Anything exciting recently, video games wise? Now, I might chisel this down a little bit more on this side. Go out one. Let's do that. Played Manifold Garden. Ooh, how was that? I remember looking at that game and going, this looks like it would give me some severe, like, motion sickness. So I skipped it. A lot of Total War 3. Good stuff. Enlisted. That seems permanent. All right, let's go up along the top here. RE2 remake. Yeah, that's a definitely one I'm hearing a lot of people playing. Putting a lot of time into. Chat rooms, thank you very much for the hype train. 14 subscriptions and $1. Still playing EverQuest. I mean, at least we're consistent about some things. Somebody is always playing EverQuest. No matter what's going on in the world, we can all take peace and refuge and know that no matter what is going on in the world, no matter how dire things seem, somebody is still playing EverQuest. Some things don't change. So, the more things change, the more things stay the same. Oh, that's good. Vacation is a good thing, Patty. You're back into playing a bit of GTA Online with friends and Rocket League? Gotcha. You acknowledge it's a problem when you close Rocket League and then reopen it out of habit. Do you ever have that happen, chat, where you're like, man, I don't feel like playing this game right now, and then you open the game up and then you play another round and you're like, but I don't feel like playing this game right now. I've done that a couple times recently with Crab Champions. I got to admit. It's like, I don't want to play this game. Then why am I still playing this video game? Yep. Stationeers. That is a game that I've been distantly fascinated by for a while. Okay, so we're down to 100 drink. That seems like not a lot. Fingers on West. Yeah, pretty. I mean, yeah, I can't. That's where my hand naturally rests on a keyboard now. Is fingers on WASD. It's like one hand on numpad, fingers on WASD. Slowly moves fingers off. It's like doesn't matter what you're doing on the computer. Like the natural resting position for your hand is always going to be fingers on WASD. Also, fingers on WASD isn't a like PC gaming podcast yet. It should be. Playing Gungeon again and Kepler. Did Kepler turn out well? I played that game in early access and it felt very bare bones, and then it released like 3 weeks later. And I was like, It's Diablo 2 with plastic surgery. That's one way to describe Diablo 2. Aegis. Which dwarf would you like? Bastet, I'm telling you, you spend all of your good luck getting first every day. I'm telling you. You want reg? Just normal regular dwarf? I'm assuming this is the reg you want. Yeah, the armor. Aegis. Aegis. It's been ages since we realized what we'd done. He has a profound sense of duty and obligation. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is very stubborn, and he forms only tenuous and rare emotional bonds with others, and he is curious and eager to learn, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is assertive, and he takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a greedy streak, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, he is greatly disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence and finds leisure time wasteful and dreams of raising a family. He likes pyrolusite, aluminum, quartz, hornbill, bone, and shields and armor stands and turkeys for their wattle, and giant orioles for their coloration and the sound of the meandering mother and the sight of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume puffin and banana beer, and absolutely hates rats. Aesthetics. His hair is extremely long and splayed out. His eyebrows are low. His brown skin is slightly wrinkled. His nose is slightly upturned. His hair is gold, and his eyes are brass. And he is fond when talking with a friend. He's a member of the Bejeweled Doctrine and a former member of the Gross Demon. Has anybody here downloaded this world? Who the heck is the Gross Demon? Somebody want to look that up? I'm assuming it's just a dwarven group, but like also for those of you watching right now, if you jump into my Discord and go to the DF Save sharing room, I uploaded a .rar file not super long ago called Current World April 25th .rar. If you download that, it's this world if you want to go read Legends. You miss Legends viewer every day. Yeah. Yeah. But liking the story and gen stuff? Okay. Part of the reason I've zipped it, too, is so that I can dive into it easier. There's actually features in Legends from vanilla Dwarf Fortress that I missed that didn't make it into this version, such as, like, the world map, where you can go through 10 years at a time. I missed that feature. So what I think I'm going to do... You know what? We're just going to do the one. And I'm going to go over top of it. I can do this manually later. Also, so that the dwarves actually have somewhere to sleep temporarily. And I'm also going to place a lever back here. Boreas, thank you very much for gifting a sub to any button to start. This is a very bare bones fortress currently. I'm kind of surprised the dwarves are as happy as they are, but you know, I guess they see the potential in Heatstone. Have I spent in Dwarf Fortress? Steam version, I have 689 hours. Before Steam, I don't know, the first time I installed the game was in 2009 sometime. So, according to a stat tracking site for Twitch, I've streamed about 10,000 hours of it. But I didn't start streaming it until, like, 2018, really? 2019 was when I really started streaming it. So, it's been a while. I don't know the exact number, to be honest. Too many? Yep. That's a accurate descriptor of how much time I play this game, and have played this game, is too much. And no matter how many hours I play at this game, sometimes I wonder why my game suddenly started lagging and why the dwarves aren't moving, and then realize it's paused. Doesn't matter how many hours I have in this game, I'm still gonna do that sometimes. We were working on a 1,000-year-old fort. Yep, that was a thing we did for a bit there. Make me obsidian mechanisms. We're gonna need a lot of them. 400 something, yeah. I think it was like 460 was like the final tally. I don't know. Oh yeah, no, this game still regularly surprises me. Like frequently, it surprises me still. Nothing's officially over. Shady. But is it permanent? Is it currently on hiatus? Yes. But I don't know. I have a few ideas of when and where I can bring it back, but will it be streamed frequently on the channel ever again? No. No. There's just no reason to. It got, to quote one of my regulars, boring as shit by the end of it. It was really just like the Steam version waiting room at a point. What exactly do you think I made a mistake of? What mistake exactly? At which point I will tell you it's probably not actually a mistake and probably something I did intentionally that you're misreading as a mistake, which is usually the case. But what do you think I made as a mistake? I mean, it was a underbaked roguelike more than an RPG, but it was okay. VOD's up on YouTube now. I wish that there was more to it. There just isn't enough variety. That game suffers from serious lack of variety, which is a bit of a shame. And the wall next to the trade depot. What, like one tile of mica? Like those two? I mean, I ran out of real light at the time and was planning to make this top light sign all real light. Not necessarily a mistake, but something I'll probably go back and fix later. I am aware of that. I saw them when they built it. I was just too lazy to delete them. I need to place that. But yeah, no, that was a mistake. Accurate observation. There's a wall piece there. We haven't dug down yet. Huge mistake. Yes, no, the fort's going to fall over because of it. The one miscoloration in the wall is it's going to end the fort. World ending mistake? Now that, I don't know if I agree with that. Where's this going to pop up? Hey, that was just a guess that it was in the right spot. I was like, I think that's the right spot. That should be fine. Turns out it was. And that's going to be how we get into the actual fort itself. No, it's all good. Welcome. It is all good. I can be touchy about backseating, so it's a valid thing to ask. This fort's going to need a side door, I think. $20 hours into this playthrough, assuming we're considering it an issue. Really exist in Dwarf Fort? World ending? Well, okay, define world ending. Too many necromancers being in the world is world ending. Accidentally attacking your own faction can be faction ending. And there's several ways to accidentally attack your own faction. Also, to elaborate on that very strange comment I got from, like, saving adventure. Are you doing this to me again, game? I swear to Christ. I received a more specific email saying, learn how to monetize or block your pirated content on YouTube, which, to be clear, means how to monetize content that people have stolen from you. But that's such a weird way to word that, man. Turns out YouTube sends you a notification saying someone stole your video. That's how you do it. It is, in fact, underneath it, but that's okay. Because I need to fill in the corners anyway. It was close enough, and it didn't slam into the bottom there. So, it's fine. This is where we're going to build the fort anyway. Corners get you sometimes. Well. I mean, I'm going to be walling this bottom area off down here. Probably just with mica. We'll dig this side out a little bit more. Who wants to steal DF content? It's a general webinar for all of Twitch. DF content? Probably nobody. Call of Duty clips that they can remonetize on YouTube? Absolutely. Clips of drama streamers that people want to remonetize on YouTube? Oh, absolutely. But people like me, nah. No real value in taking my work. My work doesn't get enough views on its own to be worth stealing. Okay, so what I'm thinking we do is I just make a weaponsmith's guild down here and we just start smelting. Yeah, but My Summer Car is a much bigger game than Dwarf, which is weird to say, but it's true. It's also a more popular game to stream in some circles. And also leads to a lot of, oh my god, one-off clips. So Dwarf doesn't really lend itself to that kind of thing. You don't know about its size? Rabidness, yes. Size, meh. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Tufted Urns is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. In my experience, though, people that are getting their content stolen and remonetized are already big enough that they don't generally need to worry about it. Like, if you're famous enough that someone is taking your content and remonetizing it, yeah, YouTube has all those tools built in to take it down and monetize it for them on their behalf, for yourself. But also it means that, like, that's a sign of success, as far as I'm concerned. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Please react to the creation of an artifact. That's my response to the creation of an artifact. I've become a, I don't know, something. Anyway, we're going to request a broker that we don't have, and request that they sell all these jimmins. We're going to go up here, and who's the most qualified? Eresh the Jeweler. Well, obviously, Eresh the Jeweler is now my broker. Great thumbnail material. What, me doing this? Cool artifact. Sure. You're in Legends mode, but you forgot what you were looking up. The Gross Demon. It's a local government. So it's a group. Look that up. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your... My outpost liaison's a baron? Excuse me? The Baron of Scorch Ropes. Huh. Interesting. Is married to Dasta equal orb? Does orb plus orb equal orb, chat? I think so. We shall ponder that. Well, that's interesting. A member of the Coven of Right. More like the Coven of Wrong. Post liaison of the Tufted Urns? Pondering. Well, can't say I've seen that in a minute. Anyway, I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization and World Info. I don't know what I need currently. Wood, actually. We're going to do this again. Bring us the wood. They want blocks. What? Why? So went traveling? Maybe. Well, I mean, okay, so we are a very large dwarven faction of like 15,000. So I guess that would also equal we just have a lot of barons. There's a polar bear woman that's an enemy of them? I mean, if you saw a polar bear woman, wouldn't you be an enemy of that by default? Because I would be. There we go. We went back and fixed my mistake. All right, so you down here. Oh, they're still unloading. Well, unload faster. You think you'd just run? Fair enough. There's no equal level of hostility here. You see polar bear person, you're just like, fuck this shit, I'm outie. And honestly, I think I respect that. You can't outrun a polar bear? Have you ever tried? Because if you haven't, then you can't tell me what I can and cannot do. What have I done so far? Dig a tunnel. I've dug a tunnel. A tunnel. That's it. Literally, I dug a tunnel. The amount of progress you seem to think I can do in an hour is frankly flattering, but I'm not a very productive person. Okay, so I'm going to go around the edge of this. And I'm going to fill it in with blocks. Then we're going to dig this down one layer, and then we're going to start building the fort. What's up, Brooklyn? How is things over in the land of Brooklyn? I trust things are well. As we build out this brand new fort in a brand new world by a spicy hot stick of molten rock. Fatigued? I know that feel. I'm okay. Firmly okay. Saying good would be an unfair exaggeration. Or rather, more of an unrealistic exaggeration. But I'm okay. Getting by. Surviving. I've been worse. There was a dwarf named Imbo Prince Helps who devoured a bunch of beak dogs. Okay, well, that's good. Good for him, frankly. Cheers, Dr. Rick. You have a good night as well. Get some good sleep if that's what you're doing. I might get this one off and I can go back and fix it later if I do. Just yell at me, chat, if it's not symmetrical. have an annoying tendency of getting things like this one tile off and then driving chat insane for the next few hours. Okay. Getting there. We're getting there. Looks about right. Tell me that once it's done. Because I don't think it is, actually. Because currently I can't tell. Seems to fit. I literally just asked the freeways. Also, thanks for the 29th month with Prime. Welcome back. Some migrants arrived. Stop! I don't need you right now. Stupid migrants. I have to dig down to dirt. Or dig up to dirt, even. Actually, there's sand down here, so maybe we'll just go over to there. Stone on the ground isn't symmetrical. That wasn't part of the question! Okay, can I trade just yet? There we go. Ooh, they brought black bronze bars. Fancy! I will buy that. I won't buy anything else, though, probably. They bought a steel toy boat. We'll buy that for the kid. Brought a peacock. Buy all the barrels. Buy the extra picks so I don't need to make more. Buy all of the cheap bags. Buy a bunch of wool. Buy a few pieces of silk. Have leather, so we should be okay there. Buy all the food and fruit. We don't need the meat. There we go. We got stuff again. You only subbed to me because of my mech emote? That's like one of my less used emotes these days. Although that emote's going to become very relevant again because Brigador Killers is getting a itch.io build out soon. Which I'm looking forward to. Which means I will be able to play more Brigador, which is a good thing, because Brigador is good. Can't wait to play more Brigador. Also, hello, Tolus. I wonder if you're Kit Fox's longest running sub yet. Let's do this. Do this. That. Yeah, that lines up. I need to add another line onto that, but that's fine. That or I could just rip off one side of it. 1 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 side of it. One of my pigs gave birth to a piglet. I have no idea, Brookley. I'll be completely honest with you, and I haven't stared at the combat options that closely. But if we get attacked, like, right now as an example, I will simply lock the front door. Yeah, I don't know. To be completely honest. Actually, let's not do that just yet. Yeah, pigs are non-grazing. Pigs are not grazers, so they can just eat whatever, wherever, and will not starve to death. They're like turkeys and other fowl, basically. In Dwarf Fortress, pigs are related to birds. They also don't need to eat or drink. Strangely enough, they don't fly. Pigs are OP? Not really. Giant grizzly bears are OP. Pigs are just pigs. Probably tastes like pork then? I would say beak dog meat probably tastes like chicken. Also, I screwed this up. I do not need these. Oh. Excellent. Magma crabs. Sup, crabbins? The friendly crab folk live here. Would beg to differ, but I will say this. I'm talking about Dwarf Fortress, not real life, meaning everything that I'm saying is subject to be either A, a bug, or B, a portion of the game that is still being worked on, and thus unfinished. So your real life bird, what they have to say doesn't matter in this instance at all. I don't think magma crabs have a baby variant. I think they're born full grown, so they're not tameable? Don't think. Somebody can correct me on this. Forgotten beasts are not real? No, they are. They're usually referred to as the mother-in-law in human world. Hello, Raging Cave. Aren't all forts kind of a cat? Well, so I am allergic to the word challenge, right? I try to not use the word challenge because I think it's stupid. So all forts are normal forts to me. Like, if you want to call it a challenge, okay. I'm just playing Dwarf Fort over here. So thus, by my standards, all forts are challenge forts because none of them are. Oh yeah, sometimes you'll hear a Forgotten Beast referenced as Karen's. Where's your cackle emote? Crypt Wide Pog. Would be your cackle, I don't know. Maybe the gremlin emote that we have. Speaking of Gremlin, I don't know if Diamond's still here. Have we made any progress about maybe bringing back Gremlin for mayor? For the hot potato? Because that would be cool. We really need to do that. Considering it's only like 48 hours until that's out. Can just raid FG and then it's done. what the banner's gonna be? Do you want me to send you hot potato assets? I could do that. And also you got to do stuff. How dare you have a life? That is not permitted. We've talked about this. The only thing that matters is Dwarf, and that's it. Jerry Gord, who am I giving a dwarf to? Does Boreas have a dwarf? Like nobody does. Who am I giving a dwarf, and what dwarf am I giving? Ironically, I'm probably more Irish than Canadian. It's like, yes, I was born in Canada, but like my entire family's either Irish or German. Also, aren't potatoes an invasive species in Ireland? Like, I swear I've read about this. It's Dwarf for nothing. Exactly. Locum the Miner. Okay. Freehold Boreas is 88 years old and 88-year face. I don't know where I'm going with this. And currently has no job and is running away like a mad dog. She feels helping others is an imposition on her time and pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. And she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She enjoys the company of others, and she is quite ambitious. She is assertive, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, but not dying other individuals that she's never met before. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, naturally, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard, and she needs alcohol to get through days which require working. What's up, Kettle Lars? She dreams of raising a family and personally sees competition as reasonably important. And sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Sees merrymaking as a waste and does not really value skills relating to fighting. This dwarf is an insufferable douche. She likes lemonite bronze, sapphire, hyena bone, and the color dark tan. Helms, windows, and brook lampreys for their beauty. And prefers to consume giant otter, not normal otter, just giant otter, and guava wine and hemp flour, and hates oysters. Little does she know that otters eat oysters. Her hair is clean shaven and her teeth are crowded. She is average in size and her brass eyes are round. Her eyelashes are extremely short and her copper skin is wrinkled. Her hair is accrued with flecks of gray. And she worships Arkashwulathamathanemin. You're hated? No, you're not hated. You're just a douche. You're the problem. It's not that other people hate you. It's just you are the problem. It's really nice to be able to use the dig tool, I gotta admit. Nat Hazard, what up? You have the first meme. Did I want to be in the dark on them? I should see the first one, I think. But the rest I can be dark on. But, I'll look later tonight after stream. If you send me things. Unless you want me to preview something right now. But I don't want to show chat. Obviously. So, for those of you who don't know, fog right now. Okay, so this weekend is, or this coming Monday actually is my block for the Hot Potato, which is a charity marathon that my team runs. We host one for RimWorld every year, and we're trying out Dwarf, so we want this to be a wild success. But for my incentive, I've acquired Fog or requested Fog to create celebration videos for certain milestones of amounts raised. So our main incentive essentially is going to be the more money you guys donate, the more unhinged like meme videos you guys get in response. So that's what we're talking about. But I also have another thing that I'm working on in the background, which will also be fun, hopefully. I may want to start preparing stuff then. I'm still preparing stuff. I've been preparing stuff for about 4 days now. What do you think I did all weekend? I mean, I ain't your bud, friend. Last I checked. Anyway. And also, no, I didn't. What do you want about? If you're talking about this corner, that was intentional. Didn't miss a ramp. So. I'm not your guy, bud. I think that's how that goes. Have we looped yet? That your ramp will work because I've been playing this game for long enough that I don't need to think about how I'm building stuff. Quite literally. I don't actually know how to answer that question because it's because I just know. Like there's some questions that people ask me where I'm just like the only answer I can really have is just experience. I don't know. Cheers, Fog. But also, it's not me that you should tell to be preparing stuff, it's Fog. Because Fog is doing the brunt of the work there. Lapis lazuli clusters? There's so many questions where experience is the answer. Yeah, it's like, how do you do this? You just know how to do it and you do it. The problem is it's not that useful for people asking questions about a video game. Hardly. Freehold Boreas. I am many things, God, I am not. Thankfully. Could you imagine just being pestered constantly by thousands of adoring people from a religion that are like, why haven't you made my wish come true? And you'll be like, because I'm not real and this is a scam. Well, actually, I guess it's like running any multi-level marketing scheme. So actually, I guess being God is exactly the same as running a crypto exchange? Then? Seems to be about the same. Hundreds of millions every day. Yep. Well, I mean, see, I was like in small cult level thoughts currently still. Let's do that. I'm just from, is it Evan Almighty that has the scene where he's just like sitting there and he's at the computer and he's just responding to prayers in email format? I think it was Evan Almighty. Or was that Bruce Almighty? I confuse those two movies. They're the same movie in my brain. That was Bruce Almighty? Okay. I've seen both of them. They're the same movie as far as I'm concerned. Evan Almighty is the Ark one? I don't know. They're the same. I think I watched them both in the same day. And they just run together in my brain. We're like very close together. But how am I doing, Indie Gamer? I'm all right. Getting by. Streaming. And he was like, sticky notes. Yes, 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 yes. The sticky notes prayers. Because email was a bit much. Oh no. I don't even, Fog, I don't know if you're still listening to this, but I don't even need to click this. Just the thumbnail's enough. Just the thumbnail's enough. Just the thumbnail is enough. Just mine out all this. This is completely pointless and has absolutely no reason to exist. This that I'm digging right here. But I'm doing it because I think it'll look kind of cool. Can I explain the design I'm going for? Cool big hallway is my current design sticky note in my brain. Big, cool, obviously multi-layer hallway. And that's what we've got so far. Although this is going to go this way and do other things, but... Classical dwarf design? I was unaware that there was a a classical dwarf fortress or dwarven design. We can do those down there. Very blind looking. Such a strange sentence to read. Sorry, what? Let's do this. This. Be fine. Is the expedition leader available? Yes. Onuel. The leader of the expedition. So is the broker. I mean, of course you can. Naturally. Jerry Gord, who is number one. Dwarf, who I put an extra R in there somehow. Assuming I can type. Which currently I can't. This dwarf is satisfied at work, but embarrassed after sleeping without a proper bedroom. She is impervious to the... She is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy herself, and she generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She is often sad and dejected and rarely jealous. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass, and she tries to keep her things orderly, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. And she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a calm demeanor, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she could be considered... And she likes a little excitement now and again. She could be considered rude. She prefers to present herself modestly and lowers her eyes when she's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family. Personally, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and respects commerce and those that engage in trade. Finds eloquence and artful speech to be off-putting, and doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes shale fine pewter and white opal and the great barracudas for their predatory nature. And the words of the saber of sieging and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume quinoa beer and giant tapir's milk and cherries, and absolutely eats flies. She has a square chin and her lips are very thick. Her hair is clean shaven and her hair is ecru. Her skin is peach and her eyes are bronze. Her eyes have slightly large irises. All right, there we go. You're a member of the courageous cult. and you worship the god Nokum. Question is, do I widen this? I think I widen it by one. New Fort Who Dis. Same stream, same memes, new Fort. I don't know, did you? That seems like something only you could answer. Indie gamer. Because I genuinely have no idea if you did that. I want to widen this? No, I don't. Okay, so we're going to stop doing this. Stop doing this. Stop building all these blocks. We're also going to stop making obsidian mechanisms. Stop doing that. I'm going to make wooden minecart. Which I can just type minecart probably. We're gonna make 2 minecarts. I got some stuff I gotta do. Around a lava lake? No, they'll be fine. As long as they're not literally burning. They will be just fine. Let's use
Jerry
diorite.
Jord is now my boss. Should I be worried?
I don't know. Jerry Gord, should Boreas be worried? Just don't vote for Boreas when the mayoral elections come around, and you'll be fine. But seriously, thank you very much for the dollar, Boreas. The second $1. All right, let's do that. All right. Looks like a spoon. I guess so, kinda. Kinda looks like a spoon. Someone's gonna have to cut their heart out with a spoon. Uh-oh. Made that too big. All right, let's do that. And that. I'm getting weirdly hungry. This is going to be an early lunch day today, I think. Because tummy is grumbling. I feel like I cut that one too far back, but I didn't. So I am going to have to make an exit to this room somewhere. We'll figure out where. What's on the menu today? Like for lunch? Pepper jack cheese sandwich? I think that's what I put on it. I made it last night, so. You grilled kebabs? For dinner tonight, I'm going to be making tofu fried rice with lime and mushrooms. So dinner is going to be nice. I made the rice yesterday. But lunch is always a little simple. Let's do diorite. I quite like the color of diorite in this version, which is funny because like I hated the color of diorite in older versions of the game. I always thought that diorite was super ugly, and I would go out of my way to like not use it, but it looks nice in this version. It's kind of a nice light color. It was very dingy and drab in older versions. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to smooth a few tiles here, and I'm going to make two, well, once they're done doing everything, I'm going to make two minecart routes. And that one's just going to be for all boulders, and we're just going to make it into a take stockpile probably. And then the other one is going to be for all blocks, and we're going to try and move all of our boulders and block industry into this room from, you know, all the way up here. All the way up here, which is a little bit far away for things, so. Leftover stuffed portobello? Ooh, I like stuffed mushrooms. But yeah, no, normally I'm like a 2 to 4 p.m. kind of lunch person. It's like 1 p.m. and my tummy's grumbling, so. Sirloin, bell pepper, and mushrooms. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, last night for dinner I had a small piece of beef and that I marinated for way too long apparently because I forgot I had it marinating, which was fine. It was just a little bit on the salty side, and combine that with. Oh, that's why it felt like it was too tall. And then I combined that with mushrooms, green beans, and roasted carrots, and half a yam. So the other half of the yam is going to be tomorrow. Probably just going to blitz it with another potato and then make a small soup. Because we're not quite at the weather yet where it's too hot that I don't want to eat soup. So we're still in soup season, which is good. I like soup season. Actually. So now I need to do this. I need to do that and just go stone. And then I need to do this and go blocks, but nothing made of metal, please. And also, none of those. No other materials. No, I didn't. You all good, stone. Go back to lurking. Let's do this. Just add a stop. Add a minecart. We'll just call this Q. Rocks. Add a new route. Add a stop. Q. Blocks. Because I'm pretty sure this stockpiles for blocks, yes. And we're going to bring this. At which point they're just going to start stacking, but and yeah, we'll. What? I love how I'm already screwing this up. Just no metal, no other, no metal. And And you can just be for... yeah, we'll also put metal ores in here. And you just want stone. Tolis, thank you very much for checking out a gift sub to Acre. Was that targeted? I didn't say hi to Acre then. I feel bad. Chat, you've made me all hungry now. I'm gonna go get food after I get this job done. You are going to take blocks. If I can find blocks. Why can't I find blocks? Turns out my face, or my body is hungry and my eyes have stopped working. Bar blocks, they're there. They haven't moved. All right. Well, that should start doing its thing. You guys can follow. I don't know. Some dwarf while they run around and do things, probably. I did that to myself. Did I now? I don't know. Chat, I'm going to go get me food. It's going to take me like 2 minutes tops. So don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. And I will be back momentarily. All right? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. BRB.
NANI?!
Bring out your dead!
Who's dead? What? When? Where? What? Wait. I didn't see any dead. There's no dead. I hope. That'd be bad. All right. Well, let's let them clean stuff up a little bit.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Oh, and I'm muted. Whoop. We're good. Yeah. Best job by streamer. I set the bottom one up backwards, and I think the top one is backwards too. I also do my best to make sure that you guys don't hear me chewing. Because I don't like listening to myself chew. And you know who has their own, like, sounds in their ear? This guy. This dude right here. He gets to hear himself chewing. So, I don't like the sound of myself chewing. Which, you know. So let's add a new route. We're going to take from this one. Because, hold on, did I always question which direction I set it to go. Okay, well that should just work. And this should just be for boulders. Not for metal ore, though. This shouldn't take metal ore. We get from this stockpile and we go to that stockpile. All right, let's do the bottom half. We're going to go in the opposite direction because that's not confusing at all. We're going to take from the stockpile on this side, which is just going to be for bars and blocks. You know, I've never tried just making it one stockpile. No, I guess that wouldn't work. Yeah, that wouldn't work. And then the one it goes into is also going to be bars and blocks. And they are going to not do any of that. And you are going to fill with, you can just tell them to fill with all of them, but no metal, no that, no that. And you're going to pull from this side. All right, so it should work now, assuming I add a minecart to it. So, what I'm going to do, we're going to start breaking off. I'm going to start digging. So what I'm thinking we do is we build a lava forge / weaponsmith's guild, I would say, around here. Seems like a good way to do it. Because my ceiling is mostly built out. It's kind of sad they're always running along the edge here. So I can't actually see them running by. It's like I built this skylight and I can't even use it. Let's just make sure they both have a spot set to fill from. Well, I guess someone needs to do that eventually. It's microcline. Fascinating. Some very interesting spaces we could make out of microcline. I guess what... I'm trying to decide what I want to do first. I mean, I just need a place for them to start forging, so... We need a metalsmith's forge, and we also need guild halls. Let's do forge first. Don't like the entryway. Another pour over? That sounds like a dependency. I would recommend making decaf if you have it. You know what that looks like? If you cock your head sideways, it looks like a goldfish cracker. Kind of looks like a goldfish. I mean, to be fair, tea's pretty good. So I can eat it, and it smiles back. It's a goldfish dipping into tomato soup. So we got a spoon, a goldfish, and tomato soup. We've completed the trifecta. I just need a bowl now. It's funny because I might actually end up making this look like a bowl. Although I'm not sure what my reservoirs are going to look like yet, so we'll just dig out the top side. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to make a garbage dump zone right there. Whoops, that's not the button I wanted. This is the button I wanted. I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to make a garbage dump zone real quick, and I'm just going to dump all of these boulders out of here. All these blocks and everything. Then we'll get that fixed and put away. We're also into late winter, and I still have 100 drink left. I wonder if we can get away by just buying more drink. I wonder. We might be able to get away with just buying more drink. All right. When it's a 1 cup day, French press for more cup day, I exclusively drink pour over, and pretty much, and it's so I drink way more than 1 cup a day. 1 cup a day would be a light day in my life. It depends on the type of coffee for me. That's not even coffee, in my opinion, Ortis. That's a coffee-flavored beverage. You're so far disconnected from coffee at that point that, like, it's not even coffee anymore. The good old-fashioned Hario V60. That is the way to go, though. The fact that it's instant. It's like coffee-flavored powder that you put in hot water. It's like, I'm not judging. It's like, in my opinion, it's like you can drink whatever you want, but for me personally, that's not even coffee anymore. Like, if somebody offers me coffee, that's one thing. If somebody offers me a cup of instant coffee, that's like a completely different thing. It's like the difference between like blended melted hot chocolate and like hot chocolate powder. It's like one is so far removed from the thing that it's being that it might as well not be the thing anymore. Being from the UK is a given, though? Yeah, no, that's fair. There's not a cup of coffee you will say no to. There's cups of coffee I will say no to, and there's beer I will say no to. I will say no to multiples of those things. It's finally warm enough that you can make cold brew again. I don't like cold brew very much, which is a problem for the summer. Like, genuinely, it is a problem for the summer because it'll be summertime and I'll just be like, it is extremely warm in my apartment and I'm drinking hot coffee because that's how I like it. But yeah, no, instant coffee, it tastes so different. The only time I'll drink instant coffee is when I'm camping, really. And even then. Right? Also, I gotta say, it's really amusing to me when people watch the VOD that I put up this morning and go, man, this game looks like Stone Shard. You should check that game out. Like, well, clearly you didn't watch the VOD then. If you're recommending I check out Stone Shard, then clearly you didn't watch the whole VOD. Ironically, McDonald's coffee is pretty okay. At least in Canada. McDonald's coffee is pretty okay. And I swear I'm not just saying that as somebody who used to work at McDonald's. Like, I have no reason to defend McDonald's. McDonald's is a horrifically terrible company. But their coffee's pretty okay. Do I like Tim Hortons? I like coffee. Tim Hortons doesn't serve coffee. Stone Shard is a horrifically bad game. A hysterically bad game in places. So bad it's sad. That's most people's first interaction with roguelikes. I just figured out why this seems like it's off by a tile. Because it is! You worked at Tim Hortons for 3.5 years? I worked at McDonald's for 8.5. They're bringing Timmy to Atlanta? They've done worse things. Pixel Dungeon is 1,000 times better than... Like, Pixel Dungeon actually has interesting depth and mechanics and variety from run to run. Unlike Stone Shard. Stone Shard has grind. That's the unique fun mechanic that Stone Shard has. And it's not even, like, well-designed or rewarding grind. It's just grind. Your fiance loves Timmy Hose? You know, I'm not saying it's never too late to end a relationship, but, like, that'd be a deal breaker for me. I don't. We had this discussion yesterday, Brooklyn. If you missed the stream yesterday, sorry. Really don't feel like doing it again today. Should have watched the stream yesterday. All right, let's do this. Go around the edge of this. I'm just amused because there's people commenting on the VOD from yesterday saying, this looks like Stone Shard. You should try Stone Shard. It's like, no, I shouldn't. Nobody should, in fact. Anybody played Wallworld? That just looked like Dome Keeper, and Dome Keeper was boring. So I kind of skipped it. Or rather, the demo of Dome Keeper was really boring, which I played, and the full game looked like the demo with not much more, so... What? Oh, I see. I was one tile too far up, I guess. I mean, it was also $5, so I would assume that a game that's $5 is generally more going to be on the short and sweet style of things. If a game that's $5 is like trying to be more than that, I think they may be overstepping. Exclamation point goal. We'll give you an approximate theme, Captain Haddock. How's things going? Brand new Volcano fort, which is taking a little bit now to get going. We were progressing quite quickly, and now things have slowed. I need to move my resources into here a little bit. Like, I need to dig out this area here. Make that into general storage, I think. Is that a pig? There is a pig in my fort. As long as there isn't a snake in my boot. What's my general thought process on building a fortress? I mean, like, what kind of answer are you fishing for there? I'm not like a min-maxy person. I don't do that. I build shit that I like looking at. I build cool looking things. I very rarely build optimized things. Head empty, just dwarf? Pretty much, yes. If the vibes are wrong, I build it slightly differently. Okay, so you don't know what hard economy means. Hard economy just means that trading is a little bit more difficult, as in, like, they ask for more. And it also makes it so that when they demand guild halls, instead of having a value of, I think it's 5,000 to make them happy, they need a value of 10,000 for the basic one, and then a value of 30,000 for the fancy one. Basically, you have to build things bigger and more, 2K to 10K. Yeah, there you go. So you have to build things more valuable-ish. That's what hard economy means. It's under the difficulty settings. If you just click settings and click difficulty, it's right there. I don't know. That's a good question. Probably not, because the demands of the nobles don't have any natural value. It's just based on what items they like. Because those aren't necessarily valuable. I'm curious about something. Can I screw this up anywhere? No, I didn't. That's fine. They're very, very, very different games, Flicker Free. They're very, very, very different games. Like, my favorite way to describe RimWorld and Dwarf is like, RimWorld is a mean older sibling that takes all of your toys, puts them into a container, and then, like, gives you one, and then you go to take another one, and they smack your finger and kick you in the nuts, and then electrocute you when you try and take a different toy out of the toy box. So you only get to play with that one toy for a little bit, and then they punch you over the head and take the toy away and give you a different toy. That's playing RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress just dumps the toy box on your head. And you're just, like, swimming in toys going like, what do I do? But, like, you could do everything all at once. In no particular order. And they're really, like, some people insist that there isn't a fucking meta for Dwarf Fort. Like, it's literally just, you can kind of just get away with doing almost anything. Do I play Factorio? I play games I enjoy. Factorio is not a game I enjoy. I would rather pull my teeth out with, like a ballpoint pen than play Factorio. I find factory building games to be dull on a good day and insufferable on a bad day. You know, it's funny, Spo. There was one time when a longtime viewer tuned in and said, dude, I'm so sorry. I haven't been able to watch it forever. It's like, it's fine. We play the same fucking games. I answer the same fucking questions, and it's the same fucking shit every single fucking day. So if you missed it, it's fine. Don't worry. It'll be the same next week. So, I think it requires a certain type of brain to enjoy Factorio. I don't have whatever that is. Whatever kind of brain you had to be born with to enjoy Factorio, I am not that person. To me, Factorio is like one of the most insufferably, annoyingly unpleasant video game experiences of my life. But like, I also completely understand why people like it. And I am not that kind of person. I'm happy it exists, though, for people who like it. See, I also hated Satisfactory. Like, I've played multiple different Factory games over the years, and I hate all of them. They're all just awful to me. I don't like automation, and I don't like automation-heavy video games. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't like automation-heavy. I don't think it's got anything to do with having bad taste or being born with something. I think some people like having a lot of automation in their games, and I think automation is boring, right? And so a game that actively punishes creativity and rewards automation, I like the opposite side. You know, like, I enjoyed Minecraft quite a bit back in the day. But I liked building big castles. I didn't ever touch redstone, right? Which is why when mods like Feed the Beast got super popular, I decided I never wanted to play Minecraft again. Because all of the gameplay meta of that and all that anybody wanted to do when they wanted to play that was automate shit. I don't want to do that. I want to build a castle. Fuck you. I want to build a castle. And that's, you know, that's how I play Dwarf for it too. Is screw you, I want to build a castle. When a troll kid doesn't show up? Yeah, well. Isn't that the point of community, is so that we can all, like, you know, together we can bond over the fact that it's the same stuff every day? Jerry Gord, thank you very much for chucking out a 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you there, man. Catching up to Shark Jumping Walrus. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to dig out one more wall piece around the edge of this fish-shaped room. And we're going to be then filling it in with wall pieces, and then I'm going to be channeling down one layer. We're going to build a reservoir down here, and then this is going to become my Metalsmith's Guild. How's everyone's? I'm all right. Chat, how's everybody's? Orbit Dragon would love to know. Just going to make sure I've dug out this area to places I want it to actually be before I let them start digging. This is just going to be generalized storage for now. Maybe other things in the future, but currently it's just, this is going to be storage. We're going to move our storage into here from up top. I'm not dead. It's generally a good space to be. Still breathing. Hopefully. There's an Ananda in my chat. How's things, dude? I hope you're well. Thinking about the human form. Word. Excited to make a video game this weekend? What you making? You doing a game jam or something? You're making a dragon art doll. What's a dragon art doll? Or rather, what's an art doll? Ah, Ludum Dare. Gotcha. I never keep track of when Ludum Dares are happening because it feels like they're always happening. how I handle lava. You're very new to the game, and you have an opportunity. You haven't had an opportunity to use lava forges. Volcanoes are a good place to learn how to mess around with lava because you don't have to worry about pumping it anywhere. It just works. There's just already lava there, and it's very convenient. But I'll be honest, I haven't actually decided how I'm going to. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to kill a dwarf as part of this, but floodgate. Make you out of obsidian? You need to learn about pumping magma? It's exactly the same as pumping water. Just make sure all of the stuff that you're pumping with is made out of stuff that's not going to explode if lava touches it. That's all you really need to do. You know what? Actually, let's dig out these and put boulders in corners. You'll catch us tomorrow. Alrighty. We'll see you when we see you. You saw the Potatoes Forts list on FG stream. It's going to be a good event. Yep. No, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be nice. I mean, the Dwarf Fortress directory really needs some activity, so at the very least, we'll definitely have some good activity on the Dwarf Fortress directory over the weekend. I mean, when I turned my stream on this morning, I was the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress that wasn't a bot, and it felt like the old days, and I don't want to go back to the old days. So, I don't know if I trust Jerry Gord to be my manager, so I think I'm going to give it to Zuglar because Zuglar has a big beard. And I think that Zuglar is a trustworthy individual, and so they get to be my manager and whatnot. Chief Commander Dwarf, I need to remind myself who that was going to be. It was one of my first starting 7, wasn't it? One of the starting 7 that didn't have a pick. Maybe Snail? Was it Snail that was going to be my militia captain? Yes, Snail's going to be my militia captain. Boozehammer! What kind of dwarf would you like? Actually, here. List. Boom. There you go. Which one? Just tell me who you want. Me over here setting up nobles and chat's like, give me dwarf! And I'm like, fine. We'll see when we see you in Ender. Take care of yourself. Don't work too hard. Bearded for sure. Okay. There's several ones with beards there. You want to be the manager? Chat, please push all of your complaints, issues, and concerns with the fortress and the stream to Boozehammer's desk. Because Boozehammer is now officially the manager. Just would like to inform you. So I no longer take complaints here, okay? He rarely looks on others with lust, meaning he's very professional in his job. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tries to keep things orderly. He often acts with compassion and feels discouraged and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He often feels envious of others and acts with little determination and confidence. And doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And he can sometimes easily fall in love and rarely he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And he has a tendency to go it alone and consider without considering the advice of others. When he's excited during conversations, he can't help but interrupting others, and he cackles when he's nervous. I don't like this dwarf. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering skills and values peace over war and finds romance disgusting. All right. It's a good thing you don't plan on, raising a family or anything. He likes Periclase, sterling silver, gold, opal, coffee wood, giant rat leather, decahedra, high boots, and quivers, and the words of the style of lace, and when possible, prefers to consume black bullhead. and beetroot wine and peppers. Yummy. I like peppers. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are obviously clean-shaven. His ears are splayed out and his teeth are crowded. His slightly rounded, his slightly wide-set bronze eyes are slightly rounded, and his hair is gray mixed with goldenrod, and his skin is burnt umber. Oh boy, someone to yell at for my problems. Damn right, yell at somebody in charge. Good dwarves know that it's time to yell at somebody in charge. Okay, manager is going to go count my stuff. I'm hearing like ambient fire sounds. Is that the volcano? Wild. Also, for those of you who are not subbed, we're about to get hit by a round of ads. I will do my damnedest to not do anything of value, although admittedly the fort's moving kind of slowly right now, so. Specify stone type. Let's make 24 microcline statues. Because microcline is a good material to make into statues. Rock blocks. Let's use mica. 239. You love volcano forts? It's been a while since I've played one, so looking forward to it, frankly. I don't think I set this up in a way where I have to dig into the volcano to go all the way around. No, I don't. Should be fine. I'm going to use the smoothed floor as a marker for where I'm going to put my walls. But while this is being worked on, the edges of this, we can also go underneath. Yep, just click the little magnifying glass. You can specify all sorts of fun things. You're a little intimidated by what? I wonder where they're putting that. Right, well that's working. Okay, never mind, it is working. It's just being a little slow. What I can do here is you can be doubled in size. And you can be doubled in size. I don't think magma mist generators are possible. Unless someone can, like, tell me otherwise. I don't think magma works that way. At least not the same way lava does. Or water does, rather. Dwarf smoke generators? I mean, I have plans for this fort. I mean, we're on hard combat. You know what's crazy? I don't have a dining room. I don't have a chair or a table or anything of that sort. And look at how happy these dwarves are. I don't even... We're on year 2. I don't even have a... I haven't even built a table for these dwarves yet. These are some tough dwarves. Who's ecstatic here? Man, Boreas, you happy. Finished up some work and that was satisfying. Euphoric due to inebriation. You would like to use a mug. Bedrooms? Pfft, we have a dorm. And by that I mean there's some beds in this hallway. There's some beds in the hallway. It's fine. Just the aerosolized. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried it. I've never tried making that sort of. But that's not what I have planned. I've got other plans. I do have plans, but actually though, yeah, I do have iron on this map. Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about it. Is that? Because I've got obsidian. Do I have 2 black rocks? I think I do. It looks like we have obsidian and also, what's it called? Pencil lead? What metals do I have there? Like tin, zinc, lead, silver, gold, and iron. I actually did, like, more common metals this time. Graphite, that's it, yes. Pencil lead, naturally. Which metal setting did I use? The second most frequent one. That's some flux? Yes, we do very much have flux. We have the stuff to make steel, if that's what you're asking. The problem is, there is, a few cacti on this map. That's all that we actually have for trees. Is just a few cactuses. So... I don't think, like, charcoal's gonna be a problem. Charcoal is going to be a problem. Speaking of problems, I need to start brewing. I need to start farming, actually, is what I need to do. I might just dig up until I get to clay. Or just grow in dirt. I don't think I've ever had a volcano that didn't have flux. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but yeah, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, you're asking me, is it common? I don't think I've seen one without, so. You asked a question, I did my best to answer it. Kinda just want... You know what, let's use schist. It's just the boulders, it's fine. Is it common? I don't know necessarily, but if generally, I guess if I'm settling on a volcano, I'm probably not going to settle on it if it doesn't have flux. I mean, volcanoes are just kind of rare by default, so you may have just gotten dice rolls that make it seem like it's way rarer than it actually is. Seems like it's about as common as anywhere else. Those are some schisty floors. They're about to have microcline on them, so. Considering how anti-microcline some people are. I do flooring almost everywhere now. I mean, like, this whole hallway is going to have flooring in it eventually. You love microcline? It's traditionally the most hated stone type in Dwarf Fort. Yeah, no, I've talked about the lore of microcline many times in this stream. But it was the most hated stone in Dwarf Fort for a very long time. Mineral? I don't know. Is it a mineral? Is microcline a mineral? Maybe it's technically the most hated mineral. That dwarf's moving real slow. That floors can look good? Yeah, you just clean them up and they're lovely. The humans have arrived to trade. Hello, humans. From where art thou come? The kingdom of fire. All right. So, this human civilization wins. They have the coolest name. I mean, so do we, clearly, because we embarked with a camel. But yeah, no, they win. That's the best name. It's a mineral. Okay, so it's the most hated mineral in Dwarf Fort. Oh, you redeemed a gift and you want to gift it to Baby Blueford? Shit, yeah, I super missed that. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Baby Blueford? Which dwarf? Dragon. Also, Baby Blue. With a name like Baby Blue, of course Microcline is your favorite, because it kind of is Baby Blue. No, Toe Thief is the name of a fortress, okay? The dark goblin fortress of Toe Thief should not be confused with the name of the faction. We're giving Blueford Limuel the armorer who's currently hauling schist. I'm sorry that we've made you haul schist. He is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about himself. He is currently less private and is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him and can handle stress. Schist. He's hauling schist. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He's drowsy currently, and he has 7 children. I almost read that as 110 children. And just like any true dad, left them all in a different fort. Apparently had 2 previous masters, and had an apprentice once. That's a weird name. Thickseal? Zimbora? Okay. Is corpulent and has quite sparse hair, and which is somewhat greasy. His very long beard is braided, his long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he has an angular chin. His ears are splayed out, and his slightly sunken aquamarine eyes are slightly wide set, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is gray mixed with chocolate, and his skin is brown. Welcome to the fort. And then the Fire Nation had arrived, yeah. Well, they didn't attack yet. We are apparently allied with them, so. Hopefully we can stave off having to... Oh, there's so many gems in here. Good lord, there's so many gems! Holy shit. Yeah, Legendary Gem Cutter definitely doing work. He was paranoid? Yes, this is true. He was, in fact, paranoid. Alright, we wait. That's a goblin? The name of it? Possibly. It's a goblin name. So, either a goblin or a goblin name. We are at peace with the goblins, which is odd. That won't last. No chance it'll last. Are they overvaluing their gems? They were the only person with any brokerage skills, so. The legendary gem cutter is in fact the broker. I will gladly buy those 3 black bronze bars. Thanks for bringing those. Got a wabbit and a quacker, a duck. I will buy those barrels. Buy the picks. And we'll close all of this stuff until it gets to food. I'll take the anvil, and we'll buy the meat, the fish, the this, the that, the that, that. We'll also buy the thread, why not? And the cheese. And I will sell less gems until I get to the point where it goes yellow. And we'll add 1 back and then trade. Done. Now we're okay for right now. We got a lot of wood requested from the dwarves. Why is there so many pigs right there? I mean, they should be in there. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I can leave them there. A lot of images of dwarves on these statues. This is very important. I'm building statues, but, you know, haven't started building bedrooms yet. We're definitely worrying about the important things in this fort. Raging Cave, if you want to know how many... Oh, right. Is it still mad at you? Is it still insisting that you have 0 and 0? What in the fuck? The actual. Bot, please. Hold on. Let me test something. Why can't I just manually add a viewer? So it thinks you don't exist. My bot doesn't think that you exist, but I can't manually add you. I don't know what's happened there. There's something weird going on in my bot. Yeah, I know that Creeper was your old name. Your old name also doesn't exist. So, like, my bot's supposed to know when people change their names. But for some reason, it doesn't with you. And it's decided that your new name doesn't exist. And I can't manually add names. I can edit names, but I can't manually add names. So I don't know what's going on. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. If I knew, I would fix it. But I don't seem to be able to fix it. Let's remove... Well, actually, food. We'll remove food from it. Let's remove general boulders, wood. You know what? Actually, we can leave wood in there. And bars and blocks. I don't want the bars and blocks to be moved into there. Is there anything else I don't want in there? No, everything else is fine. There's going to be a lot of hauling in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of this. And I need to make a food stockpile, which I'm going to put right here for right now, which isn't optimal either, but bah. I have no space that's actually prepared for specific things, so let's remove seeds. Let's see what they're making images of. An image of Shathet. Adam is an image of Shathet, the deity of dawn, twilight, dusk, and depicted as a female human, and dwarves, and the dwarves are prostrating themselves before Shathat. That's interesting. The dwarves worship a human. This is a statue of a leech. Thanks, Doran, for your contribution. This is a statue of rats. Thank you, Doran, for your contribution. Doran, you like leeches? Where are you, Doran? Doran. Do you like leeches and hate rats? Hates leeches and likes rats for their playfulness. Well, thank you very much for displaying your likes and dislikes in art. What is this? This is an image of a dwarf by Boreas. Well, thank you, Boreas, for the image of a dwarf. This is a image of... This is a Michaelian statue of the Orchur. A image of the Orchur is a deity of courage and minerals depicted as a male dwarf in Microclimb by Aegis. He's contemplating. Likes rats for their playfulness. Okay, hold on. Is that a minotaur? That's a freaking minotaur. Statue of a minotaur. Oh, it's just a generic image of a minotaur. Aegis, did you have any specific things about minotaurs in your personality that I missed? Hates rats. Armor stands turkeys for their wattle and giant orioles for their coloration and the sound of the meandering mother. Side of the poetic glass prefers to consume puffin and banana beer. All right. Sure, there's something to that. Minotaurs are just cool. No, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I certainly agree with this. Minotaurs are, in fact, just cool. Also, chat room, no spoils because I'm not done with it yet, but I've been watching the last few episodes of Better Call Saul as a TV show. I just got to say, if you haven't watched that show, watch it. You don't need to see Breaking Bad. I think it's better than Breaking Bad. And Breaking Bad was a very good show. So, I really like Better Call Saul. All right, let's do this. Haven't seen it. You know, he could have gotten OJ off in 2 minutes, though. I mean, that's the whole point of his name is Saul Goodman. But no, it's a very good show. You know, it's fair enough. Gotta put a smile on the floor of the goldfish room. Here's the thing. I'm gonna say, I often say this about my forts. It might look like a goldfish right now. It's not gonna look like a goldfish when I'm done. So I'm not gonna bother putting a smile on the goldfish in the goldfish room because it's not actually a goldfish room. It's just currently a goldfish. Which, you know, it's just currently a goldfish. It's not actually a goldfish. Unrelated to goldfish, though, if you would like to support this stream directly, and you're like, man, I don't want to throw money at Twitch, or maybe like you've already thrown too much, and you're like, man, I want to help more. You want to pick up some cool merch? We got this pretty cool merch store. I got multiple mugs with dwarfy themes, as well as this pretty rad Gremlin t-shirt and Gremlin sticker, which you could put on a computer or a water bottle or your forehead. I don't know. We have a hoodie. We have other stickers, other t-shirts. It's all pretty good stuff. Exclamation point merch in chat for your very own link to maybe buy merch. Vile mug. It's pretty vile, yeah. It's also a mug. I'm still waiting for Kit Fox to just be like, hey, send us some... Actually, I'm waiting for Kit Fox to put out their Dwarf Fortress merch so that... Or rather, for Fangamer to put out the Dwarf Fortress merch, because then I'm going to trade merch with Kit Fox. Supposedly, that's going to happen. Whenever... Wasn't that supposed to be out in January? Like, they were like, out in 2023, Q1 or something. They've definitely missed their launch date, their announced launch date for that. So I'm pretty sure that was announced before the game came out. Maybe they're delaying it so that they can also launch a soundtrack alongside of it. That actually might have something to do with it. That wouldn't surprise me. Loud speculating. You love stickers for your forehead? That's where they go. Damn right. Where else are you going to put a sticker? There we go. So now they're walking around the statues, which is what I wanted in the first place. You can also place drawings on the ground. So now we can see the dwarves running by here. Here, see? And then they pop up there. Get that cool, like, multi-layer view. Yes. Well, I mean, it's already, like, all but confirmed. A Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on vinyl. It's all but confirmed. I think... Do I want to do a reservoir or do I want to do a creek? I could do either. You had someone put a My Little Pony sticker on your foot once. Yeah, no, that's definitely not where stickers go. I do really need to just, like... Look at all of this hauling that needs to get done. You bounce on lava, yeah. Like, if you were to cannonball into a puddle of lava, you would bounce. But still, well, I mean, insult to injury at that point. Let's also make a farmer's workshop. Because I've got a bunch of cheese, to my knowledge. Or milk, to my knowledge. So, yeah, because, like, there's a donkey's milk barrel right there. So we should definitely get that stuff turned into, you know, stuff that's actually useful. Too many jobs for all these dwarves. Wow, we got some really happy dwarves. Why are you so happy, Snail? You're annoyed at the lack of chairs, but you're still so happy. You've been dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Yet you're still ecstatic. It's because the first goblets, cups, and mugs that we build in this fortress are going to be made of gold, probably. Cannonballing into lava would be kind of an epic exit. I mean, yeah. I mean, it would be about the equivalent of, like, slowly lowering the Terminator into molten steel, right? Let's make our thrones out of... Make them out of mica. Rock tables, we'll make them also out of mica. I got 120. Man, there's too many jobs. These dwarves are taking a long time. Aluminum goblets. You know, fun fact, I've never made aluminum anything in Dwarf Fortress because I've never found aluminum. I've imported aluminum, but I've never had like an aluminum industry. Oh man, I put 2 blocks the wrong stone type. I have some mining specific dwarves, I think. I'm also going to jump over to standing orders chores, remove cleaning, burial. Where is it? And refuse selling. There it is. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Raging. You have found a single tile of aluminum. Really? Before this version of the game came out, I never once found gold or anything. We're gonna make cheese out of all of the stuff that we have lying around here, and I'm gonna brew drinks from fruits. Your nobles all have aluminum statues? Well, aren't they lucky? Bunch of privileged bastards. All right, so what we're going to do, I think, is I'm just going to go all the way down that way. And that's going to be our lava forges. I think is how we're going to do that. We're going to remove all this. I'm going to put a floodgate. Well, actually, let's just get all this smoothed. Also, you know what's kind of cool? I think, first ever talk I did with Tarn, the very first ever stream that I did, we had, I think, 210 people watching at peak. So the best, like, minute of that stream, way back then, was like 210. We got more people right now watching. That's pretty cool. Which means my annoying ass is apparently significantly more relevant than it was before, which is kind of neat. I love it when I respond to an email about, no, I do not want to advertise your crypto gambling service. And then they respond, are you sure? Did I stutter? Clearly I stuttered. So, no, I do not want to advertise your crypto gambling service. You can... yeah. Go anywhere else. Don't want your damn Polygon or whatever you're offering. I'm very disappointed with the number of people I know that have subscribed to Twitter Blue. Follow me on Mastodon. Jesus Christ. What about the Mr. Beast representative? What about the Mr. Beast representative? It was representing something. Sure it wasn't Mr. Beast, but... I'm more like the human stupidity representative. All right. Let these dwarves do all of this smoothing. It's going to take a minute, but... It's the future, and you have no choice. You know what, like, the beauty of being human is? Is that we have some say in the future, and if humans don't like something and refuse to use it, eventually it'll cease to be the future because nobody wants it. Very good examples of this are cryptocurrency and VR. There are some people who want you to think that VR is the future and it is inevitable and it is impossible that we could ever possibly have a future where VR is not like your only real way of communicating with the world. Turns out, a lot of people just don't like VR. Like, it's cool tech and all, but it turns out some people just really don't like it. You know, unironically, we should send more probes to Mars. We absolutely should send more robots without people in them to Mars. We should do that. Should we send people there? Yes, the rich people. And don't let them come back. Just let them stay there. It can be like that scene in the horror movie when you realize that you fucked up. Or how about we just, like, build a compound slightly underground in Arizona, right? Slightly underground in Arizona. Put all of the billionaires into a little room that just, like, makes loud noises and shakes and has screens that shows space on the sides, and then just let them live in Arizona. Will they ever notice the difference? I mean, come on. Just don't let them go outside. And when they do, they have to wear spacesuits. I don't think they'd ever notice the difference in reality. All right, so... Obsidian floodgates. And I'm going to put a... Oop, I got a ping. Early autumn. Oh, wow. It's time to trade with the dwarves again. All right. Where did I put? Where did I put? Yes. They want to trade for blocks for some reason. My favorite game to play with people whenever new HD photos of Mars come out. Actually, I only did this once, and it was during the pandemic, so it's been a while. But one of my favorite pandemic games to play with people was Mars or Arizona. And you would just take two photos and you'd post them. A photo of, like, Arizona desert and a photo of Mars. And they're almost indistinguishable in a lot of cases. Like, they look identical in a lot of cases. Like, they're interchangeable. It's very funny. As long as, like, the sun's at the right angle in the Arizona photos, you don't even need to color tint them. It's like, it's kind of perfect. I'm your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I would like your wood, please. Please sell me all of the wood. Maybe not all of it, but a bunch of it. They want wooden They want wooden scepters? I've never seen that before. Specifically wooden scepters. Upload. I want to say I saw ads for it. And you know what Amazon ads are very good at doing? Making me not do the thing that they're asking me to do. So if I see ads for a specific Amazon show for like a month, by the end of the ads, I don't know who directs their like commercial making department, but like I've watched a few shows on Amazon that are fine, but they're very good at making me not want to do that. I guess so. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I've never seen them specify a material. But what's up, Dan? How's things? But yeah, no, I didn't watch Upload. Also, has anybody seen the Black Mirror episode on the dating software? If I say more than that, I will spoil it. But that's what Upload gave me vibes of when I saw commercials for it. Nice. Fast tip. Speaking of good shows, Black Mirror, watch that. Good show. Very good show. Very, very, very good show. Even the episode with Miley Cyrus in it was good. Which I also didn't realize was Miley Cyrus until after it ended. I was like, man, that actress looks vaguely familiar. Something was fighting. Did anything die? Oh. Bunch of gray langurs and a long-nosed gar. I think the trade caravan just murdered a bunch of gray langurs on the way in. What's this? A statue of Ilana Hollowine. The item is an image of Ilana Hollowine, the dingo in Microcline. Ilana Hollowine is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dingo Ilana Hollowine in the True Dune in the year 7. You know, if anybody happens to have the save open, we should look up who Ilana Hollowine is. Because that's a good name. Uh-oh. Super duper made the wrong type of wall there. Okay, so we're really just waiting for this obsidian floodgate to get plugged in. Celestine, what kind of dwarf would you like? Those are the ones available. Just let me know. There's multiple people waiting, run race joke. Multiple. You know, it feels odd for some reason. I think the gold people keep putting on these really obnoxious adverts where people who act like dicks. It's more like anti-gold than pro-gold because they made no invest in metal look so obnoxious. Are you getting a lot of adverts for gold? You'd like the gem crafter and broker? Oh, yeah, okay. Do you want me to go with your Discord name then, Celestine? That would be this person. Amethyst. So I'm going to give you a nickname on Twitch. There's this very quietly unknown feature that nobody knows exists. I think I spelled this right. I try and do this when I figure out when people have different names on Discord. So now whenever you type things, I will see your nickname, your Discord name next to your name. Do I have a bookkeeper yet? Yes, I do. We just appointed one on like the end of year 2. Testing. Yeah, so here's what I see now, if you're curious. Just got a full screen of thing. That's what I see now whenever you type. Testing. Okay. It's in brackets. You have a different name on Discord? It takes me way too long to remember who's who. I like my unified branding, though. You're annoyed at the lack of chairs. Well, I mean, okay. If you lived somewhere for a year and a half without chairs, would you be upset? I would be too. I can't even blame this dwarf at this point. She has easily moved to mercy and is an optimist and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She tries to do things directly each time and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this since she values friendship. It needs alcohol to get through the working day. I can click things. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and she sees competition as wasteful and silly, and she doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. She likes rhyolite, pig iron, blue jade, clear glass, nautilus madness, nautilus shell, and rope reed fabric, rami carnelians, and
Yeet.
wait, hold on. Rami paper and the color burnt umber and scepters chameleons for their ability to change color, and the words of the saber of sieging, and when possible, and the sight of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume bayberry wine and fonio beer, and absolutely can't stand mussels. But how's things, Hobo? How's stuff? She is wary, and she has a square chin. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has a grating, raspy voice. Her hair is gray with flecks of white, and her skin is cinnamon. Her eyes are amethyst. Well, that's fitting. Wow. That's very fitting. Yeah. What kind of person the algorithms think you are? You're just constantly like Googling cheese investments. And Google's like, got him. They brought us a goat. Also, because Hobo's here now, it's about goddamn time that we get a race weekend. It's been too freaking long. It's been too goddamn long, man. It feels like it's been 2 months since the last race weekend. And yes, and it's Baku. Can't wait for Baku. Baku's a good trek. It's literally got a castle in the middle. And a lot of right angles. Well, rather, it doesn't literally. There's a different track that literally has a castle. It has a building that looks like a castle in the middle of it. The sprint format is, I don't know. You get an extra race. Sort of. All right. Although I actually haven't looked. Is it like the weird sprint thing that's happening this weekend? Turns out I've got a lot of really dumb, time-consuming things happening right now. Dwarves, can we just get stuff put away? Should try turning on hard economy at some point. It really just ups all of the numbers. That's all it really does. This weekend gets a sprint? I don't know. The sprints are just an extra race. So I still think that the way the way qualifying should work is this. This is my platform for qualifying, Hobo. Okay? So I'm going to talk about sports for half a second, and for all of you who don't give a shit about sports, that's fine. You'll live. Tivo, thank you very much for the 1 year. That's a goddamn long time. So what they should do, Hobo, is they should start the next race in the reverse grid order from the race before. Okay? Start the next race in the reverse grid order from the race before. But they have qualifying on the Friday, and then on the Saturday, they do a sprint race for bonus points. So you get normal qualifying to see what the qualifying order would be, and then normal sprint race, and then start from the reverse order from the race before. So the finishing order is the reverse order for the next race. That's the way they should do it. But this is why nobody puts me in charge of anything. All right. Can now get back to Dwarf. Also, if you like Formula 1 or cars that go fast, you should join my Discord. We have a room for it. I'm actually going to pause some of these because I need more general hands just doing things. What? What's rotten down here? We have rotten cheese. Oh no, I should make my food stockpile bigger. Like the actual problem is I just don't have enough dwarves to put all the cheese away. Yeah, but they're not doing a reverse order from the week before, so no fun. I just want Max to start at the back and have to work for his wins, okay? That's all I really want. All right, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to go magma smelter. Because I can't do that. I guess I could put the furnaces in the middle of that. Yeah, we can do it this way. I'm still just waiting for them to construct that. I guess the problem is I still just have way too many things that need to go into stockpiles right now. Aw, this baby Blueford feels fondness remembering making a friend. Look at that. You've got close friends. Good friends with Booze Hammer. Of course, you know it's the good way to get into the fort, right? Immediately make friends with the broker and the manager and the only doctor, Sodal. That's a good way to start off a fort. Just go make friends, you know? Go hang out in the social zones. Make friends with other dwarves. All right, well, someone's eventually going to go do this job. So I haven't started farming yet. We're on year 1.5. I haven't even harvested plants yet. I'm literally just importing food stuff. Don't mind the miasma. That's just the cheese. I wish I was joking. But we do have a bit of a miasma cheese problem. Just a little bit of a miasma cheese problem. Before the sprint, there's going to be a mini quali, 12 minutes and 10 minutes and 8 minutes with mandatory medium tires for Q1 2, mandatory softs for Q3, and Friday full quali for the Sunday race. Huh. Okay. That is odd. I don't know. Sounds like more racing, so I'm okay. Would stone pots help the food rotting? No, that's not the problem. The problem is there literally, like, isn't enough dwarves to haul the cheese to the stockpile before it rots. That's why it's rotting. Of the hollow person? What do you mean by hollow person? What's a hollow person? Oh, hollow vine. That was it. Yes. Which is it was a dingo from the early years. I think it was this one. Yeah. Some legendary dingo. If you want to look up a legendary dingo. I don't know. The dwarves thought it was cool enough to make a statue out of it, so. But when you said hollow person, my brain immediately went Dark Souls? I was confused. I need more coffee, if you haven't noticed. That's just... Don't worry about the miasma. That's just the cheese rotting. This fortress is fine.
Cliff detect keeps Frog from falling downstairs and other drop-offs. Frog avoids riding up on rugs.
That's good. Speaking of riding up on rugs, how have you been, Ryan? What up? Long time. And thank you very much for the 63rd month. 6 months off of nice. Working and working out a lot? Good. Good to hear. That sounds like it's for the best. If that's timed right, I might make that into a short, Brooklyn. Also, because I need to be hollering about this more, exclamation point Bay 12 talk. If you would like to send in a question to ask Tarn on Thursday, who's going to be on stream with us on Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is an hour and a half ago. Meaning Thursday's, wow, bleh, where did that come from? Thursday's stream probably going to be pretty short. Keyword there is probably. Your favorite legendary animal from Dwarf Fortress is the duck from Deathgate, and he has 2 confirmed clown kills? Wait. Hold on a second. In this world? Or just in Dwarf Fortress in general? How? You know, I don't like that duck. And I can tell you why I don't like that duck. That duck has to be a kill stealer. There's no way in hell a duck by itself killed 2 clowns. There is no way. I refuse to believe that a duck killed 2 clowns, meaning that duck is a dirty kill thief. Can't a duck kill steam spirits? Theoretically, anything could. Steam spirits aren't exactly tough. I thought I saw a dwarf running over here with the thingy, but nope. That's it. RAM. Chat, do you guys need more RAM? Because I got one running around. Personally, I have enough. I got 64 gigs, but if you need more RAM, let me know. I got some. It's free range, too. Quite fluffy. Why doesn't Dwarf Fortress have a 2x speed button? Because the speed of Dwarf Fortress is the frame rate. So it doesn't have a 2x speed button because the speed of the game is tied to the frame rate. So theoretically, you could increase the frame rate if you want the game to run faster. But then your game needs to be capable of running that fast. RAMs? People keep offering... What's a RAM video? Okay, so I'm going to create a military squad real quick. Metal armor. The peasant is a competent swords dwarf, apparently. Creating a great work of art. Competent pike dwarf. I'll throw you in there. I'll also throw the swords dwarf in there. Hammer dwarf. We'll leave those dwarves in there for right now. Yay, this finally got done. Now we're literally just waiting on this. Shearing videos. Well, my assumption would be you probably looked up a shearing video in the first place. So it's probably on you that YouTube is recommending you shearing videos. Now I want to know, how popular are shearing videos as a type of content? I like how now they're like cycling all of the pigs out of here. They're like, yeah, you guys get to leave now because they finally made it through the order of our operations that allows them to build things. Okay, we're going to get this hooked up. Yeah, like multiple of the Need for Speed games. Been playing Shadows of Doubt today. Highly recommend having a look. I almost bought that and played that yesterday, but then I decided to save the 20 bucks. I will take a look at that at some point. I'm mildly curious. Okay, so those of you who want to see how I'm going to dig into this volcano, you might want to look up. What, on, like, sheep shearing videos? This may or may not kill a dwarf. My assumption is it won't kill the dwarf. But if it does, then oh well. Essentially what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be channeling into here like this at a diagonal. So the lava's going to go through a diagonal and lose all pressure, fall down into a hole, and hopefully that'll give the dwarf enough time to get around this corner, because I don't want to do it with airlocks. We're doing this, I guess, lazy mode. So we have to follow the dwarf who's linking building to trigger. Whoever that is. There's got to be somebody who's doing that, right? Oh, there you are. It's Boo's hammer. Feels self-pity after leading an unexciting life for too long. Dude, you're the manager. Okay, so now we just wait for a dwarf to come do this. No, I mean, I think they needed money, which is why they went into early access. Hey, and then they run away. And we just let this thing fill up. Although, a friend of mine claims that this is a bad way to do this because then you end up with one tile like this underneath and it's uneven. And you know what? I don't care. It's totally fine. When it goes up, it melts all the boulders, and then when it's full, I pull the lever and drop the obsidian floodgate down, and then we have that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make little square floor. Needs 48 tiles. I guess we'll use mica. And mica. And mica. And this is going to become a dining room. Early magma forges? Dude, it's year 1.5. 1 3/4 almost. I wouldn't call this early. I mean, I guess we don't have bedrooms yet, but I don't know. I would not personally call this an early magma forges. Before dining hall, that's early? Nah, I've just got my priorities flipped. Priorities? Flipped. Will the magma overflow? No. No, it won't. Lava does not build up pressure like water does. So water, in this instance, would bubble over. Lava won't. I've only put the floodgate there to stop beasts, creatures, and magma crabs from just crawling into my fort. Oh, sweet. I get to go take a power tool orientation because I missed the last one. Which basically means they'll let me use the lawnmower at the community garden. Did the dwarf die? No. Yep, it is. I'm starting to want... It's not... I don't think it's a beta branch thing. Unless it's something that started in, like... But I'm certainly not the only person who's getting it. Like, it's a commonly known bug now, from what I can tell. So, because I see lots of people talking about it in various places that have the same issues. So, it's not unique to me, but it certainly does look like it's coming back. But it's also way quicker than it was in the last world, so I'm not going to lose sleep over it yet, but I will soon if it keeps up. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, no! Snatchers protected the childs. All right, well, let's send the military that has no experience to the front door. There's how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. And where are they from? They're from the reclusive ghoul. Well, ghoul this, ghoul that. Charge, Dwarfus. And they all leave. I think. I didn't even need to fight them. They're here for our baby toes. Actually, let's confirm. Is that... Ah, well, good news, everybody. They're from the same faction as Toe Thief. Meaning we can still fight them. Also, this is kind of my goal for this fort. Is we've discovered this location. I don't know if this is possible. But those goblins just asked for war. They tried to steal my child. We only have one, so that I'm aware of. We might have two now. But the site government of the Square Ticks has the greatest name ever for a goblin fortress, which is Toe Thief. So we're going to absolutely have to go to war with Toe Thief. Allow me to make weapons first. Jeez, guys, one thing at a time. We'll get there, though. We're getting there, too. All right, well, let's see. What kind of ores do we have that we can smelt, actually? We have tetrahedrite, native gold, magnetite, and hematite. Smelt tetrahedrite. Smelt magnetite. Whoops. Assemble adamantine ballista arrows. Yeah, I'm sure I want to get rid of this. Smelt native gold. And what was the last one? Magnetite, limonite, tetrahedrite, native gold, magnetite, and hematite. Okay. And we're just going to set these all to 0, which is just do it infinitely. And I will check in a little bit when they start to cancel, and then we'll delete them. Okay, so this is going to be for food, prepared meals, and brewed beverages. And this right here is going to be a dining hall. Yeah, as long as you know where the location that they took him to is, which it tells you in the missing citizens menu, which is this. Which, by the way, apparently they got him. They got somebody, apparently. So yeah, if I just click on this, Doomad Wheeled Crew, the Dwarf, was lost in Cell Hex. Somebody got Doomad on the way out from that Snatcher crew. So, the population went down by 1. So, no, they did get one. They got someone by the gate? Okay, I didn't even see it, but anyway, yeah, no, they definitely made it off the map with one. That or somebody just died, one of the two. Nope. So, yeah, they definitely escaped with a child. But yes, we could absolutely get them back. I literally just need to click on this, and then click this, and they will go get him. But I need a squad, right? Which I currently don't have. And I also need training, and I need armor and weapons, and yeah, we don't have any of those things yet, so. Can't do things. Where's my? Why do I always assume that forge should be in the smelters area, but it never is. There a timer for that? Like they get moved somewhere else? Well, no, they live there until they become an adult, and then when they become an adult, then they're indoctrinated. So you have until they become an adult, basically. But they might get moved somewhere else at random. If there is a timer for that, it's not set in stone. Also, we're gonna make some goblets because these dwarves have earned goblets. Because looks like we're already smelting native gold. Why are these blinking? Chat, what? They have like little shadows that are growing. Why is it doing that? Are they hot? Like all of these items do. The fuck? But they're not contaminated with anything. They're also definitely not wet. Yeah, no, it's just a copper bar. It's not contaminated with anything. But so is this. I wonder if that's like a DF hack anomaly. I blame DF hack. It's what I've done for most of my life. And you know what? It's been truth most of the time. All right, well, we got a bunch of copper. They're extra shiny. This is true. Oh. Quantum stockpiles are working. High quality copper. I think I'm gonna dig down to here. And also down to here. And then I'm going to dig out this area down here, and this is going to be metal bar storage. And possibly also metal ore storage. Maybe an office or something down here. I don't know. I have one on my YouTube channel. Yep. I can't tell if that's a joke or not. You asking for that tutorial. Although it turns out my tutorial is kind of not that accurate because I was using an older thing where you still had to like actually set them up to kick it. Apparently you don't need to tell them to kick it. You can just like delete all conditions. It still works. It's one less step. Oh, it's a joke? Ah. Yeah, like with the conditions for these, it's literally just set to nothing. Because the way I used to make them back in the day is I would tell them to kick it and not set the track stop to go in a particular direction. But the reason I would do it that way was because the old UI was fucky, and I didn't realize you could set a track stop to go in a specific direction, so I would always just kick on track stops because I was an idiot and didn't know how this game worked because this game was obtuse. And nobody's perfect. Turns out. Carts, Filu, Plasma Zone. What's funny is, like, it works sometimes. It certainly works for me when I do it that way. But yeah, no. All right, so anyway, we're gonna smooth up this down here. This doesn't need to be fancied up. I just wanted the top side to be pretty looking. We'll get them smoothing that. And this is a dining room zone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a different type of flooring up here. Actually, you know what I really need to do? I need to get them to be making just generic blocks, I think, actually. Sometimes it worked 3 times and then it would fly past. I wonder if it depends on the strength of the dwarf. It's like some strong dwarf kicks it and then it's like, boom, gone. All right, well, this is all full here. So I can now go pull this lever and then actually just deconstruct this lever. We don't need this lever anymore. But I just need to pull this lever so that this drops down. Well, actually, no, I should leave the lever there. What's up, Purple Star? Unless you're like extremely enthused by the concept of it, I would wait. Is my current feeling on that game. It's a solid little concept for a video game, but it needs more for me. Is my current thoughts. Gave it a miss. Definitely wishlist it. I mean, it's got a lot of, like, I agree with like the one review that's just like, don't pass on this one, they're polishing a gem here. I agree. I think they are, but I also don't think it has enough there yet. I think Doors of Trithias has actually been in development longer than Stone Shard. So there is also that. Like, from my awareness of that game, it was in development for quite some time, just like through their website. So I don't know if that makes you feel any differently about it, but I think that Stone Shard is just bleh, and Doors of Trithias is better, but still kind of bleh, which is sad. I do like the faction warfare stuff that they're trying to do, though, with that game. I think that that could make that game something really cool in the future. It's just not there yet. It's just not there yet. Oh, no, that's not good. The wear monitor has come. Her name is Vutok. Ruthloslogum. A large monitor twisted into humanoid form. It is 1920 by 1080, and it is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow orange. Its cinnamon scales are small and set far apart. You will know why you fear the night. Ooh. That's, very front door-ish. Okay, well, you know, so here's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to set this to smooth priority number 1. And just hope that all of the dwarves stay down there. I'm also going to set to pull this. But this is a little sketchy. So, worst case scenario, this child dies. Child has probably been bit. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Hold up. You're a broker? Who's broker? Oh. No, I had no interest in going medieval. It just looks like more games that are trying to be identical to RimWorld, and I don't give a shit. But what? Sucks to be this guy. He's a competent appraiser, though. He's going to appraise this child to pieces. Okay, so kiddo there has been bit. Kiddo there has been bit. Hopefully, kiddo gets put out of his misery. I don't know what that is, Shark Jumping Walrus. I don't pay any attention to SCP stuff, so. Rigith here is fighting. Who is apparently a hammer dwarf. Whilst currently it's shaking the dwarven child around by the lower body. It's chomped on him. It's shaking him around. That's not good. So kid's very much dead. Kid's teeth just went everywhere, in fact. I think I should, gold sarcophagus? Let's make 10 of those. Kid's exploded? Yep. Have you been bit? Okay, has my hammer dwarf been bit? Punch the hammer dwarf in the thumb. Hold on. The broker, this thing, punches the hammer dwarf in the thumb with his right hand, tearing apart the skin and bruising the muscle. So punched him in the thumb. Oh boy. And then got bit. Okay, so kiddo here is bit. And this hammer dwarf is bit. And then she becomes a broker again. Snail didn't get bit. What's up, Zoom Zang? Thanks for the penny. First bit in, what, 2 hours? Yeah, first bit in 2 hours. All right, who are your parents? Oh, Rith the Swords Dwarf. How about you? Okay, well, kid just died. And you can just get expelled. Meaning you should just leave. Where are you going? I realize you're hungry, tired, thirsty, and injured. I don't care. You should leave. Oh, actually, I know why you haven't left. Because I locked the front door. That's why you haven't left. What's going to happen if you're bit? You turn into a were-lizard next full moon. Thanks for the $1.87, Walrus of the Jumping Shark. See ya, dwarf. It is for the best. All right, so now I need to make tombs. Will that broker come back to trade again? No. I mean, it wasn't my broker. It was the broker of some other fort. So they would never come trade with me to begin with. So I need some stairs going down. Is what I need. It puts things like Theodore. Oh. You know, it's funny because like every now and again I'll have somebody watching my stream who'll be like, "Thank you for the captions," like I'm hard of hearing or whatever, and then I'll just be like, "I'm sorry that they're so inaccurate." It's like it's okay that they're generally good enough that like can get a general idea of what is happening, but also I think they just add comedic effect a lot of the time. So I think we'll have our downstairs up there somewhere. That or... I'm really trying to think where I should put coffins. I feel like I normally just end up scattering coffins everywhere and it just looks awful. This would be a good spot for farming anyway. So maybe I should just dig up to around there. We'll figure out where to go from there. Do captions work on the mobile app? They should. You just have to hit the little close captions button. Guess I don't have enough gold to make gold sarcophaguses currently. Blood Odin. What kind of dwarf would you like? Speaking of gold ore. Auto all this. And that, and that, and that. And then we'll have plenty. Bits! Thanks for the 65 cents. That was almost nice. Rick. Can you get a peek of the list? No! There you go. It's expanded a little bit. Still very small. There's a very pissed off child named Unib. If you want to be the one pissed off dwarf. Oh god, chat got the penny cannon. You want the doctor? They're not actually a doctor. They just have the doctor job. They haven't been assigned as a doctor because I don't have a hospital, so. Oh no, it's fine. Spam's not a concern when it comes to throwing money at my face. It's only spam if everybody's doing it. Drop the coffins in the volcano. Unfortunately, that's not how burying works in Dwarf Fort. But you wanted the doctor? So, where doctor at? This one is... Blood Odin. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is grounded in reality and has a strong sense of duty. He can handle stress and should be in the military and not a doctor. He could be considered rude, and he tends to be a little wasteful when... hold on a second. Hobo, thank you for the pennies. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and occasionally overindulges. He likes a little excitement now and again and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he can occasionally act with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and he starts to stutter when he's surprised. And he often tells pointless stories when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally values tradition, doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and he considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Blood Odin likes Kilonite, aluminum, black zircon, the color pearl, circles and chickens. Circles? chickens for their scratching. In the words of the Palisade of Healing and the Sight of the Gloss of Smiling, and when possible prefers to consume soft wheat beer and quinoa flour and hates rats. Thanks for the 99 cents, Lightbringer. Fitty. What are we into? I mean, there isn't even a hype train happening. People are throwing bit amounts that are low enough that it's not actually going to cause a hype train. I need to sneeze. Oy vey. All right, let's finish reading that dwarf.
Cheese for everyone!
Ay. Grumpy Griff, I saw that you're gifting a dwarf. Just let me know who you're giving that dwarf to, and what kind of dwarf they're getting. Or what you're giving that dwarf to. Thank you, Blood Odin. Description-wise, he is corpulent. His very long beard is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is sneezing and arranged in double braids. His ears have large hanging lobes, and his aquamarine eyes are wide set. His nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is chocolate with flecks of gray. His skin is brown. Ay. Blah. Shark Jumping Walrus. I don't think Shark Jumping Walrus has one yet. But, yeah, no, Freehold Boreas got one, the other long name. Do you know what kind of dwarf you're giving, or is it just dealer's choice? Because if it's dealer's choice, it's obviously the pissed off child. Naturally. What happened to the monster in the fort? The monster left. It's fine. Killed a child. I expelled the other dwarf, and the monster left. Oh, they can pick a dwarf? All right. Sure. In that case, Shark Jumping Walrus. What kind of dwarf would you like? All right, let's actually go down here and I'm gonna make my funky stairs. What are your choices? Any dwarf. I will scroll slowly. Hollow when you see a dwarf you want. I can also not guarantee whether or not they will actually be good at their job. Also, apparently my manager's in a strange mood. What? He's a boyer. When did that happen? I guess that must have, like, just gone off while I was sneezing. Rith the Sword Dwarf does not have a sword, and I cannot confirm or deny whether or not Rith will stay in the military, okay? We are very early on in this fort, meaning... So people are going to get shuffled around a lot. Also, you hate your life right now. You're grieving at somebody's death, shocked at the unexpected death of somebody, horrified. Yeah, you're not going to stay in the military very long, if that's how you feel about one dwarf dying. He is a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things. He has a greedy streak, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. I added this dwarf to the military purely because they had skills and swords, not because they would be good for the military. He's quite hopeful about the future and slow to anger, and tends to be passive in discussions, and he tends to avoid crowds, and he finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he drums his fingers when he's thinking, and he laughs very loudly when he's nervous. Yeah, no, I'm removing you from the military right now. Sorry, I've made it this far into your dwarf's description. You have to be removed from the military. This dwarf will not do well in the military. All right, you're now a peasant. Dreams of creating a great work of art, likes tin, morion, hedgehog, bone, sheep's wool, rope reed fabric, and the color cream. Gems and shields and floodgates and giant capuchins for their social nature, and pea plants for their pods. And the words of the style of lace and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume cassowary and blueberry wine, and absolutely hates mussels. He has a broad body and his medium-length beard is braided. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his lips are thick. His ecru's skin is slightly wrinkled, and his ears are somewhat narrow. And I'm going to give you a pickaxe, so that you at least have something to do. No, they don't double up in the beds. I mean, they might end up doing that, but they're not. One of them isn't sleeping in the bed. That being said, I do need to make more beds and place more beds. He says that, and then he proceeds to not. Pew, 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 pew. Let's just make this a metal ore stockpile. They share. Boreas. They share. They share better than most humans do, in fact. That is not the tool I thought I was using. All right, so... Tombs layer. We'll do this later. Wow, not something you see every day. Boozehammer has created Maramral, a thin willow blowgun. It's like, we can't use it, but I made it. This is a thin willow blowgun. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of willow. You know, I think that Boozehammer here must be a hobbyist of exotic weaponry. And even though it's completely useless to most dwarves, still did it. And that, honestly, frankly, I think makes that a very impressive little artifact. Even though it serves zero practical purpose, use, or any semblance of something that we need. It's completely pointless. In fact. Or the humans? Or we could put it into a... actually, artifacts are very, very useful in this fort, specifically because of guild halls. Because guild halls are going to be very expensive and time-consuming to build. Was that a dead dwarf in a workshop? It's Vubok's neck. Vubok apparently is a deceased peddler. Yeah, it is. fuck? I don't know. Was that even one of my dwarves? I don't think so. Also, my total... Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Someone got bit. Didn't they? It was a wear monitor? I didn't see it. Who was it? Did you guys see it? Well, I guess we get to wait until... Boy, oh boy. Time to deal with the wear creature infection. We'll have to just stare at this. I lost 2 because the kid died? Yeah, but then how did somebody else die? Right? Like, I'm aware that the kid died, but how did those 2 die? You'd just be abandoning the fortress? Nah, I'm not abandoning the fortress. We're gonna figure this out. But I do need to get those coffins started. So you know what? Where are these gold sarcophagi? Copper sarcophagus. Cube 20. Well, we'll just pay attention to this. The fact that there is like a decapitated neck there, though, has me very not hopeful. It's funny because like I haven't even started building doors yet, so like doors aren't even an option. Well, I mean, I guess I could. I could queue up a bunch of doors, but where's the fun in that? Certainly explains why moods are turning, though. But yeah, no, we're not good because we lost 2 more. But at the same time, like, that's kind of crazy. That's unless like they died of a like post-bit infection. But like, I don't know what else could have killed them. It's the fact that they were they're mutilated and there's a missing neck. That's the part that I'm concerned by. Did you miss anything? Yes, apparently. Apparently I have something died mysteriously after a were creature came by, and I didn't think it bit anything, but I guess it did. So I got a were critter to deal with. So that's going to be fun. Sounds like a murder? That's not how Dwarf Fort works. I would have seen a tantrum if it was a murder. All I have to ask is where creature? How about I respond with this? Why creature? More like when creature, actually, because they become were creatures on the 1st of the year, so. That's fine. The Cyclops Snusnud has come. Again, Karo has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Have I made hammers yet? Actually, what I really need to do is just lock the frickin' door right now. And then cage trap it, because I don't have a squad yet. And I should probably just get my squad training. So let's do that. The 2 things that we're going to do. We're going to lock the door, and I'm going to put a squad right here. And just get them training, because I need to know. Where is this creature? You are down here. You don't have any weapons or items, meaning you're largely useless to me. And it's currently fighting with an echidna, who is terrified, stunned, unconscious, faint, now bleeding. Rest in peace to the poor echidna. Turns out not really my concern, though. We can pretty up these tombs later. Sonic got smashed? Oh, the echidna? I thought that Knuckles was an echidna and Sonic was a... something else. Alright, let's, What time of year is it? Late winter? I've played a Sonic game, like, twice. And even I know that, apparently. This might also not be part of my faction. Okay, so Blood Odin's been found dead. Died to a Cyclops. Sorry, Blood Odin. Like I said, I don't have any, like, military currently. And I thought I told them to make silver warhammers, did they not? Guess I didn't queue those up. That or they're just, like, not going for the silver warhammers? Do I need to tell you to use silver warhammers? Apparently. Easy come, easy go. It is part of life. I do have silver warhammers. Go get the silver warhammers, you doofuses. Okay, well, Child is getting buried, so that's good, I suppose. Blood Odin's going there. Okay, so that peddler was not... That peddler whose body is in the fort right here is not part of my fort. This peddler is not part of my fort. So I don't know how they got here, but they're not part of my fort. So that sucks. Basically, that sucks. Otherwise, they would have been assigned to a tomb. Meaning, I think somebody got bit and then walked into my fort as a visitor. Cool. So we were okay. As in, like, we were totally fine. Oh, I didn't confirm. Anyone here remember the Dreamcast? It's hard to forget the Dreamcast. Like, genuinely, it's pretty hard to forget the Dreamcast. All right. There's a lot of things I should be doing right now that I'm just kind of not. Which currently is largely due to the fact that shit's just too far apart right now. You down here, we're going to give you 3 wheelbarrows. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to make... I want to say a wheelbarrow is furniture. Let's see. Is it? No, that's a chain. Furniture. Copper. No, it's not. Well, here. I'll just... Is it tools? Whatever. I'll just do it this way. Copper wheelbarrow. Let's make 15. Hi, Omegalof. Okay, I know. So it's the full moon. But it doesn't appear that there's any other way. So I don't know what happened to this person. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what happened to that person. That is bizarre. I just have this body here, and I don't know where it came from, and their neck is missing. So somebody cut this person in half. No idea how, why, when, or what did that. It just, that just happened. So that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Need some method of disposing of corpses. Can I make a slab for a dwarf to see? Or I could just leave it up to the mysteries. Do we actually give a shit? I mean, actually, here's the thing. It's going to say that he was stabbed to death or bled to death. That's what it's going to say. I could also just do, like, death cause, but I don't know. I kind of like the mystery. I think I'm actually going to just leave the slab. I kind of like the mystery because the truth is generally significantly less interesting than the reality or than the imagination. I just need to figure out how to dispose of that body. So, I've got an idea. Just throw it in the magma? Not safe. If I just throw it in the magma, then there's a pretty good chance that it could slosh up and damage dwarves. Or, alternatively, if they accidentally throw something into the lava that shouldn't be in the lava, then there's a pretty good chance that that could cause us problems. But what I can do here is I can just... Uh-oh. Cyclops is fighting with a boar. What I can do is I can use a bridge to drop it into the lava safely. Were they the werelizard in question? I'm going to say this again. I've said this twice already. No. They were not the werelizard in question. The werelizard in question had a different name and was ranked as broker, not peddler. That person was a peddler. Is this a volcano god sacrifice? Well, we don't have a volcano god, so... Also, they're already dead. No, it's much more of a garbage disposal. Let's not give this credler that much credit. Also, come on. This is pretty lame to be considered a sacrifice. This is probably just going to be a one-time body disposal. Yeah, I don't like this saving adventure data. I gotta figure out what's up with that. I say never all the goddamn time. You're not my parent. You can't tell me when I can and cannot say the word never. My mother tells me never say never. You ain't my mother. I had to look them up in Legends? Ah. Well, please no spoils. I'll say that much. Never is a very powerful word. Just like fuck. Both very important, powerful words that should be utilized. I'm gonna use this just to get rid of these. Get rid of this body. Also, let's just start making beds. What's my favorite emote? Or probably my two most used. Abso-fucking-lutely it is. All right, can we get this stuff removed? Okay, well, we've got one person placing items in tombs. Have there ever been explosives in DF? Try setting alcohol on fire at some point. But have there ever been explosives? No. Unless you count fireballs. But if you set alcohol on fire in a barrel, it explodes. Quite violently, actually. What? Did they put the peddler away? I'm so confused. No? Then where the frick did the rest of that peddler's body go? It's not there. It's not there. It's not under this. Where the heck did it go? I'm so confused. Oh. Someone was hauling it. That makes sense. They're all about the same, and that's up to chat to decide, not me. Also, neither of those are my emotes, so. I wouldn't have made those of my own accord. That's entirely up to chat, so. Emotes that I wouldn't have made would never rank on my priorities list anyway. I know the child got buried. Why is there a gem crafting station in the meeting hall? Because that's not a meeting hall. It's a temporary, going to get deconstructed soon and moved spot so that people don't stand around the wagon. Because this isn't a meeting hall. This kind of is, but isn't. Neither of you like being in the military. Why am I even doing this to you? Alright, well, let's just go through and find some other dwarves that like being in the military, or want to be in the military. You dream of mastering a skill? Impulses are stiff. Slow to anger. Quarrelsome. You'll do okay, hopefully. I also don't like the name of this squad. Well, let's just call this Hammers. Until I think of something better. Catan the peasant. We'll throw you in there. Opportunity to go grab a hammer. can get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know. We do not have a were creature outbreak. It kind of seemed like it for a second there, but nope, we never did. So I guess that's good. It's just very odd that that body that body appearing is gonna be weird to me for a while. Bedtime for you. We'll see you when we see you then. Take care of yourselves. No, for like the dozenth time, it can't have been the broker's body. So it wasn't, because they left the map, right? And I didn't set anybody to kill them, and they didn't come back. I literally watched them leave the map. So it can't have been the broker's body. It literally can't have been, because they left the map. Unless they came back as a visitor, which I don't think is possible. I mean, maybe. But, like, they did... I literally watched them leave the map. Like, I saw their name disappear from the map. So, I don't know. Like, it shouldn't be. That's also not how were creatures behave, usually. They leave the map. Which doesn't make any sense. But, whatever. Maybe you're correct. I refuse to believe that. That's bizarre. And also, when she turned back into the broker, she had the rank broker, not the rank peddler. So somebody else with the same name that happened to be a peddler got offed for some reason in my fort. She must have left and then come back disguised. I don't know. Seems like Steam is down. It's Tuesday. It does that every Tuesday. It's maintenance day. I mean, you could just go back in the VOD right now and Sherlock it, but... That or what happened was she disappeared from the map because my dwarves killed her in the lobby, but, like, that would make no sense because I didn't set a kill order. And when they stop being were creatures, the dwarves don't attack them, generally. Unless for some reason there's, like, a loyalty trip, which maybe happened. I don't know. But, I don't know. I'm running out of ideas here. All right, so... I need to make bedrooms. That's what we need. We desperately need bedrooms. So I think I'm gonna make bedrooms in this area somewhere. Has anyone tripped into the lava yet? What exactly would they trip on? Dwarves don't trip into lava. They get forced to dodge into lava. So I would have to literally put something that would scare them into the lava there to make them trip into the lava. No dwarf of their own accord is going to trip into the lava. People can get knocked into the lava, but no one is ever going to trip into the lava unless something fucks up seriously.
Yay, new fort.
Yay, new fort. Hello, Donna Minstrel. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it this way. They can't try to drink the lava unless you've modded your game to do that. It's literally impossible for them to do that. Even if you set it as a water source, they can't do that unless you've modded your game to do that. But thank you very much for the 32nd month, Donna Minstrel. Cheers, man. That's not possible. That's not how the game works. Like, there's no mechanic that would allow for that to happen. This reads to me like a classic case of somebody misinterpreting a mechanic as something that it's not. But in an older version, I know somebody who made a popular mod that made lava into a drinkable liquid that if you had temperature enabled would make your dwarves explode. That might be what you're thinking of. Kind of don't like the way this looks. No, it's a pig that died. It's fine. There's a cyclops running around that is killing my livestock. Which is largely okay currently. Kind of sucks, but I don't have the military prowess to fight it currently, so we're just letting it do its thing. Yep. It's either because something pushed them in or something made them dodge in. Is the only time that things will fall into lava. So these are going to be my bedrooms. This is my way of doing bedrooms in this fort. We're going to do these little pillars with stairs going up and stairs going down alternating, and bedrooms are going to go up and down alternating, and they're going to be very large bedrooms. Kind of thinking about yay big. What do you think? Thinking kind of water lungsy bedrooms. Because I really liked the way the bedrooms and water lungs ended up being by the end of it. I thought they looked great. But I am relieved that it's not a were-creature outbreak. Good lord. I am relieved. Adra, what up? I hope you're doing well. Later I can expand them to be L-shaped. Yep, I could easily make the bedrooms bigger. Absolutely. Another day, another dime. Getting by. Do you want to just not have the wear cursed? You can just disable it. Literally, just go here. Go to difficulty, go to custom settings. Werebeasts can attack. No. If you don't like it, just disable it. You don't need a way to lift it. It's a mod? I'm sure it is too. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all, actually.
Hello, chat and Mr.
Sup,
Streamer.
Pablo? Thank you very much for the 20th month. Welcome back, man. Yeah, I have absolutely no interest in being able to cure curses. The point of curses is that they're supposed to be an adversary. I don't really have any interest in being able to cure them. Seems kind of silly to me. And Irmaluk, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. That's literally 2 subs back to back. Cheers, guys. And that one got suspended. I was like, why is that rock not getting done? All right, well, let's just get, like... a good few more of these set up. Let's do that. Don't... Well, they also don't need to be specific shapes. Is that the right size? It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can do that. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that fits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. That does fit. And then down here we can go down. And do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And do that. All right, well, let's let them do those. Yeah, well, they're an act of a god. They certainly aren't an act of God, because that would apply God singular, but I don't mind the mechanics. I've played this game for long enough with the mechanics. I don't need to remove them, so. All right, I'm very sorry. That's all I can say, amateur. Okay, so what I need to do is right here. I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna build these. I don't know if I have any wood left. I'm gonna make a single wooden cage. Run, raise, choke. What kind of dwarf would you like? And if you need to see the list, let me know. I'm just gonna try and catch this critter. Everybody's trying for it constantly. Fuck! Can't try for it. Well, I'm not a fan. This is very upsetting. I will just simply put anybody who's got any military experience whatsoever into the military, and then scream loudly and cry louder. And we're gonna open the front door and just be like, go stab the baddie. And if you die, you die, and if you don't, you don't. And either way, that's fine. We're gonna just tell them to all go stand right here. I'm going to go right here, deconstruct all these. If I can click the right button in the right order, that'd be great. And we can open this. I hate this. Go kill this Cyclops. Or don't. Preferably kill it. How many kills did it get? Holy shit. I realize that it's killed a bunch of my stuff, but man, this thing, like, killed an entire elven faction. What the hell happened? Jesus. Huh. The Lasher of Culmination. What's up, non-major nerd? How's things? Here's the thing. Actually, please do not request military dwarves. I'm going to tell you this for one reason. None of them are any good right now, and I'm going to get rid of this entire squad pretty soon, okay? If you want a military dwarf, do not request a dwarf right now. I've told literally every person who's requested a dwarf in the last hour and a half, 2 hours this, and nobody's listened. Everybody's requested a military dwarf, and they've all been subsequently removed from the military. So if you want a military dwarf, request a dwarf tomorrow or the day after when I actually have, like, a squad that's kind of set. Because I haven't done that yet. Do you want me to refund your dwarf? Because I could do that for you. I'm literally going to disband this squad after this is done. Because everybody, for some reason, just is like, I will be military or I will die because that is the only thing that I want to do because I have a murder boner. But in reality, it's like, well, how about you do something useful? Blacksmith, if I have one, we'll let this fight play out. You weren't here earlier for a bit? It's the first day of a fort. I never have a set squad until, like, year 3 or 4. And this fort's progressing particularly slowly for a few reasons. All right. Well, this recruit's about to die, probably. Yep. Okay. Here comes the next one. And... Ooh, hey. You're actually... Are you strangling? What are you doing? Okay. Terrified. Okay. Well, they got him. You injured? Nope. Just in pain. Well, anyway, I'm going to disband this squad now. Go do anything else. But good job there, Fisher Dwarf. Killed 2 of Medbusthat's eyes? That's terrifying. Okay, well, that's done. I don't have any blacksmiths. They're both taken. Because nobody has queued over to the blacksmithing jobs yet. So here's what we have. Run, raise, choke. I have a couple of miners. Most of them are named. I have a couple of animal caretakers for some reason. All my animals are dead. I have 1 woodworker and 2 bowyers. I have no blacksmiths somehow. I have a legendary something or another who also apparently is a siege engineer and like 1 billion peasants. So what do you want? What's the theme of this fort? Stab me in the eyes. What's the theme of this fort? Streamer is annoyed at like 1 billion things in the game right now. That's what the theme of this fort is. So, I don't know. Scream into the void loudly is the theme of the fort. You'll be the bone doctor? I also don't have a hospital, but I will give you the bone doctor. Doctor of the bones. Run, raise, choke. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, is inattentive to detail in his own work, and is rarely jealous. He has a greedy streak, and he likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. He rarely feels discouraged and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and is slow to trust others. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he can handle stress. Streamer can't, apparently. And thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, like most of Twitch chat? Is that mean? And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. The theme of the fort currently, just exclamation point goal, will always give you the theme of the fort, and if it doesn't, I need to fix it. But currently it does give you the theme of the fort, so exclamation point goal will give you the theme of the fort. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks working hard is an abject idiocy and has no value in holding back complaints or concealing emotions and finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't care about craftsdwarfship. Dwarfs. He likes just gypsum powder and fine pewter and pink tourmaline and cowbone and giant crowbone. Picks rabbits for their ears, in the words of the true teacher, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs and impossible prefers to consume date wine and absolutely hates slugs. His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean-shaven, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his teeth are tangled. He has a scratchy voice, and his dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. His hair is raw umber with a touch of gray, and his eyes are copper. Mood without a solution. It literally just started. So why are you... I have a question. Why do people always assume that it doesn't have a station? It's like, I haven't clicked on it yet, and it popped up while I was rambling about something unrelated. It's like, yeah, it has a station. It's right here. Of course it is a station. It's also claimed, and they've run off to go grab a thing, so... I need to make bedrooms. That's what I actually care about. What made you think it didn't have a station? I just hadn't checked it yet. All right. I don't know why my anxiety levels just like spiked through the goddamn ceiling, but apparently it did. Oh, did Twitch make Kappa gold again for some reason? Why? Remember the day that Twitch ruined the whole mythos of the golden Kappa by giving it to everybody for no reason? That was a crappy day. Anyway. But what is up, Kel? How's things? Because I had the game paused. What? Of course it's not moving, because I had the game paused. Unless you actually have a golden Kappa, which is really weird. Well, what's up, Kel? Thank you very much for the 5th month. Why do you have a golden Kappa? I don't know. Maybe it's like a thing that you can like enable and disable. I'm still just like of the mind that Twitch killed the golden Kappa by just giving it to everybody for one day. Get these done. Oh, well, I guess good for Baru then. It's not the first time Wealthy Man has done the thing that Wealthy Man can do. And congratulations on Wealthy Man for doing Wealthy Man thing again. What was the number, out of curiosity? The mood flashing is shiny? Is like shiny to you? Sorry. I mean, it's all good. You don't need to leave, Amethyst. You're all good. Unless you're heading out, but... Yeah, no. He's begun a mysterious construction. Also, wait, what? Why are you naked? Okay, that's the most confusing thing I've seen about this dwarf today. About this whole fort today, is the fact that this dwarf is naked. Why are you naked? But apologies if I offended, Amethyst. Let's... I've just kind of got everything happening all at once in this fort, so... Wait, hold on. How old are you? 64? Why are you naked? Bizarre. But the story of the OG Golden Kappa was Twitch, one of Twitch's first employees wrote a little script within the Twitch code that makes one user per day have a Golden Kappa. And there was actually a website that used to track who would have it on what day. I remember looking it up at one point and it stating that I wouldn't have it for like till 2030 or something. And then as part of TwitchCon, they basically made it, they gave it to everybody for like a very short period of time. And it kind of just, what's the word? They gave it to everybody as part of GlitchCon, which was Twitch's virtual TwitchCon during the pandemic, and it just kind of ruined the interest for it. And now apparently they bring it, you get it if you're as part of a world record hype train or something. I don't know what it is now, but that's what it was initially. It was one random user would get it per day. Yeah, but anyway. And then artifact is done. I don't know. But I have a really hard time caring about stuff like that, Kel. Not to be mean to Baru or anything, but Baru made a lot of money? Wow. I guess he is continuing to still be Baru. But, yeah, the miner has created Gurkistan. I think this dwarf is protesting due to lack of beds. And offers it to the armored boots. But, I don't know. To me, this is just, like, one step away from just self-promoting in my chat, so that's goofy. Baru made money? How shocking. Yeah, exactly, right? Man, I feel like I upset Celestine. I feel bad now, so I hope that's not the case. It's just 435,000 things happening at once and people requesting dwarves and then somebody telling me that an artifact isn't going through. It's like, no, it is. What? Ugh. Anyway. At least we have some bedrooms now. Is Hype Train on the bingo card? Nah. I'm not relevant enough to have that. Well, good to know. I know that sometimes I can get, like, brash and, like, start just, I don't know. What's the word? Sometimes my brain operates slower than my mouth and I just start saying shit and I upset people, so good to know. Let's go... Where could I fit more in? Could I do, like, this? I mean, like, the especially kind of amusing thing about the game being paused, though, is, like, half the time, like, I'll be like, why is something not working? And it turns out that the game is paused, but it's just me independently doing that. So, like, when chat's doing that to me even more, it makes it even more confusing. You go down. So, this, going out this side. Sure. Go up one. Go up this way. Sure. And you can do that. I think this is going to be a pretty cool pattern for bedrooms. Once we get them done in some kind of completed fashion. Let's go around the back, bottom. Okay. The next thing that I really need to make for these poor dwarves is I'm going to make a guild hall. Because, like, you know, it's pretty clear that people want blacksmiths guilds, right? Especially considering the kind of fort this is going to turn into pretty rapidly. I'm going to make the edge of this into a weaponsmith's guild. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to get ahead of it. We're going to just make this into a weaponsmith's guild. We're going to put some flooring. We're going to put some chairs. We're going to put some other things in. And I'm going to go find somebody who's actually going to be good for the military, and we're going to get that set up. Guild hall, weaponsmiths. There it is. So the Sienna blades, sure. You can go right there. It's going to have very low value. It's going to be citizens only. And I'm going to build floor for it. Or start building floor for it. Exclamation point goal will give you the gimmick. It's not much of a gimmick. I just set the difficulty to hard. I kind of got tired as all hell of doing the only ramps thing. So I've generated a new world and we're doing a much looser thing this time. Technically, the last fort is still running. I'm just not playing. So it technically hasn't died. Because, like, I think every other time recently that I've transferred to a new fort, it's because the last fort has actually, like, been dead. Like, you can't go back to it. Finished. Done. All right, so who was it that I just named? It was Runway's Choke. Would you be any good in the military? Because you did want somebody for the military. You want to create a great work of art, which to me means you'd be bad. Which isn't necessarily true. So I'm going to give Runway's Choke a shot at being in the military. Because they did want to be in the military. And that dwarf, aside from the fact that they want to create a great work of art, should do okay in the military. How about this animal trainer? It was just the first dwarf I clicked on. Dreams of raising a family? Eh. How about you? You're a peasant. You're useless. Also dream of raising a family. Oh, I also really need to get farming running. Jeez. You know, it's funny. I talk about how you can do things in any order in Dwarf Fortress, and, like, that's true. It really is. You can... Dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Eh? Poor empathy? Okay. How about we allow you to bathe the world in chaos with a hammer? But anyway, like, you can largely do things in any order in Dwarf Fort. But there's a point where, like, if you don't have, like, the basics, like farming, stuff just starts to fall over. And we're not at that point yet. We're a ways off, but we're getting close. So, you dream of mastering a skill. Were you just in the military? No. Okay. Check their values. Who, for Urvad? Sorry, I'm just quickly going through and naming people. Time to enlarge the farm. I haven't even made a farm yet, let alone enlarge it. Cernev, thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back. Like, legit, I haven't planted a farm yet, so there's nothing to enlarge. I haven't built one yet. I haven't even started. I haven't needed to, really. But now suddenly I do need to, because we've got 50 dwarves almost. A Chaos Dwarf, yeah. Can I finish setting up my military? One thought process at a time. I keep doing things that, like, keep throwing my thought process out the window, and I've been, like, kind of flippy-floppy today. So if I suddenly just stop, like, it's Urvad, right? I can go back and check Urvad. But one thing at a time, please. I mean, technically not Chaos Dwarves, because that would be a Warhammer thing. This is just a dwarf that dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Completely different from Chaos Dwarves. Enlarge from 0? Sure. By that logic, enlarge from 0. Melting tetrahedrite. The farm will need to be... It'll need to be like Pinocchio's nose right about now. Snatchers? I don't see no snatchers. Just gray langards. Nothing super valuable. Oh, maybe that's why that dwarf has no clothing. No, we would have gotten alert if there was snatchers. How old was the Snatch Child? I don't know. I never looked at their bio. I don't even know whose kid it was. I just know that a kid got snatched. Gave you some ideas. Cheers, MMO. You need to get back into DF? Well, I mean, this is going to be a good weekend to do it, because hopefully the baby patch will come out of the beta at some point soon. And also, like, that next patch after it seems interesting. Like, really interesting. How are we doing for beds? Very few dwarves actually have beds. All right, well, we're going to fly up to... kind of just want to go all the way up here. It's a little bit further, but this will be where we're going to garden. Hey, True Freak. I'll say this, the bucket changes ain't perfect. There's still some weirdness with buckets. At least in the beta, but... okay, that'll be my seed stockpile. Nope. Buckets are in the beta branch. Bucket changes were part of the beta branch. Go read the patch notes. No, it's the frame rate changes after the beta branch that I'm looking forward to. My phone's vibrating. Why that? Who's texting me? Oh, nothing of value. Hold up. Well, I mean, on average, a 80% frame rate increase, according to Putnam, and she hasn't lied yet. So that's a non-trivial amount of frame rate increase. But that's the SDL2 stuff, which is after the current patch that we're waiting on. Why can't I see plump helmets? There they are. One that's all plump helmets, and then one that goes sweet pods, pigtails, plump helmets. I mean, I don't know what version number it's going to be. It's not out yet. It'll be whatever patches after the current beta. After the current beta build branch is out, finished, done. But hopefully we'll be able to get some more specific numbers from Tarn because we'll be talking to him on Thursday. So we can get seeds. No barrels. Oh, the frame rate increase number. 80%. If you believe Putnam. I have so many peasants. Holy crap. Like, so many peasants. They all dream of raising families. What a waste. Give us, like, anything else to work with here. It's like all art and families. Why is that what you want with your life? You could be doing something so much more useful. Like, you know, wanting to stab every goblin in the head, but instead, no, it's art. I only need one layer of this. This one can go bye-bye. by, but then again, it was programmed by like one guy, but I do believe it. So, but you also need to remember that an 80% frame rate improvement over 5 frames per second is still not that much. It's like 8 frames a second. So if you're talking like a 40 frame fort, that's like a 15 frame increasement. Increasement? That's not a word. It's a 15 FPS increase. So I absolutely do believe it. Because it's not actually that much. It just sounds like a lot. Now, if she was like 120% frame rate increase, I'd be like, question mark. But 80% is totally doable. Because, like I said, it's not actually that much in the grand scheme of things. All right, let's get more tables and chairs placed in here. Also starting to notice dwarves that have a worship need, so I'm going to make a temple. Well, RimWorld's also a very different kind of game to Dwarfort, right? It's a lot more open. It's also a common engine that's freely accessible and workable, whereas Dwarfort is not. So, not exactly stable comparisons, that. What do I want to do in the middle of this? I don't know. We'll think about that later. It's not important for right now. Let's see. How's our squads doing? Actually. Putnam has set her preferred pronouns as she on the Kit Fox Discord, so that's what I'm going with. I choose to respect people and their wishes. So there's no you doubt. Doesn't matter what you doubt. Your opinion doesn't matter in that instance. Fortunately, for everybody involved. And we're going to knock out this wall, and this is going to become my barracks. What's up, Cormacker? How's things? But my request is that you respect people and their wishes in my chat. I think that's a fair request, though. All right, let's do that. Do that. I'm gonna drop down one. I love it when people state things like what Plump just said as if they have any say. It's like as if your opinion on someone's identity matters. Kind of cute. Shutting down your brain windows slowly saw me kicking, so you wanted to come by and say hi? Well, hi. I'm in an odd mood today. Still streaming. Still doing the thing. Building a new fort. Building on a volcano. Practicing. You know, as you do. These dwarves kind of hate me right now. And leaving out? What leaving out? What, Cormacker's brain? Cormacker's going to be taking part in the hot potato coming up this weekend. Should be fun. We're going to absolutely demolish a fort. There's going to be tons of crimes against dwarves? Probably. Just like me right now, forcing half my fort to live without proper farming and or beds for like a year and a half. If you don't mind, can you put a gem cutting process? I generally just like set a repeating one whenever I remember, so I can do that, yeah. Because I ain't gonna automate that. Hot potato? Yep, the hot potato is a charity marathon that me and my stream team run, and we're hosting one for Dwarf Fort this coming weekend, which is going to be a succession fort for charity. Since they're so large, apologize profusely to the dwarves for not making them bedrooms so long. They're also not that large. There was actually a post on the subreddit about this recently, Nime, that I completely agree with, which is space in Dwarf Fortress is free. You have 200 layers of space. Make fucking 12 by 12 bedrooms. Like, you can afford the space. It just takes like an extra minute or so for the dwarves to dig it out. That's it. So, I mean, are we doing anything special for these? I mean, they're not that big to begin with, but also, like, I mean, they're all going to get a cabinet, maybe a statue. Maybe if I'm feeling generous, I'll give them weapon racks and things in the future. And snatchers are apparently here. They shouldn't be able to get into the fort, although they appear to... Are they trying to come in right now, or are they leaving? Well, let's see if they make it past my... That's a peasant. They're about to walk... Okay, so there's a child here, right, who is pushing a wheelbarrow, and the snatchers are going to come around the corner, and they're going to be like, we're chasing the child, and then my military is going to be like, begone, you twits! Get 'em, boys. Terrified while in conflict. How's this going, though? Feeling okay about it? All right, well, that's one. Come on, chase him. How about the one back here who just ran back in? Did you get anything? You better not have. Okay, you turned around again. Absolutely, as you should. Now get out of my fort. New boulders look so good. They look great, don't they? It's nice having more than one boulder. And then the military comes back from the first two. The goblin thief recruit is fighting because is puking, screaming, I must withdraw a whole lot. Begone fear after getting bashed in the head by a silver warhammer. Also, Run Race Choke, I think I need to give you a nickname. There's at least one that's been removed from there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up and next to the volcano up here. And I'm going to... You know how earlier you guys were asking me about sacrifices to the volcano god? Well, not quite sacrifices to the volcano god, but I am going to put a corpse pile next to the volcano and just throw bodies into the volcano to dispose of them for right now, because that'll just be less effort than what I'm currently doing, and I don't really have a good alternative, so we're just going to go with it. It's not, they're not sacrifices, it's just a natural garbage disposal. What's up, 101 Dominations? I think I need a bed for up here. Is this world saving faster? Yes, but it's still doing the save adventurer data stuff. which is not cool, considering this is a new world. Which is just like some anomalous mystery that nobody seems to really know what's causing it. So, not thrilled about that, but yes, it's definitely saving faster. And it's not a bug from this version, because it was happening in versions before, so... Wait, what's that? What's that a statue of? We got a statue of a guinea pig? A giant kakapo! That's a cute statue. Fan of that statue. How about this one? Is this a legendary cavy or just a cavy? A shady necromancer made a statue of a cavy. So, heck yeah to that. Okay. There is a cow in the middle of my fort. Apparently. Work hiding for the DF hack icon? I mean, I'm using DF hack right now if that's what you're asking. But the command is just hide DF hack. I don't know what did they unfix it? What got broke in regards to that? I'm not familiar with what's broken, so I can't tell you if they fixed it if I don't know what's broken, and I do not know what's broken. Excuse me. Human caravan has arrived, apparently. Oh, I don't know. I saw that post you made on Discord, but didn't read it. And you're probably more informed on the subject than me, because I glanced at it and was like, I also don't really care. I just don't want it up while I'm streaming, that's all. I don't need a fix for that. But thank you. I think the part that you've missed here is that I will complain about things and tweak them to my liking, but I'm also stubborn enough that, like, it doesn't matter if there's, like, an easier fix. I probably won't use it. One time your grandpa was driving to work and a cow fell in front of him. What? He stopped the car in time and noticed that the cows were everywhere. Apparently a cow trailer's lock broke. Oh, this seems bad. But no, I just disable GUI whenever I turn on DF hack. Let's throw more beds in. I also have this problem where, like, I try and play this game too quickly. To a point where it's, like, hard for me to follow what I'm doing. If it's hard for me to follow what I'm doing, you guys sure as shit can't tell. I want to say I was asked to start up a gem job, so I will do that. So that Amethyst can make gems. Fight attack, thanks for the $5. $5 a tech. Those are cows. Thank you. It's like we should rename you to 5 attack or something. But thank you. Brain cells? What that? I don't has. Please explain. Did you tell them to move? Oh boy. Not to be confused with Fiverr Tech. No, that's a very specific gig economy nightmare. I'm gonna have to be careful as to where I put my placement. Actually, you know what? Let's put it one further this way. Just put it underneath. But yeah, no, I really like that Reddit thread about, or on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit the other day, which was just, space is free. Use it. I agree. Space is basically free in Dwarf Fort. Use it. Don't worry about making things all compact and tight and specific. Like, you can use space. Space is free. And with recent line of sight changes, it's not even like as frame rate dependent as it was before. You don't know where you picked up the surface efficiency thing? I think it's just people having habits of playing RimWorld in a world where your walls can get knocked over. I generally think it's like a combination of pre-Z levels and RimWorld. Because like RimWorld kind of punishes you for having large things, because large things equals storyteller's just going to decide, okay, you die now. Speaking of things deciding, okay, I die now. I have 20 iron. Holy fuck, that's a lot of gold. 528 copper. Copper armor it is. Everybody's getting full sets of copper armor. Copper helm. I know copper armor ain't great, but it's better than nothing, and I have a lot of it. Large roofed areas equals storyteller angry. Well, walls equal expensive equals lots of value. Glass half empty. If you want to be in the military, I withhold the right to remove you from the military without a moment's notice if you seem to be bad at the job. But hold on a second. Just let me finish queuing these up, and then I will see what dwarves are available. You really, really don't? Okay. Good to know. Totally fine with me. Let's just get a bunch of these queued up. So we got helms, gauntlets, greaves, breastplates, mail shirts. What am I forgetting? I'm always forgetting things. Leggings. Shields, those are important. And of course, adamantine ballista arrows, naturally. That's 3. I want 30. Is Bookkeeper available? Are they? That's Blue's Hammer. So, no. And also, currently, it looks like all of the nobles are named. But what I can do is I can be like... We have... Currently, I have a feeling we're probably going to suddenly have a lot of metalsmiths and weaponsmiths, because I did just make a pretty big weaponsmith spot. I have some angry as all hell children. I kind of wish there was a way to do carpet in DF. People have been asking for carpets as long as I can remember, so you're not the only person who feels that way. Anybody skilled in smithing? They're all named already. Like, the 2 skilled smiths are already named. Everybody else is baby, basically. So we're so new to the, like, this fort is so new, dude. It's the least demanded job. Yeah, there literally isn't a farmer in this fortress. Like, we got to work with what I have, right? Nobody's skilled in smithing because we've only just started. Someone who's good at anything? Looking for legendary dwarves. I've got a blinking siege engineer who's apparently a legendary siege engineer, which isn't a useful skill here. I got a lot of peasants. Like, not really, actually. Apparently, this Fisher Dwarf is a legendary Fisher Dwarf. Do you want to be a legendary useless dwarf? Because you could have that. I think calling, like, honestly, the gimmick right now, Spike, is kind of a stretch, but if you insist at being good at something, glass half empty. You know, honestly, if I were you, I would just take a peasant that's happy and then just, like, become something. But if you want to be, like, the one legendary dwarf that we happen to have, then there you go. Glass half empty is unfathomably and not unfathomably, unfriendly and disagreeable and conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs, and she is sloppy with her living space. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly and prefers to present herself modestly. She does not easily fall in love and doesn't develop positive feelings and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is fearful in the face of imminent danger. It tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and isn't particularly curious about the world, and always points at others when greeting them. I hate this dwarf. I'm glad that you like them, but she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. She sees working hard as foolish and a waste of time, and values peace over war. This dwarf just wants to fish all day. Like, legit. This dwarf is just, I'm gonna actually give this dwarf fishing. Me? Nothing like me. No. Very much nothing like me. Rose gold, Morian, tree wood, silvery gibbon leather, rope reed fabric, maces and earrings, and chickens for their scratching. And the words of the palisade of healing and the sound of the lilacs, of the wonder of lilacs, and Impossible prefers to consume giant lizard and thornback ray, and turnip wine, and hates slugs. I agree. I don't like slugs. Slugs that's the one part of that I agree with, in fact. Where'd that Fisher Dwarf go? You're also kind of pissed. Note that. She is broad and fat, and her teeth are crowded. Yup. This dwarf is terrifying. She has very low cheekbones and a scratchy voice. You do your paperwork, Mike Wazowski. And she and her head is narrow. Her hair is gray with flecks of raw umber, and her skin is pale pink. And her eyes are gold. Snails are pretty cool, yeah. I agree with that. All right. I will do you a favor, though. Because you are clearly an expert, I will allow you to fish. And I will turn on my other fishery worker, too. And I will give you guys a fishery. I need to get a chicken and give it to her as a pet. You can't assign pets specifically to dwarves, though. So she would have to claim it. And I don't have to do anything, fortunately. Except for, like, not break the law. That's something I have to do. You're prejudiced against the homeless? Wait, what? I honestly, I don't even know what my own logic is right now. Oh, the slugs stay. Right. Well, slugs have homes? What are you talking about? They just live everywhere. As far as most slugs are concerned, my cabbages are their home. Snails are just camping. All the time. They're just backpackers, really. What about hermit crabs? Yeah, they're just backpackers. All right, let's do this. Also, hermit crabs are pretty cool. I like hermit crabs. I used to specifically go looking for hermit crabs because my grandma had a house on the beach for years. And me and my sister, we would specifically go looking for hermit crabs. Surprisingly easy to find. Okay, how are we doing? Getting there. And is the only pissed off dwarves children? Yep, that checks out. You know what's funny? This child should be fine. Aside from the fact they were forced to endure the decay of a sibling. We did bury them. Okay, I know that it was traumatic to lose your sibling, and that's awful. I feel terrible that your sibling, Keshkavolutok, got bit by a were-creature and died. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. Also, shark jumping walrus. How many children do you have? Hold on. You have 5 kids? Wow. You're busy for a 34-year-old dwarf. Good lord. Also, your younger brother's here. Who also has 2 lovers. That's quite the family. Good lord. All right. Streamer needs to take a minute break. I need to go stretch, inhale some fresh air, and use the restroom. I will be back in like a minute and a half tops.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit.
Good
garbage
news,
shit.
everyone.
In a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Neighbor's cat likes me. Bad news. Good timing. There's a dead bird on my porch. Ugh. I'll deal with that later tonight. All right. Well, let's like pause for a minute here and kind of reprioritize and figure out where we're at and what we've completed. Bird up, indeed. Yep. Okay. So we've got the Sienna Blades, which is a weaponsmith guild, which has no workers yet. It's not established, but we've built it. I've got a dining hall. I don't have a tavern. My meeting hall is that. The front doorway looks nice. I've started working on a reservoir up here for lava, which is going to go around the edges of this and dump into a walkway that's going to go along here. My neighbor's cat is willing to help me there. Yeah, they're trying. I mean, I'm not faulting the cat. The cat did nothing wrong. Actually, that's not true. The cat killed a bird. That's very wrong. Cat shouldn't kill bird. Bad cat. Anyway, we're going to be making this into a reservoir. Your dwarf would make a hilarious tavern keep because they hate every second of it? I mean, maybe in a cartoon. I think we're just gonna let your cat live out your dwarf live out your dwarf's desires and be, you know, an antisocial nut. There are humans apparently that want to trade with me. I've got workshops up here I got to deconstruct. I've got to Make a process plants job that I automate. Cerniv is making me give a dwarf to somebody. This needs to be made into a barracks. You know what I think I need, chat? I'm starting to think I need a, like, redemption that's just like, blind fucking take a break. Because, like, there's points where, like, I don't know what it is. I think that my brain is just showing its sickness publicly. But, like, there's points where just I, like, stop being able to function on stream. And it's been happening more recently. I think it's because I've been smoking less weed than normal. But I don't know. There's something about me as of late. Streamer break redeem, pretty much, yeah. Could also make it like just run ads, which would just like literally give me no option. But then what's gonna happen is we'll be in the middle of a big epic fight, and chat will be like, "Streamer, go take a break." So I don't know. Maybe it's for the best I don't do that. But smoke more. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so who am I giving a dwarf to? Cerniv. I never said it was good advice. I just smiled and sighed and sort of agreed. I have a good bath. Fiver tech? Okay, so what kind of dwarf am I giving to Phyta tech? I mean, did you redeem a dwarf? Because you haven't redeemed a dwarf. Beckett. So why are you demanding a dwarf? You haven't redeemed a dwarf. Anything food related? I mean, okay, I've got a brewer. That's about the closest I can get to that. If Cerniv's okay with that. So no, Beckett, you can't have a farmer. You have to redeem a dwarf to get a farmer. Also, there are no farmers in the fort, so I have no one to give it to you in the first place. Phyta tech does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is quite ambitious and prefers to present herself modestly. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this for many a reason. She likes parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Oh, I see where you're going with that, right. I thought that because like it wasn't the first time you asked for a dwarf, and I was like, but you haven't redeemed a dwarf. You have to redeem a dwarf to get a dwarf. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. That was a very short description. She likes nickel, claral opal, water buffalo hoof, giant peregrine falcon bone, and the color aqua. Short swords and goblets, and the words of the style of lace, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening. If possible, prefers to consume lion and gutter crewer. You'd like to... Are you sure you're not lying about that? And absolutely hates purring maggots. But we'll get you a dwarf at some point, Beckett. She is fat and has a very short, and is very short. She is fat and very short. Sounds like a dwarf. Her ears are splayed out, her lips are thick, her hair is clean shaven, and her brass eyes are slightly rounded. Her hair is brown and her skin is peach. Largely functional dwarf, satisfied at work, is currently, was angry after getting into an argument, and then dwelled upon getting into an argument. Wants to acquire an object, eat a good meal, learn something, and help somebody, and think abstractly. Sounds like you would be a pretty good... sounds like you would be a pretty damn good... librarian, actually. So I just queued up 50 gold statues so that we can start making things more valuable. But yes, I would say relatively well-adjusted, decent dwarf. This area up here is going to get weaponsmith stuff put in it. Okay, so assign uniform, metal armor. There we go. There we go. We're starting to go equip stuff. One of my favorite things is just watching them equip stuff in real time. I think I just need to accept that I won't be able to process what chat is on about 100% of the time, and I need to just stop trying. Because the problem that I have right now is when I get overwhelmed by chat, I try and keep up with it, even if I can't reasonably, and even if I shouldn't have to. But I still try. And I don't know why. It's very futile. I really should stop. Like, I should just kind of accept. It's like if I'm lost and chat's ahead of me, I should just like, you guys can just go. It seems to be significantly higher value to floor it and then engrave the floors than smooth and then engrave the smooth floors. Like, it seems to be exponentially higher from what I can tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've also got another migrant wave. 7. Yeah, metal floors especially are better. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doesn't that destroy the engraving on the floor? I don't think so, but honestly, I don't care that much. I don't know the answer, though. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure that if you smooth a floor and then build over top of it, it just negates the engraving underneath, but I could be mistaken. I think that is I should be considered destroying the engraving underneath. If it's not, it should be. Who's the happiest dwarf in this fort? I wonder. Snail, once again. The militia commander who's not actually in charge of any militia. I too would be the happiest. Why are these children so pissed? They've got to just be pissed because their sibling died. It destroys the engraving? All right, well, there you go. So, no, it would not be better to build over. It certainly would not be better to build over it. That would be directly worse in almost every aspect. Just huck a trade depot down here. Oh, is that where quantum engravings come from that I've seen people yelling at me about occasionally in YouTube comments? Where you just, like, construct a floor, and then you construct another floor, and then you construct another floor. I remember somebody saying something about that to me, and I was like, that seems like an exploit, and then immediately forgot about it. Oopsies. Never heard them called that? Okay. Somebody in my YouTube comments once a couple months ago was saying, did you know that there's now quantum art, like, engravings or something? I was like, the fuck? It's like, if the game is, in fact, working that way, then, yeah, that seems like a bug. But then again, there's a lot of things in this game that goes, seems like a bug. Oh, I see what's happening here. Let's go up to the top of the volcano real quick. These aren't dwarves, these are livestock. Made all of the marble armor stands. Let's fly back down and in. And then here, I can go armor stand there and armor stand here. We'll put some microcline armor stands up or statues up front. And once we get more, they're all just going to be made of different materials anyway. I'm going to do every other one of these like this. And 2 of these like this, just so my military can keep an eye on things. Did I not queue up bronze shields? Maybe I should do iron shields, actually. Because I haven't made any charcoal, so. No, I did. I super duper did queue up copper shields. So we'll be fine with copper. Maybe make them some toys? Probably not a terrible idea. Gold toy. It's funny, I always like give people this advice about how to make kids happier in Dwarf Fort, and then never listen to any of it myself. It's like, maybe I should just take my own advice at some point. It's like, be nice to your kids, they're important. Also, I'm going to ignore all of these kids now. It's the classic, you know, do as I say, not as I do kind of thing. Holy shit, I have 400 and something copper. That's an absurd amount of copper. So what I'm going to do is this is basically turning into a reservoir, right? I'm going to dig out a little further here. I'm going to dig down there. And then I'm going to dig up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to dig up there. This is going to become a ramp down, which is going to go under here and out and along this way. And that's going to be what we use for our defense. This is just going to be the front door. So, like, in case of emergency, we lock this door, right? This right here is going to be what we're going to use as defense. I'm going to have a barracks here and a barracks here. 2 of them. Some easy bake forges. Yeah, for dwarven Play-Doh. Which is probably just clay, actually. Some easy set your finger on fire forges. It'd be great. The toy every dwarf wants for Dwarfmas. Or Armox Day? I don't know. What would be a dwarfy holiday? Armox Day sounds like a thing. Dabbling paleont. Hey, we got dabbling armor smiths. That's good. That's good. That's good. Turns out my forges are a little busy. Ground strike day? I think we can workshop that one. Although, wouldn't it be like Earth Struck Day, not Ground Strike Day? Or it would be like the day of the Earth Struck. The day where we strucketh the Earth. Ugh. Like I said, we'll workshop it. Forge Fire Day? Ah, yes, the day the first forge took flame. Naturally. Makes perfect sense. That I can get behind. I'll just get this wall built first, and then we'll channel down. Chad, have you ever tried to hotwire your brain? And by that I mean like bullshit to yourself enough that you believe it to like make stuff easier. Because I've heard people talking about like, oh, just like lie to yourself and convince yourself that you want to get out of bed in the morning. I don't know if that works. I'm trying to figure out if that's actually like a thing that can work, like within human psychology. That was all that you did. I mean, I don't want to just like point at least 4 times a day. Every time I run. Yeah, I don't know. This past 6 months has been weird. Not 6 months. The past 3 months has been weirdly tough for me, brain-wise. It's called rationalization? I guess rationalizing could be considered just bullshitting to yourself, depending on how you frame it. Okay, so an animal has grown to become a doe rabbit. A pump operator has given birth to a boy, and a siege engineer has given birth to a girl. At least somebody's happy in the fort. You seem to only be able to do that with circular logic that is not beneficial to you. Long time no see. What's up, Keller? They fixed the cave caravan spook bug in this beta. I'm not sure which bug you're talking about, but if you mean like, have they made it so that caravans don't get scared away by threats? No. Hopefully they never do, because that's a pretty important mechanic in the way the game works. There's a lot of things that I've seen people referring to as bugs that are just kind of accepted mechanics. So caravans getting scared away by threats is a mechanic, not a bug. So I don't know what there is to fix there. After being in a fight, so you have to deconstruct the depot? Yeah, that's been in the game for as long as I've played. So, I don't think it's a super huge priority for one thing. It's not exactly game breaking. It's a little bit annoying, but it's not game breaking. And like I said, it's literally been in the game as long as I've played. So I don't expect that to be fixed anytime soon. About water going off the edge of the map, where does it go? Off the edge of the map, naturally. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to temper your expectations because I don't actually expect that one to get fixed anytime soon. Okay. We'll just dig then. All of the game-breaking bugs? No, but plenty of the game-breaking bugs have been fixed. Okay, well, I'll let them work on both of these. Lots of stuff we gotta do. How many miners do I have? I need more miners. I have so many peasants. I should just make some of these peasants into miners. All right. Assign equipment. Bad timing. But they fixed a ton of crashes. Like, game is significantly less crashy in the current beta. And the next patch after the beta is going to have the SDL2 stuff, which supposedly is going to give us a, air quotes, humongous frame rate increase. Considering, like, frame rate is already on average about 20% better than it was the last version in this version, which is pretty cool. So, looking forward to it. Has the room assignment crash bug been fixed? I'm not sure which bug that is, because I'm not sure what causes that. I know that, because I honestly, I probably should, but I don't stare at the bug tracker that closely, because I know that it would do what it does to most people who stare at the bug tracker. It makes them not want to play this game anymore because they just start seeing everything as bugs. I just see things as weird happenings. So unless it's like causing me constant crashing, I just kind of ignore it because I've played this game for so long at this point. So the only bugs that I actually care about are game stability and frame rate. Everything else is just like fun, just randomness, which is entertaining to me. Okay, so there's sand right down there. Should also work on filling this side in. There's an amber cluster there? Neat. Apparently I just have tons of marble. Don't know where it all came from, but tons of marble. But I hope that you've been doing well, Keller. But the thing that people do need to realize is, like, which is funny, because even Kit Fox tweeted this the other day. Kit Fox tweeted that adventure mode is in development. Maybe I'm just being overly general, but I wouldn't call adventure mode in development yet, based on what I know. Like, to my knowledge, they haven't even started. That's not a bug. I would describe that as just a straight up missing feature. Like, that's an oversight more than a bug. But no, I agree. The burrows situation is wild. It is very strange that it is the way it is. Like, even by DF standards. Like, there's bugs and then there's just missing features. That's just a missing feature. I realize I'm just, like, arguing semantics, but, like, at the same time, like, that is just a missing feature. Because Tarn, quote, air quotes, didn't have a play. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because Tarn, like, just didn't have somewhere to put it in the UI. It's like, what? I beg your fucking pardon? You didn't have a place to put it in the UI, so you just, like, left a feature that people have had for a very, 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 very long time just out of the game. Is that what we're doing now? Okay. Well, that seems odd. Just making rock blocks out of anything now. That's fine. It's kind of hard to explain if you never had it before. There was a button that used to exist in the burrows screen where, when pushed, would literally force every single dwarf who wasn't in the burrow currently to cancel their job and go be in the burrow. It was called a civilian alert button. That button just doesn't exist in this version of the game. It doesn't. The feature still does. The act does. But the insta-cancel, go to the burrow fucking now button is gone. Another button that is gone in this version is underneath the dwarf military screen. So, like, the military tab in the dwarf brain. there used to be a list of squads that were active, and you could just click a button to add them to it in the old UI. That's also not here. So there's a couple examples of just features that we had in older versions of the game that were very important by all accounts, that are just gone mysteriously with no real reason as to why. And it usually chalks up to when asked about this, Tarn's response generally is, I didn't have somewhere to put that button and we were running out of time. Which I am inclined to believe, because that's the sort of thing Tarn does. It's like, well, I didn't have a place to put the buttons, so just didn't. And I'm aware of like how dire the situation kind of was leading up to release for this game and how hot it came in, but I would like those buttons back now. So, you know. This is what happens when you have very much not a UI designer designing a lot of complicated UI for the first time. Bob. Also, hi, Bob. We have traders, so I'm gonna bring some GMs over. Sounds like about every software development shop, there are only so many hours to get things done. Yep, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand that and just get mad when their exact feature isn't in the game. And I tend to agree with a lot of them, but also, like this game is unique. And one of the things that's unique about it is running in its own code. It's running on its own engine. It's running on weird proprietary stuff that requires large rewrites to make minor changes. I mean, if Dwarf Fortress was running in, like, Unity or some shit, it would probably be much quicker to add features or remove features, but because we live in a world where Dwarf Fortress runs on its own weird, obtuse code, updating stuff takes a while sometimes. But a lot of people don't understand that. They should have kept the old UI but added textures and made things clickable. You know, we had this discussion like 4 years ago. And you know what the overwhelming response to that was? No. So, what you're saying now is just pointless and kind of dumb. Because not really. No. 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 And as somebody who prefers and liked the old UI more, no, they shouldn't have done that. It's like taking somebody who's been in a critical car accident, who's mangled beyond recognition, and instead of giving them proper medical care, you put a Band-Aid on them and walk away. That's essentially what you're suggesting with the, like, they should have just kept the old UI. No, they shouldn't have. The UI needed a redo. It's gotten a redo, and its current state now is better than it was before, and they can improve it over the next 5 years. They now have a base to improve. I studied the U.S. medical system. I'm in Canada, so from afar, I occasionally will peer through my spyglass at my neighbors and see what they're doing. I'm purely an academic of, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm going to fucking read the thing. Jerry Gord, the expedition leader, meets with Baron Consort Edom of Scorch Ropes, and they say, I'm the liaison from the Mountain Hubs. Let's discuss your situation. What? There is much to share. We have information added to your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. I might start importing coal, too. Well, that makes you, Amethyst, that makes you a quarter of a loony. You're not quite a loon, like myself. They need anvils. Well, keep barking up that tree. Would it be insane to remake this entire game in another engine? I don't think you fully understand what you're saying. Like, find me another example of a game that's completely swapped engines that is this boutique-y and one-off. Basically, so in order to do that, what you would need to do is you would need to hire like 5 people, which, by the way, Bay 12 Games, yes, they made a lot of money off of selling this game, but if you're bringing on like 4 or 5 full-time employees, that's 6 figures a year each if you're paying them a decent wage for the kind of work they'd need to do. Putnam isn't even full-time. She's 30 hours a week. So they've hired one person who's not full-time, right? So that's suddenly a humongous chunk of revenue that's going towards this, right? Then they'd need to learn all of the code. They would need to cut it into chunks and remake it in a new engine. No, that's never going to happen. For one thing, I don't think they can afford to do that. But what if the game is the engine? That's the issue. This is a game that's been in active development for 20 years. They're literally talking about making a new video game, which isn't in the cards. No. Also, Dwarf Fortress is literally one. You know, it's funny. Like, there's this weird narrative that's been going on in the Dwarf Fortress forums as of late, that I've seen on and off, which is people basically stating, "Oh, AI is going to make this game fail." The problem that they haven't realized is that Dwarf Fortress has already succeeded, right? Like, a lot of people here, I think, have bought Dwarf Fortress recently and are new to this game. Dwarf Fortress has already succeeded. Dwarf Fortress could never update again, and it's succeeded. It succeeded because its creators have a retirement plan now and, like, stable living for the rest of their lives. And that was the purpose of this version of the game, was to stabilize the creators. Not to make it some mass market successful product in that sense. This version of the game literally exists so that the people who made it can just keep working on it comfortably, right? So, would that be an unreasonable thing to ask for? Yes. Number one, because it would be a crazy, humongous, massive undertaking that would take a bajillion years. But on top of that, it would also completely negate the entire point of this version being made. So, saying, remake this game in a new engine is like saying, your life's work that you just spent 3 years not updating to make sellable so that you could have a retirement is not good enough. Remake it from the ground up. Darius, what kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, I mean, at the very least, for like I've bought 5 copies of this game now. I gifted some, but I bought two for myself. Just beard, happy dwarf with beard, or do you have more requests than that? Because I could just do happy dwarf with beard. Hey, we actually have an armorer now. Look at that. It seems to be Saigon, if that's what you want. Happy is God. Okay. I like the way you write that. Happy dwarf God. Okay. Darius Cardrin is currently thirsty, so go get yourself a drink. Good. Perfect. We're on the same page. That was a very difficult message to decode, but I think I got it. Where did my dwarf go? There you are. It is, yeah. Praise you. So I think like what people need to realize when they're asking things like, would it be reasonable to remake it in an engine? No. Because at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress is a boutique art project. And if you buy an art project or weird niche game made by a small team that wants to stay a weird niche game, and you're expecting them to stop being a weird niche game because you've paid for it, I would say you should refund the video game. Or go play something else. Because Dwarf Fortress isn't going to sell DLC. It completely goes against like everything that this game's ever stood for. This already is the DLC, for one thing. Throwing out huge amounts of work to do what? Make future development faster is largely pointless. So at the end of the day, if you want to play Dwarf Fort and enjoy Dwarf Fort, play Dwarf Fort and enjoy Dwarf Fort. If you want a game that develops quickly, that's modern, go play a modern... as an example, go play... where is this game? Go play this thing. Stranded Alien Dawn. It's like 3D. It runs in a modern engine. It has Z levels. It has mechs. It's a colony management game, kind of akin to a RimWorld or a Dwarf Fort. It's put out by a large publisher that has budget behind it, allegedly, and will probably just get crammed full of DLC, considering they've already got like early adopter bonuses and limited stuff. If that's what you want, go play that. Because that exists. You can just go play that. If you want to play the Weird Boutique art project, play the Weird Boutique art project. But it's going to be slow. And honestly, like, Tarn's been traveling a lot recently. Fucking damn right. He should be. As far as I'm concerned, after, like, the 2.5 years and the payday that they've just gotten, they should go take a year off. And I say that as somebody who would actually actively get financially damaged from that. They should go do that. They should go take a year off. They should just go take a fucking break. But no, they have to work on adventure mode. So, no, I don't even know where I'm going with this ramble anymore. This is Darius, the Animal Dissector. He does not find most jokes humorous and can be very single-minded. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he often acts with compassion. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he isn't particularly curious about the world and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is quick to anger, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He lives a fast-paced life, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He mutters under his breath when he's nervous, and he tends to stretch out when he's bored. That's distressing. Proud. Was it a fell mood, or did you just have a dwarf tantrum? Oh, also that. Pragma. Also, the next version of Dwarf Fort, that's after this beta, the patch that's being worked on, that's going to go into the beta branch after this patch is done with the SDL2 stuff, has multi-threading for temperatures. So we're getting there. Because Putnam apparently did that. He personally respects the development of a skill and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes gabbro, nickel, silver, gray chalice, stony cherry, wood, and giant cuttlefish, and leather and guppy bone, and leather armor and backpacks, and doors and rings, and giant peach-faced lovebirds for their loving nature. And the word of the amethyst deserts, and the sight of the glass of smiling, and when possible, prefers to consume celery and sand pear cider, and soft wheat flour, and hates lizards. No, it just got publicly available in regards to AI. That's the difference. It's not that it just got powerful. It's been powerful for a long time. It just, the NDAs lifted and became public. People are just allowed to play with it now. It's been around for years. Also, I just had a guild form. I didn't see what it was, but... You like liking Gabbro is a humble taste you respect? That's one way to put it. Once the game starts demanding I make Once the game begins demanding that I make guild halls and temples, we're gonna have a hard time. Speaking of, some more migrants have arrived, purely because of the economy stuff in this game, and the difficulty settings I'm running. Right, so for these middle ones, I'm going to use marble, I think. Yeah, I got tons of marble. Banned creation? Creation? They can do that? I've seen, like, banning importing and export, but I've never seen ban the creation of. That sounds like a mod. Like, that seems odd. Like, I've never heard of that before. Not in thousands of hours have I ever seen that happen before. Gigmoth, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you. No, that would be like an immediate mayoral execution for me. Like instant. Spontaneous. It's like, oh no, the mayor exploded. Weird. What even happened? I don't know. This just it was strange. He was there a minute ago. I'm doing all right. I've been in a weird, like... How do I explain this? A miners guild? Really? So, I'm, like, a very unstable person, right? Just mentally. And it's been, like, a month and a half of being extraordinarily depressed. Which kind of happens at this time of year. And then around, like, either at the latest early June or, like, sometime in May, I usually spike back and get weirdly hyperactive and loud. And I think that might be happening literally in real time today, and it's very strange. Basically, I think I'm going to be manic for a week, is what I'm trying to say. I need to, make a miners guild. Not something I was expecting they were going to make me make, but here we are. Where the heck do I put a miners guild? You know what? Okay, here's what I need to do. I'm just kind of like placing bedrooms at random. I need a hallway. I need a hallway that I like, in a shape that I like, that I can work off of, that I can build rooms off of. So I'm going to just dig a hallway. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up a hallway in a pattern that I like, that we can work off of for the layout for the rest of the fort, basically. I'm going to do kind of a big ol' S pattern, I think. Seasonal defective disorder? No, I'm just bipolar. It just happens to fall into seasons sometimes. Normally, it just isn't this obvious in real time. Generally. Also, I hate that acronym. Seasonal, the seasonal affective disorder? Not a fan of that. Can we just stick to seasonal depression? It's a much better term. Orphanage, is an orphanage a miners guild? No. Because that's not how you spell miners. Miners as in Dwarf with pick, not minor as in child. The term minor does not exist in Dwarf Fortress, really? Or anything? Live for 8 hours? 8.5, actually. It's been a pretty good stream, though. It's been a good 8-hour stint. Although, Thursday stream's gonna be short because, well, hey, actually, I might continue. I don't know what Thursday stream's gonna end up looking like. Because Bay 12 is joining me at 1 p.m. and then I guess they'll probably be on the stream for about 2 hours if I guess, and then after that, I'm not sure. I'll probably just go fall into the editing chamber and then edit it. I might raid my own. Actually, maybe I'll raid my bot account and then just edit. That might be what I do on Thursday. That's not a bad little area, so I can like actually build off of this now. Although we might hit dirt up here, which would be kind of annoying, but then I can bring the hallway down this way as well, and we can connect it back that way, so. I don't know, chat, what do you think of this hallway? It's a good main hallway. This will be the entryway for baddies. I have a thing that I'm low-key planning for that. In the other food category? Other food. Duh. Obsidian. Surprise food. Yeah, there you go. Mystery meat. Sure, something like that. I mean, in my opinion, glob is probably mostly mystery meat, right? Well, there's a lot of marble right there. The amount of marble there is kind of a marvel. Up to nice dwarves. Okay, I need to find more military. Actually, let's check in on how my military's doing. You guys all pissed? Okay, you like improving hammer. Sweet. We'll call you MC Hammer. Restless after being unable to practice the craft. Well, we can give them a break soon. Bored after being unable to fight. My dude. Have you looked at your job description recently? Like, asking for a friend. Have you looked at your job description in the last 10 days? Your job is literally to stab things. And you are in combat drills. And you're the one of the only dwarves in the fort that is actually allowed to fight. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. You're carrying a baby. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Dream of raising a family. Great work of art. Right. Well, after we set that up, I need a miners guild. So I think the miners guild is going to have a space kind of... I want to put it up here, but I feel like that might also just go out of the way. Another thing that I'm kind of thinking about doing is channeling down. So building like a ramp. Ooh. Okay, I just thought of something really cool. So what I'm thinking about doing now. So you know how I built this little reservoir up here, right? We can still use this. This is still totally usable, this reservoir. But what if the main combat area is right in here? Could have like a 2Z level deep. Oh man, like okay, so now I've screwed this up because like I built this big cool hallway to build a fort around, and now I'm like, but what if I just use that for combat? Okay, so how about I immediately, cool, we've got that thing going, right? What if we also dig another hallway that goes around this way, which I'm actually going to build the fort off of. It's not going to be a coliseum. I mean, they don't need to be able to see. But what if I... Chat, does anybody here remember my lava toilet? Just, what if I built that? I'm sure Stone probably remembers the lava toilet. You remember the lava toilet, Stone? There's got to at least be one, maybe three people who remember the lava toilet from that one fort that we built before Long Death, like 3 or 4 years ago. I think I'm gonna do that, which basically is like a multi-layer thing that then drains lava out the bottom. Okay, well, this hallway definitely needs some work, but it's getting there. So what I'm going to do, essentially, is I'm going to make a walkway. Now, this walkway is going to go in roughly a circle, and it's going to come in from out here. So this will be the entryway. Okay. They are then going to go up a level, which is going to take them up and over this, and then down into here. One layer, this is going to go into a spiral along here. This is going to take 10,000 years to dig, but this is going to kind of go into a spiral. And what's going to happen is one layer above this is going to be a very large lava reservoir, right? Does anyone remember laughter? Implying like it's possible to laugh? Because no, I've never laughed in my life. Not once. Underneath this, once this is all dug out, I'm then going to channel out this whole thing so it's a suspended space, basically. Then, as they walk through it, they're going to trip up, well, I could do it with pressure plates. Actually, why don't we automate it? That'd be even more fun. Let's automate it. It's going to take a long time to build. So, here's what we're going to do. This is going to be our crappy temporary defense solution, which I'm just going to dump lava on things. Because here's the thing. We are going to need a temporary defense solution because we're at 69 dwarves right now. Nice. But we're about to be at 70. And then we'll be at 71. And when we hit 80, the goblins are going to start attacking. That's when the Fire Nation comes. So we need to use this. We need to utilize this. We need to make this into something I can use for something. So I need to get this filling. Or beginning to fill. So we're going to set this up, sort of. Or get it ready. I guess I'll put a... Yeah, I'll put a... That should be able to fill. Pretty convinced it'll be able to fill. I'm also going to go around the edge of this so it fills quicker. Well, maybe not quicker, but easier. My miners are going to be busy for a while. It's funny, it was like, this isn't even like what I was initially planning to do with this fort, but, you know, here we are. Actually, no, that's not a good idea. But, yeah, there's that. This around the edge here is. Actually, no, it's not. That's just going to dig through the bottom. I don't want that. That'll still fill. It'll be fine. Yeah, they are going to need a lot of booze. They're going to need a lot of booze. And gold statues. So I guess the way this is going to go is it can come around this way. I can pretty this up later. My deity spot? You mean deity? I mean, I haven't actually built a temple yet. I haven't even made, like, just a zone temple yet. This fort's gotten redonkulously ambitious, though, in a very short period of time. And we've got a Feymud, one of my surgeons. Let's see if they claim anything. Yeah, I don't even, we do not know the, you know, how about I just do this? Meetings, or no, not meeting spot, I've already done that. You go here, temple, to no specific deity. But let's also just look at what our options are for temples, because I'm curious. So we've got the god of strength, which is Ud the Vigorous. We've got Kor Porcheat, the god of metals, fire, volcanoes, mountains, and caverns. That one should be very popular. We have the god of wealth and trade. We have the god of fortresses and war, the god of death, the god of jewels, the god of minerals and courage. The god of mercy and forgiveness, pansy god for pansies. The god of longevity, the frothy snot, the god of deformity. I don't like that word. Can we get rid of that word? The frothy, that's a bad sentence. I'm not a fan. The god of children, the god of beauty, art, and inspiration, the god of the sky and the weather. I'm not okay with the frothy snot. Anyway, they can pray to no particular deity. That's fine. So I need to make a Miners Guild Hall. I think my Miners Guild Hall is going to go back here. We'll set this as number 2 priority. It's going to be full of gold statues. It's going to get fancy walls. It's going to be this kind of spot right here. Also need some more doors or bedrooms. I'm pretty sure I made doors. Yep, I did. I need to do that. There we go. Click and drag. The frothy snot. So the frothy snot sounds like a novelty Halloween flavor for like some fizzy beverage. You want the frothy snot flavor? No, actually, I don't. Not at all. Ew. Yeah, exactly. It's Mountain Dew frothy snot. Only this Halloween. All right, let's just do this. You know, it's kind of bouncing off what I mentioned earlier about me being like not a stable person. There's a YouTuber I watch who generally does like synthesizers and music videos, but every now and again we'll just like do videos on like general creativity and like a lot of like, I guess, sort of work from home shit, but just like living alone or living by in an isolated environment, working for yourself in an isolated state. And He's also put out a bunch of videos on like depression in artists and stuff, and like why we tend to be weird, or not. I guess people who work for themselves, who work from home, tend to be weirdly reclusive. And he said this one thing, which really stuck with me, which was just, it turns out, if you grew up isolated and managed to find a work or a form of work that is equally isolating, it is even harder to get out of that habit as an adult than it is as a kid. And a lot of people who do what I do for a living, or who ended up working as work-at-home creatives in any medium, tend to come from people that were isolated while they were growing up and ending up continuing to self-isolate just out of habit. It's not a healthy cycle. Let me see if I can grab the video for anybody. Apparently I've managed to have YouTube unmuted all day. How did I manage that without accidentally playing a video in the background? The problem is they all have very generic names. It's like, which one was it? Anyway, it's this YouTube channel. You can go dig into them if you want. Great YouTube channel. It's like, which one exactly? It was around 3 months ago, and he put a bunch out in a short period of time. Kind of need that reminder. Yeah. An unknowable amount of hours in this room that you're in right now. Yeah, but at the end of the day, humans generally need human contact in some context at some point, regardless of how much we like to pretend that that's not true. You know, I'm shocked about how happy these dwarves are. All things considered, like, this is a pretty okay fort currently. I think somebody just, like, slid or fell down the stairs. There's a stairwell behind me. I just heard thump, 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 thump. Or they threw something down the stairs. No screaming or shouting, so guess they're okay. Hope they're okay. This is a cool material. Orpiment? Don't see it very often. What do I have for blocks? Just absurd amounts of marble. All right, we'll go with marble. You love synth stuffs? There's a surprisingly large number of really good synthesizer channels on YouTube. And music righty channels. So, I mean, yeah, maybe it could have been a bike actually. It could have been a bike, or like an electric scooter, maybe. I don't know. There's some people that do some dumb shit with electric scooters in my building. I walked out my front door the other day and almost got hit by somebody riding an electric scooter up the hallway. I was like, come on, like, really? It's like, I'm all for micromobility, but come on, you're indoors. Micromobility is great for everybody, but do not do it inside, please. We're still inside. It was also, like, not an adult, so couldn't even get mad at him. All right, let's... So the only thing I could realistically say to the kid was just like, whoa, careful. I got a sorry, though, so I felt okay about it. At least either time you never did. I shout. I've slipped downstairs a handful of times in my life, and I usually go like, "Whoa!" Like there's usually like it's less of a scream and more of a surprise, and then it followed by an ow. So I really like electric scooters if they're privately owned, well cared for, and not ridden indoors. Like, I'm totally okay with electric scooters. Just don't be idiots with them, which is a bit much to ask of some people. To me, I see them kind of the same as bicycles. Yeah, sure, I fall like Homer Simpson. Just shouting loudly into the void. No! Pretty much. Radical man. What is that? Is that the person riding the scooter down the stairs?
Shit's wavy, man.
Well, they'll come do this. Well, actually, they don't have a way to get to this yet. I really like this track from the soundtrack, which is Strange Moods. Which also, by the way, I have a surgeon who does not have a spot to go to. What's your top moodable skill? Furnace operator? What? Because, like, that looks like either metalsmithing or what? Maybe you just want a craft store shop. I don't actually think I have one of those. Should probably make a craft store shop at some point, right? It's probably all she wants. But yeah, I really like this music because it was one of the first tracks that they announced, and it was the one I used in my DF News videos for like a year. Riding an electric scooter indoors has the same energy as riding a sled down the stairs. As somebody who rode a sled down a set of stairs once, yes, it did hurt, but it was fun, okay? And yes, my dad yelled at me. I was also a child and made of rubber because I was a child. So this is going to be a minor hall. A hall of miners.
Heyo, how's
Hello.
it going, blind? Hi,
What's up,
chat.
Joe? I'm in a odd headspace today, but it's been a good stream. Chat, how's today's stream been? Has it been a good stream? Just confirming. Streamer needs, I don't know, feedback, positive or negative. But it's going all right. I'm in a weird mood. Kind of mentally preparing for charity stream this weekend, as well as...
10 out of 10.
Okay, noted. Thank you for the $10, Giraffe. So I'm kind of mentally preparing for charity stream or on Monday, I guess, as well as charity stream on Monday and Bay 12 talk on Thursday. It's going to be a busy week. Yep, the hot potato for Dwarf's running on Monday. And it was Elephant Duck Day. This is true. It was, in fact, Elephant Duck Day. Which means some things to some people and nothing to everybody else. Everybody loves Elephant Duck Day, though. It's not as good as Pi Day, though. Pi Day's better. Is what it is, Joe. If you can't be around for something, the VODs always exist later. But yeah, today's been all right. It's been all right. Okay, let's do this. Oh boy. So chat, how do you guys feel? Whoa. This is really funny. I was wondering if this would happen. So, see where they've shown up, right? It's winter right now, meaning the water is frozen. If they showed up in the summer, they wouldn't be able to get into the fort. All right. That seems to be a pretty small crew. There's, well, also, where are they from? Let's find out. Where are you nerds from? It's a rendition of the unthinkable shores, a well-crafted image of raspberry bushes. Okay. It is a symbol of the reclusive ghoul. Goblin civilization. So I don't have lava to dump on them yet, which kind of sucks. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to double check to make sure that they've already built this, which they have. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a burrow. The burrow is going to be this area. Not that tiny little square there, but I'm going to be locking the dwarves in the burrow, and then we'll be sending out the military to go fight, as you know the military do. To go partake in mortal combat. Except I overwrote a little bit over here, which I need to get rid of. Okay. And then I can go down a layer. Down. Oop. Going to assign everybody to it. Ah, sweet. Dwarf has begun mysterious construction. What all did you grab? 3 pieces of andesite, cow leather, and fancy bone opals. They're here to thieve our toes. Well, sure they'll love to tickle these toes. How's my military doing? One of them, Stinthat, ain't too happy. The rest all seem okay. Also, Runway's choke is getting a nickname. Nerds Half-Life, thank you very much for the raid. We are currently dealing with a force that is dark and vile, and my surgeon made an earring. Stone, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? Chat, can I grab a round of beers for the Raiders? Make sure they're well liquored up so they stick around. The surgeon has created Taguz Ustok, an andesite earring, and offers it to the armored boots. This is an andesite earring. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned andesite cabochons and decorated with cow leather. It is encircled with bands of rose-cut bone opals, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of andesite and menaces with spikes of chestnut. Hell yeah. So, let's jump over to them gibbons. Goblins. Follow them. This one is puking, I think. Or there's unrelated puke on the ground. Ah, Snatchers have arrived. They're shooting at... Oh, right. I keep forgetting I have water buffaloes. I keep forgetting I actually have livestock outside. How about we just... Boop. Send the military forward. And we will follow... Run, raise, choke. And if we jump into the combat log, Run, Raise, Choke attacks the Goblin Bowman, but he jumps away. Run, Raise, Choke bashes the Goblin Bowman in the lower arm with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle. Bashes the Goblin Bowman once again, bruising the muscle. Bashes the Goblin Bowman with the silver warhammer, bruising the muscle through the beak dog leather leggings. Bashes the Goblin Bowman in the right lower arm with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle once again. And then Run, Raise, Choke attacks the Goblin Bowman, but he jumps away. Lots of jumping away here. I saw teeth go flying. That's good. And Run, Raise, Choke has paused for a moment. Back into fighting. Getting tired. It's been... the battle rages, but is satisfied upon improving hammer. Run, Raise, Choke is in a martial trance, it seems. The enemy siege is still on. It appears that currently Nagazbo is enraged at all enemies and getting beaten to death by 3 dwarves. My dwarves keep dropping their stuff. Can you go pick your... Oh, you're winded, tired, and seriously injured. Well, that's unfortunate. You know what also is unfortunate? We don't have a hospital. I'm going to go build a hospital real quick. And then we're going to hopefully save them. Otherwise, they can just die. That's also an option. A suboptimal option, I will say. Oh, I don't have any beds. Well, White Dog, please don't request anybody in the military. That is my request to you. But what kind of dwarf would you like? I will not give it to you just yet, but please let me know while I set this stuff up. Siege appears to be over. I'll let the military keep fighting. And come back home. And we're going to turn this off. Say, okay, well, you're a hospital. I need a chief medical dwarf. Give it to Fob as the job. Apparently I have a couple of good doctors around the fort, which is good. High Master Surgeon, damn. My choice? Time to wait another 45 minutes. Well, if not today, then another day for sure. So it's my choice. Beard or no beard? White Dog? You're not the only one. Yeah, there's probably a dozen people spamming the heck out of it. Once I get my 9.2k up to 10k, we gift each other a dwarf. Ooh, I mean, that's a potential possibility. Although people teaming up to gift each other dwarves seems, sus. Beard, please. Okay. You are currently smelting native gold. White Dog 0 or White Doggo? Lives at a high energy and kinetic pace. He is very rarely moved by curiosity, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he doesn't often feel envious of others and is running away in fear of something. What? Obviously saw something that wasn't good. Is there still a goblin on the map? Ah, there's a thief. We shall, stab him to death with hammers. Because that's what you do with hammers, right? All right, let's jump back over to the dwarf that we were reading. Where'd you go? That already is. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He is great. He generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he occasionally overindulges, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. I love how this fort's like only just begun and they're all getting used to tragedy. Dreams of raising a family in this dream was realized. I mean, he is married to Toulon and has a kid named Kubok, who's a baby. So you've realized your dream of raising a family. And Stekud, the hammer dwarf, was found dead. Well, I mean, our hospital wasn't ready to go, so. He personally is disgusted with eloquent speakers and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and doesn't feel strongly about the law. He likes rutile, nickel, silver, and things are popping off all the left and rights. Gristeth got redeem a dwarf. Who am I giving a dwarf to? When possible, he prefers to consume chipmunk, nautilus, and potato wine, and rice flour, and can't stand blood nets. Aesthetics-wise, he is muscular. It has a small build. His very long, clean. He is very long. His sideburns are clean shaven. His mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and he has low cheekbones. He has a broad chin, and his ears are very splayed out. His ochre eyes are slightly rounded, and his hair is chestnut, and his skin is copper. Gimli dwarf up. All right. Well, Gimli need axe, so I currently have no woodcutters. I'm going to give this clother an axe and name him Gimli. Stupid ad. Somebody help Gristeth out with the ads, please. Or maybe I need to. So, Gimli is often nervous and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Often feels envious of others and is currently, I think, running away in fear from something. Is there still goblins on the goddamn map? I thought they were all dead. No, there isn't. Well, I mean, I too would run away from an ostrich, though, if that's the concern. Ostriches are terrifying. Gimli is going to go get a drink. Wise. On the current activity, he lives a fast-paced life, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to be a little a little wasteful when working on projects, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and is personally put off by family and doesn't really value merrymaking and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes native copper, trifle pewter, and dandric agate, and gauntlets, and blue peafowls for their colorations, and the sound of the lace of adoring, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, when possible, prefers to consume giant hyena and banana beer, and absolutely hates bats. Okay, so with that said, 138,000 points. Gristeth has been around this stream for a while. I don't know how they've tolerated me this long, but here we are. Like, I'm shocked every single day. Oh, calf is starving. Well, I should just make a butcher shop and frickin' eat them. That's from DF Hack. The menus that kind of look like this that can move around are all from DF Hack. But I don't like it when DF Hack automates that stuff, so I'm still working on like figuring out how to disable all of that. Because I don't like it when third-party tools take control of my game like that. It just bothers me. Like, realistically, it's actually quite useful, but I don't like it. All right, we will call this baddie door inside. We're gonna link you. Which is that. Baddie door inside. I will make another one just south of it. This is going to be linked up to this. And also, baddie door inside is going to be locked up to this. So basically, I will be able to... Actually, no, I don't want it to go that way. I need 2 levers. What's the coolest thing DF Hack can do? When was my last save? Yeah. Probably this. Although it's not very happy with me right now, apparently. Please don't crash on me. It crashed on me. Which means it's either going to uncrash itself or it's going to crash the whole game. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, I don't like DF Hack. No, the actual coolest thing that it can do, probably... Actual coolest thing it can do is probably just blueprinting, but I don't know exactly how blueprinting works in the current game, so I'm not the person to ask for that. I mean, so here's the thing, right? I'm not going to show you any of that stuff, Gimli, because like it permanently changes your game. But like Armlock's Blessing only gives your dwarves positive traits and maxes out all their stats, as an example. 0 stress removes all stress. You can center dwarves. You can insta-gib a dwarf. Did I? Oh man. Well, that blows. Yep, this is before the siege arrived. Don't ask me what DF Hack can do ever again, please. It's not your fault. That's my fault. This is before the Vile Force of Darkness, which... I don't want to do that again. This was also before those dwarves were named, so I get to rename those dwarves. You know what DF Hack can do? Crash your game. I don't... Here's the thing. I'm not a supporter of DF Hack. I'm gonna be blunt. do not like DF hack. I don't think you should play with DF hack. DF hack is essentially a third-party debugging tool that's useful for modders. But for me, I actually hate it, and I'm using it begrudgingly currently. It can do everything, basically. It can also crash your game immediately. Can we save the bison? No, but I will build a butcher shop and simply eat them. Or also before that artifact was finished and... Ugh. Why do I have it installed? To make tutorials for people who keep yelling at me to make them. And it's business reasons smart to just make tutorials for people when they ask. And I'm too lazy to uninstall it and reinstall it. Ironically, I don't even use it for, like, the showcases. It was an earring this time. Cool. Here's the thing. It's like a really, really, really cool piece of software that can do a lot of really cool, powerful things. But I don't like cheating in video games, and I don't play Dwarf Fortress as a sandbox, really. I play it as a role-playing engine. So it's not really... I'm not really benefited by using it. If I didn't play it as a role-playing engine, and I played it more like Minecraft creative mode, and if I felt the need to use... the assists that it provides, then maybe it would be useful, but to me, it's largely not that useful. Same dwarf still died. That's kind of funny. Okay, so who did I name those dwarves after? White Dog just got a really happy dwarf, which was, I have no idea who. White Dog, do you remember what dwarf I gave you? Because I don't. Chat, do you remember? Because I don't. Animal Dissector seems right, but I could be wrong. I know who they were, Elfie Bean. That's not helpful. It's which dwarf was it? Which is what I need. Sorry, you are being helpful. I know about the clother. Which one was White Dog? The clother I gave an axe to and named Gimli. I want to say it was this one. I could be wrong. That seems right. One with beard. Happy one with beard. Well, we'll pretend it's the same dwarf. I think it is. I'm like 80% certain it's the same dwarf. And then the other one was the only clother in the fort, and I named him Gimli. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. Okay, I think we should be all caught up. So up here, I need a retractable drawbridge. Banger tunes, though. But yeah, generally, actually, if you want to see somebody who's a wizard with DF hack, go ask Cupo anything about DF hack. Don't ask me about DF hack. Because I don't like it. I really, really don't like it. So, I'm a bad person to ask. Or ask, like, Putnam anything about DF hack. I think I'm probably just going to leave this thing shut the majority of the time, too. Okay, where was I? What's the value of this? 3,500? Okay. I'm trying to do the thing where I play too quickly again. Furniture, gold, pedestal. That's furniture. Display. Nope. Sure. They are pedestals. There are available axes and lasers are set? Labors are set? I don't know. Maybe is there something that's scaring them away from it? That's the only thing I could think of. But generally, I don't know. I can be I mean, if they weren't collecting the wood, I might have a reason as to why that would be happening. But as far as labors are set, I don't know. If everything is set up correctly, then... Does justice matter? Yep. Watch my tutorial on justice. Every system in Dwarf Fortress matters to a degree. Do you want to run a fortress that runs smoothly? Yes. Justice very much matters. Any dwarf that values the law will be, like, perpetually upset if crimes go unpunished. Which, believe it or not, is a majority generally. Unless you have a very strange faction. But yeah, I'm not sure. Proudname. As for things that could cause that to not work, the only thing I could think of would be pathing, but clearly you've got that all sorted, so I don't know. That or just like job priority issues or like uniform stacking. If they are already wielding some sort of weapon, they can't wield another weapon on top of their weapons. So if they're already like, you know, running around trying to wield a pickaxe, they can't then pick up a axe, but you probably already know that. I'm just like kind of recounting everything I would suggest out loud in my brain. I'm not sure. You can't satisfy 100% of every dwarf 100% of the time, sadly. Not without like cheating, no. Or using exploits. Also, I need to start making beds again. I think this is satisfied. This UI is very unclear. It's hidden in a stockpile? Yeah, if they don't have access, if they're like hidden in bins or something, like if they don't have access to the picks, that could do it. But the way you said it, it sounded like they already had them in their inventory, but... I think that not being able to satisfy all the dwarves 100% of the time is actually kind of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress to a degree. Forces you to just kind of cut, like, you know, a game like RimWorld just kind of forces you to play perfectly all the time, whereas Dwarf Fortress just kind of accepts you got to cut your losses sometimes and just kind of work with what you have left. The part where I'm saying like this is not very clear is it says only members can visit if guild established. I wish that this, because like I realize why it does that, but I really wish that this was clearer if guild established, because guild is established, right? I wish that there was like a something here that said guild established or something. But yeah, this is a DF hack thing. All right, so you up here are connected to that. Sweet. Levers, that's what I want. I need levers. Levers. Okay, so you going to connect to this door. And then also you. Need to unsuspend that. I'm actually going to put a lever. I don't actually. Do I want to put that in the military office? I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little room over here. And this might end up actually being like mayor's office or something in the future. Kind of connect it to this hallway. It's going to be my lever room. Maybe I'll put another squad there. Lamond, what's up? There is a camel that's seriously injured in my fort. Why is there a camel in my fort? And then the last one's just going to get a spot in here. Thank you, but I'll worry about it later. It's not a huge deal. No, I need to like spend an afternoon going through documentation and stuff and just figuring it all out. As I used to be quite well versed in DF hack things, but it's changed quite a bit. Or well enough, anyway. I used to be able to work my way around it, but this new UX is like all fucking Greek to me. But no, I'll figure it out on my own time, probably. I don't really want to do any of that stuff on stream. I'll just mildly grumble when it pops up, and then wish it didn't exist the rest of the time until I finally get frustrated and then actually disable it by uninstalling it. All right, so I'll just put a lever here for right now. And also I need to make a floodgate out of rock. How much is that? Wow, I got a lot of obsidian. I'm just going to make 20 floodgates. Obsidian. Chat room investments are open. Fortunately, I also have a way to drain this. Just simply pull the lever and open the front door. Also going to go to body parts. Let's just throw all this stuff out. Corpses. Not you. Where are you? Okay, you've already been buried. That's what we need. Also, gardens are doing their thing. That's good. Also, I haven't checked on that in ages. You're going to brew drinks from plants. Going to make cheese, because I don't have any cheese to make. All right, then we're going to... I don't know. I might actually have animals I can milk, but if we're out of milk, then we're good. So up here, I need a floodgate. Where are you at? Basically back there. So there, we're going to put a floodgate like right here. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to connect that floodgate to another lever. This floodgate is going to be like the fill gauge for this whole thing. Although actually I should put it right there, not at the end. Put it right here. This is going to be the fill gauge for this reservoir, and then this reservoir is going to be my main defense for a while. Until I can get the other ones set up. Which will be way cooler. And I can also quite easily incorporate shotguns into the other one. The way I want to do it. Which could also be a bunch of fun. Also, holy crap, 10.5 hours, or 9.5 hours of stream. Uphold tradition. My guess for that, because that's something I've never seen before. My guess, if a dwarf needs to uphold tradition, and this is just a guess, but my guess would be that would mean that they want a specific religious building constructed for them, I would assume. Because that's usually where that comes from, the term tradition in Dwarfort. It usually means that, like, not door, block is what I want. It usually means that there's, like, a specific religious building or a specific item or something that they need built. So probably, like, you're either neglecting a guild hall or a religious building would be my guess. Let's see if we've made any of those floodgates just yet. Yep, we already have. Sweet. 11 major gods, 3 religions, and that's just the dwarves. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're demanding, like, religious guild halls, like that dwarf, like, they may not have even demanded a temple yet, and that dwarf wants a temple. So that'll be one of the 10 dwarves that's going to demand a temple, would be my assumption. So basically, they want a specific temple dedicated to their god of choice. Essentially, they're being a picky bastard, and you should tell them to shut the up and deal. And they'll figure it out eventually, I'm sure. Eventually. It'll be fine. Why is the muscle in my arm twitching? Stop, please. Now we just wait for this to get connected. You focused on religion early on and it kept your dwarves generally happy? Yeah, no, religion is a good thing to focus on, speaking of. Did this get built? Yes, it did. But yeah, so, like, these dwarves, some of these might actually get upset at this spot. Like, if they're in a particular religion, like, they might get annoyed because, like, they can't practice the rites correctly. Also, this dwarf wants to fight. Who's crafting a masterwork someday? I don't know about that. And you should also be connected. Yep. You're not connected yet. So what I can do... Got another artifact happening. It's an animal trainer named Kib.
Crypt Y.
Crypt Y? Crypt why not? But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 8th month, Zoom. All right, I think that's all of these. You've withdrawn from society. Okay. Where are you headed there, Dwarf? Jack, can I get a couple beers for our friend here, Zoomzang? Keeping that sub alive for an 8th month. So we've got this strange mooded animal trainer. Ever so slowly hauling diorite. So I guess we're going to get some sort of room artifact. Well, that'll be fun. Or some sort of furniture artifact. So you've been connected. Let's pull this lever. There you go. So let's get this filling. It may relate to improvisational performances. Oh. Huh. Well, if then that would be dancing, which would mean they'd want to do performance. If that's what it is. Elfie. Stoneworkers Workshop. All right, who's coming to do this? English. Horrified, reliving seeing a goblin die. Maybe don't be. All right, chat. You guys think this dwarf's gonna die? Yes or no? The question is are they smart and do they back up in time? Not like I'm actually doing bets, but we'll see. Yep. Well, Talon, hate to break it to you, but you're wrong. Also, it's an iron pick, meaning it'll be there forever. F's. It's time to start making rock slabs, I think. But since I'm feeling slightly braver again, this is the coolest thing that DF Hack does. The base from generated files, yeah. Grave smooth off, KKK. So this is proper blueprinting tool. So I could like save that, I think. But how the heck? Blueprint. Blueprint tags. To live the map to the quick fort. Oh no, quick fort's what I'm looking for. Not blueprint. Quick fort. This would be the coolest thing it does. So let's just select one of these and just be like, bang. And then you can download more of these and just have a pattern pre-dug for you and not have to worry about it. That's the coolest thing that DF Hack does. Do I like using it? No, but it's pretty cool. And it's got all kinds of different shapes and sizes and things. Yeah. And for me, that removes the fun because the creativity of making the fort unique each time is the fun of it. So we're going to let this thing over here fill up. Also lock this. Make sure there's no dwarves in here, which there isn't. English has been missing for a week. Weird. What could possibly have happened? Anybody have any idea, chat? Because, frankly, I'm at a loss. No idea what could possibly have happened to that dwarf. Such a shame, right? Like, we'll never recover having lost such a good dwarf. Such a shame. Oh. Have to finish making the slab first. But literally, like, that tool stopped large portions of the Dwarf Fortress community from playing Dwarf Fort when this version released because they didn't have access to that tool. So, well, yeah, half the fun is building the fort. It's not necessarily the prevailing opinion from a lot of longtime players. How dense is dwarf mist? I don't know what you mean. Is that when they're simulating instruments, it's like dwarven improvisational jazz? When they're simulating instruments, they're literally like playing air guitar and beatboxing, though. Man, that pick's still here. This pick might actually, like, end up where it's supposed to be eventually, which is kind of funny if it does. Tomato, tomato? No, I agree. It's still a tomato. You would love to see a dwarf beatbox? I guarantee you that somebody has made an AI that will do just that for you. And if they haven't yet, then they will. T-minus 30. Bored after being unable to practice craft. All right, let's give these dwarves a wee bit of a break. And there's a goat down here. It is somebody's pet goat, though. So I guess it can go out here with Volteg the dog. What gives you an idea? A bunch of dwarves beatboxing? Okay, this dwarf Bambool must be removed from the military at once. Because they hate it. Crafting a masterwork someday. Creating a great work of art. It's a shady necromancer. You're an engraver. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. You like steel, fall in love, or even develop positive feelings. Can handle stress. Okay, let's... swap that dwarf out with this dwarf. After dinner, apparently. We'll go get dinner. That's white doggo. That's... Oh, shit, we have a mare. Well. Look at this. Got moral. We've got a mare. You don't know if that's a thing? There are no, like, fish-related artifacts, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm not paying attention to my fish inventory. So if you've even caught a fish or even gone fishing, I'm not sure. The creek might still be, like, frozen from before. Which it certainly was last time I looked. I think we'll put an office there. I'll put a dining room over here somewhere. At the very least, I want to get my mayor an office. And a dining room. Actually, we can just do an office dining room split. Start making office dining room splits around here. It's like banana split, but for office space. I want to go down. You're happy to see that the goldfish room is looking awful goldfishy. I did make it kind of a yellow color, didn't I? It does kind of have that goldfish vibe, even though that's absolutely not what I was going for, but... Uh-oh. There is a dead reindeer calf here. We should get rid of it. Fem, what kind of dwarf do you want? Approximately. We actually have some armor smiths starting up now. I got a couple of planters. I got a potash maker. I got peasants, children, other things. I like how everybody else is just like sitting there spamming the button for the last like 4 hours, and then Fem pops in for the first time today and is like, bang, insta-dwarf. I swear it's not weighted in favor of certain people. You want a beardless planter. I don't have a beardless planter. I have a beardless farmer. I got a soap maker. Who fits you better? Soap maker or farmer? Oh, okay. Well, first time you say hello today. You've been just like, you've just been lurking in the shadows then. I see. Probably programmed a bot to automatically pop it when it comes up. I don't know. Should I stick to the Great Padinsky naming scheme of things and go farmer, Fem? You have a good lurk, Gimli. Has it been 45 minutes already? Apparently. Apparently. Like a pirate. I have an email. And it's nothing of value. Okay, well, I'm going to close a tab. Now, you finished up some work, but you are alarmed after reliving seeing a goblin's dead body. So that is alarming. But aside from that, you are okay. You are fond after making a friend. You're 82 years old, and you're married to White Dog, by the way. Who's a good dwarf. She is obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything kept in its proper place. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She tends to assume that worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She often feels discouraged, and she likes to brawl, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish, and she could be considered rude, and tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she doesn't focus on material goods, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she's bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she speaks deliberately when she is annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views loyalty unfavorably and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. She sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. She likes ash glaze, billen, and red flash opal, giant snowy owl leather nav paper, the ability to leap around the ability to leap. Wait, what? Oh, you like jumping Spider-Mans for their you like jumping Spider-Mans for their ability to leap. And the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible, you prefer to consume herring and strawberry wine, and you absolutely hate bark scorpions. Her hair is straight, her straight hair is somewhat greasy. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. I almost read very long cheekbones. I was like, what? Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. She has very low cheekbones and a recessed chin. Her somewhat short head is narrow. Her slightly protruding jade eyes are slightly rounded, and her hair is quite sparse. And her burnt umber skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is cinnamon with a touch of gray. All right. We just watched her, yes, kill a water buffalo. And she has Kib, the animal creator, has Kib, the the trainer, has created Meb Nithfastametekud, a diorite earring. Congrats, Rad Boy. You're like the 12th person to post that today. And offers it to the armored boots. That is one of the longest names I've ever seen for an artifact. Like, what even? Like, what even is the translation of that? Hold on. I want to know what the translation of that is. Hold on a second. I was gonna say, that's interesting that you can see other people's heirlooms. I didn't know this menu existed. Why does Boozehammer have so many family heirlooms? Huh. I didn't know that this menu existed. The more you know. Objects. Named items. Huh. Family ancestor was a phantom thief? No, I don't think so. Boozehammer must be some interesting dwarf. But I didn't realize that they could already have artifacts assigned to them. I wonder if they bring them sometimes. That menu isn't a carryover from the previous version? If it is, I've never seen it before. I mean, to be fair, there was like 90-something screens in the old game, and most people never even knew that this screen existed in the old version, so it doesn't surprise me if I've missed something. But I don't really mess around in the object screen much. Anyway, so that stupidly long name translates to the Mauve Jailer Pix. The Mauve Jailer Pix. Well, actually, rather, I didn't know that it could show artifacts from elsewhere in the world that weren't near Fort that belonged to dwarves. Specifically. I didn't know that that menu could do that. This is a diorite earring. All Craftstor ship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite and one-humped camel bone and cave spider silk and gold and menaces with spikes of tunnel tube and cow leather. On the item is an image of rhubarbs in diorite. On the item is an image of Ilana Hollowvine, the dingo, in praise. Ilana Hollowvine is laboring. The artwork relates to this settling of the dingo Hollowvine in the True Dune in the year 7. That's the second artifact we have with that. Why are we storming Twitch HQ? What happened? How'd they get a golden kappa? Because Rich Man on Twitch broke the Twitch hype train record, and if you were in the chat when that happened, you know, helped prove that rich men do thing rich men do, which is break record. So, yay. Rich man made money. Yep. So, shoutouts to Baru, I suppose? I don't know. It was totally random? Sure. Sure. Totally random. Yeah. Definitely not planned. I don't know. I have a hard time caring. Really. Twitch killed the golden kappa from being cool a long time ago. So, rest in peace, golden kappa. You used to matter. Now you don't. Used to be a neat cultural novelty. Now you're just irrelevant marketing, basically. Twitch Gold seemed cool. It used to be cool, but we talked about that earlier. Okay. Miners, where are you at? Oh, they all just like spontaneously at the same time decided to not work for a bit? Okay, fine, dwarves. If you insist. No, for years, Twitch has done promotional events that seem random for large channels that are poster boys of the site. And I, based on people's description of that, doesn't even sound remote. Doesn't sound even remotely random to me. And considering, you know, it's... I'm going to be a salty Twitch streamer for a second here. It's just another example of Twitch extraordinarily over-promoting the biggest channels on the site instead of, you know, pushing up the smaller channels that need it. And I'm not even saying people like me. Like, I'm successful. But Twitch is very, very good at promoting the biggest names and most well-known talents on the site, and they're not very good at promoting and helping smaller talents on the site. Which, you know, makes sense. But also makes me kind of sad. Let's use andesite. All right. Some migrants have arrived. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So this is going to be my first line of defense. Hopefully this can actually fill up. Worst case scenario, I just need to dig a second route to it. Farmer Guild Hall? Really? You want a Farmer Guild Hall? Why? How many farmers do I have? Oh boy. You're a legendary farmer, even. Dreams of mastering a skill. How about you master a skill then? Something of use to the fort. Oh, we have a necromancer. Cool. He's a woodcutter too. Because they're hungry? We've sorted the farming issue though. We've got plenty of food. I'll accept it for now and I'll think about it. You have a hobby. Welcome to the fort. How old are you? That's the better question. How many... Uh-oh. 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 0 kill, eh? One should always respect the law, says the necromancer. Anxiety-prone mood. Dreams of ruling the world. Seems like a lovely individual. What do you think? Personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and sees competition as reasonably important and finds maintaining decorum silly and a fumbling waste of time. New king? I don't know. He's a necromancer. Most necromancers are like this. Where they're just like, yo, we're big meanies and just want everything for ourselves. Brrr. I don't like death. Brrr. I like it when other things die so that I can bring them back. Whee! And that's kind of how necromancy works. Follow the law. My law. Yes, not your law. Murder, that's fine. As long as it makes bodies for me. All right, let's get the squad working out again. But welcome to the fort, you zombie resurrector. King of the levers. King of pulling something. All right, so this is right here. So I want to make basically that. That is going to be my lava reservoir. It's going to be a little bit gargantuan, a little bit huge, kind of sort of maybe a bit too big. But that's going to be my lava reservoir. I think it's also off center. So this is a little humongo. But you know what? That's kind of the point. So what this is going to do is it's going to fill... You know what? Actually, maybe I should make it go one higher. Yeah, let's make it go one higher. We'll build walls around it. Because then I can make it a surface reservoir, and it'll actually be a lot safer that way. So this is going to be dug out. Then I'm going to build a wall around the edge of it. We're going to bring the lava in from over here. Actually, we could go from the top even. Wouldn't that be especially fun? I love how it's already draining. It is still filling. So what I'm thinking we do is I'm going to need to dig a trench. Because currently I've got little reservoir down here filling, right? Little reservoir is going to take a little bit to fill. But once it's filled once, we only need to fill it once. Although, might actually have to just, like, pull this lever until that whole side is filled. And then drain it. Alright, so I'm starting to get requests. Which is when this fort's going to get really hard to manage. So, I've been live for 10 hours on the dot. My brain's been a little fuddly all day. But I think I'm going to call it for the day. The mist will make dwarves happy. You mean it will make them unexist. This right here is going to be a big ol' lava toilet. I haven't built one of these in a while. But when it's done, it's going to be a very, 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 very large walkway where things are going to come in from the side here. All right. They're going to walk up into here. They're going to walk down into here. Then they're going to walk around, down into here. And then I'm going to dump all of this. All of this full of lava right here. Okay? Which is going to go and make a big old line. And then this is just going to be like an infinite pit. Maybe not infinite, but a really deep pit. That might actually burst out of the bottom of this down here. It might be how I do it. But this is going to be a really deep hole that's just going to kind of keep going. And then they're going to have to run around the edge of it as it fills up with lava. All right, so that's going to be what that is. As for the rest of this fort, it's going to be kind of an open plan fort like I normally do with various guild halls and things. We don't even have a tavern yet. We're on year 4. We do have this little side escapade, which actually I might have been a little bit overambitious with that. I might need to dig another fill line in, but that's easy enough. So worst case scenario, I'll probably have to make another fill line for this. But this is going to be my temporary defense while I build the main defense, which is going to be this. We're already under attack, which is fun. So I think it's time for me to call it for the day. So if you would like to say goodbye, YouTube, now is a good time to do that. But don't run off because we are going to raid somebody else who's, streaming video games. So what I want to say now, while I wait for the game to save, Thursday, Parn's going to be joining me on stream at 1 p.m. Pacific for like 2 hours. We're going to talk about dwarfy things. If you'd like to send in a question, the command to do that is in the title, Bay12 Talks, or Talk, Bay12 Talk. So if you type in that command, you can send in a question. If it's a feature request or a adventure mode when, probably not going to get asked. But aside from that, feel free to submit as many as you like, really.